that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I've never got an email back yet. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. Today is what, 4/26/2024, and we're fitting to lock in. Shout out to all of you in the chat. I appreciate you. I see you. I did take the day off yesterday to rest, but actually I wasn't resting. I did a bunch of yard work and hitting the gym, committed. That hurts so bad. I am aching, but it's all right. We're here today to keep the focus on Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers. I did talk to Seth yesterday. I do want to give you guys a little bit of update here because there was something that happened on the show when Seth was on the phone, and it was, it caught my attention, right? It caught my attention in a sense that why would someone say something like this, right? Why would they say something like this? Chris' mother has him. We have video evidence that he got into her SUV on the 26th at 5:58 a.m. Mr. Ken Davis, sir. If you let me clear my throat for a second. We found you. And you know what? Pass the information over to Seth and his team, and they will take care of it. So I've had a lot of people hitting me up about this and like weirded out, but we did find a Ken Davis that lives about 26 minutes or 24 minutes from Hendersonville, Tennessee. And again, I passed that information over to Seth and the team, and they have that information, and they're going to get down to this information. I had to go back in chat last night. I did some digging for Seth because he was very curious about who this person was and why they were saying this, right? He wanted to know why they were saying that, what I just had across the screen. So I went and looked, and this Ken Davis account here was made on the 4th, right? It was made on the 4th. So I don't know what this Ken Davis is trying to say. If you have video footage, why would you not come up off of that video footage, buddy? Right? That's what we want to know. Why would you not come up off that video footage? And why would you be on a YouTube channel typing that shit into the comments? That is weird. But again, you are being looked into now. You're being looked into now. You put the heat on yourself. So now when you got people knocking at your door because TBI wanted to know who you were, Seth wanted to know who you were, everybody wanted to know who you were, so you felt broad enough to come into a YouTube chat and type that. I don't know what's going on. Again, we did find a Ken Davis that lived 24 miles away from Hendersonville, Tennessee, and the fact that that person said this, Seth messaged me again, and a lot of people were messaging me upset at the fact that this person said this and thought it should be looked into, and it is being looked into as we speak. So I did want to get that off so you guys know. There's Dennis again with the cold case. What's going on, Dennis? Nice to see you, my brother. I hope you're having a great day, my man. Ricky Marie, am I saying that right? Ricky Marie says, what's new? Haven't heard a good update in a while. Well, Sebastian got home at 6:39 p.m. that night, right? So what does that leave? Katie says she heard him at 10 p.m., right? Remember in the interview, she goes, yeah, I heard him at 10. So if you heard him at 10 p.m., he got home at 6:39. There's a time gap period right there. So 6:39, 7:39, 8:39, 9:39. Then you're jumping into 10. So you're talking about 3 hours and what? Maybe 3 hours and 20 minutes, something around that range. What's going on, Arlene? Nice to see you. Sierra, nice to see you. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button as you're coming in, the notification bell. We will be turning on the lines. I'm going to play a quick video. It was from yesterday. I seen it, but I do want to watch it again before we get into this story and continue to cover certain things. Hold on, let me pull this up real quick because I got a couple different screenshots I want to look at. This is what Ken Davis was saying. Chris had cameras 4 months ago, and I know for a fact I have the missing puzzle and I can prove it. There's already been 6 people told the law enforcement what they saw, but they didn't listen. This is what Ken Davis was saying in the chat. See, Ken Davis, you didn't think we could pull the transcripts up? What's going on, Ken Davis? Why would you? So are you withholding information about where a 15-year-old boy is? Is that what's going on, Ken Davis? Or is Ken Davis a troll in the chat that found somebody from the nearby area and created this persona to come into chats and troll people? I'm looking at all avenues, pertaining to this Ken Davis guy, because for him to say things like this and the things that he did say in chat, which I didn't catch any of it because I was so focused on the phone call with Seth, right? I was so locked in on that. What's going on, Renee? How you doing today? Nice to see you. Renee in the building. Butterfly Angel, Sweet Jane, nice to see you. Thank you guys for coming by. I'm glad to have you. Hold up, let's play this real quick.
Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, and Heather Cohen, a private investigator who is now working with him on the case. Thank you both for joining us. Seth, I have to start with you. First of all, I can't imagine being in your shoes. I'm so sorry that you're experiencing this, and I'm grateful that you're joining us tonight. I think our viewers need to understand Sebastian was not physically in the home with you. You are no longer married to his mother, but I just want to check in with you, see how you're doing, and if you know anything tonight that you can share with us.
How you doing, Carolina? Thank you.
Just know that he's still missing. I know that there's been really no leads that have been shared with me by law enforcement.
When you say there's no leads, are you working with law enforcement? Are they communicating with you?
Good afternoon, Teresa. Nice to see you.
Not communicating with me. If they're communicating with anybody, it would be my private investigator.
Echo.
Okay, Heather, I want to weave you into the conversation. You started working with Seth. Why are you working with Seth, and what can you tell us so far?
Well, I had received several phone calls, people asking me to get involved in the case, but I wouldn't do it until I was invited in by a family member or law enforcement. And I did end up getting that phone call. A friend of mine said they had talked to Seth and he was looking for somebody, a PI to hire, and he had referred me. So I called Seth and here we are. That was about 2 weeks ago. And yes, law enforcement was standoffish at first with me. And I think that's just because, they had some, Seth can be hard to deal with because he's going through a lot right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of trauma. So what can you tell us so far about your investigation? What have you learned? What were the circumstances of the home, of his mother, of his stepdad, the thud that they heard?
Well, I can tell you that from my investigation, I believe.
Matter of fact, you know what? We're gonna open the lines to 219-885-9693. I do want to hear from everybody today.
That this is a domino effect of events. I believe that we have to go all the way back to probably December and January are going to be key months. There are a lot of events. There was a lot of turmoil surrounding Sebastian. We know that Chris Profit was in the middle of a custody battle with his ex-wife. We know that the daughter did visit over Christmas break. We know that Sebastian was with Seth during that time. We know that
that's crazy, right?
that there was a DCS referral in, I believe, February to the Stafford home. That call was likely determined to be unfounded because the case was closed and that file is restricted at this time.
That file is restricted. Hold on, who's this? 860, you're on the show. Talk to me. What's going on?
Hey, Rev, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. Just woke up a little bit ago. Came in here to get on. You know, I had to.
Glad you got some rest.
Yeah, kind of. I got some rest a little bit. We're here though. What's going on? How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing okay.
Talk to me. What's on your mind?
That guy that you gave those messages, got the messages from. I think he was looking for attention, and you gave it to him.
Mr. Whitehouse, Whitehouse, Hendersonville, or Whitehouse, Tennessee.
Ken.
Ken from Whitehouse, Tennessee, about 24 miles or 24 minutes away from Hendersonville. I don't know if that's the right guy, but again, it ain't. I don't want to give him attention. He just put that out there. No. People gave him that attention.
What I meant was when you're giving him attention, if it is him, and it follows through. He hello. I think he's going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
I agree.
That's why I'm saying you gave him you want the attention. You didn't want to get things. Here you go.
Hey, look, when I woke up the next day, which was yesterday, I had a missed phone call from Seth, a voicemail from Seth, a text message from Seth, multiple people messaging and emailing about this Ken Davis. So I was like, whoa, like what the hell is going on? So, I had a few people do some digging and we ended up finding this, maybe Ken Davis. I mean, one from the area, very close. I'm thinking it's possibly him, but it is being investigated. I did pass that information over now, and it is being taken care of by the right people.
Good. I'm glad, for Seth and stuff, because, people are backing out of looking and stuff now. All these people that are writing, YouTubers that are backing down because of being all these threats and stuff. And I know for one fact about one person that was on the water, and there was a pew that was pointed at him. We all saw it. It was live. And I guess he got a lot of, he's scared now.
Well, the fact about this whole Ken Davis stuff, and I think personally for me, I think it's a troll. But when it comes to somebody's son missing, and you see this type of comment where somebody is saying, I actually have, Chris' mother has him. We have video evidence that he got him into her SUV at, on the 26th at 5:38 or 5:58 a.m. When you have somebody that says that, and you come out and say that shit into a public chat, and a father sees that, or a mother, or whoever, they're gonna go crazy over that. They're gonna go crazy.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, because rumor was when it first started that the mother's car was supposedly not at the school, at the whatever little store, gas station right by them.
Mm-hmm.
That was in the very beginning that rumors were flying about. And, I don't believe what I see on everybody's site.
Me neither.
You know what I mean?
Me neither.
And I believe yours. And there's one other site I believe. And because they're doing a lot of investigation, they have come to Tennessee and everything. They have Tennessee people working with them. And, I believe, with you and stuff. I really do. And I wish I could go there and help. Unfortunately, I live in Connecticut, and I have some health problems, so I can't fly right now. And stuff.
You are helping though. You're already helping. You're.
I want to be. I want to be boots on the.
Live. I get it. I get it. But your health though, and I get that. But you still got to understand that you are helping.
Yeah, and I mean, I donated to the GoFundMe when it first started for Seth. Because I know I got kids and I got grandkids, and I'd want people to be out there helping me, But if it was my kid, I wouldn't be leaving the house. I'd be, sitting there waiting.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And again, shame on whoever these people are that are going around trolling. This dude's trolling right here. It'll be figured
Yep.
out, and people are looking into it. When you make a comment to that magnitude, it again, it does spark anger, frustration. What does this
Oh
guy
yeah.
really know? Does he know anything? Is he a troll? So it just, it does throw things off, but people got to be stupid if you think that you're going to make an account on YouTube and that TBI or FBI wouldn't be able to find out who you are and see if that's a troll or not, because that's how
Exactly.
investigation is, and they will find out
Exactly.
who Ken Davis is, and they will, because they have my transcript from the other night. Now they have the chat transcript, and they're gonna pull this Ken Davis account, and they'll find out who he is. It is what it is.
Thank you for doing what you're doing.
Absolutely.
You
That's
know,
what it's about.
you're one of God's angels helping us to guide us and to guide you, and helping all of us to understand and help Seth.
I'm trying, I'm trying my best to keep Sebastian's name out. That's the whole entire goal here, is to keep Sebastian's name out until he is found. I'm hoping, that there's a resolution. What, we're on day 61 right now. Day 61.
Yeah.
It's been 2 months.
I thought that on day 60 that his missing picture or should be going nationwide. I thought, in the United States, to all the police departments. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm going to have to look it up and see, or ask a friend of mine as an officer. Stuff,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
it should. Because what I heard, that they got relatives in Connecticut. I'm like, and I'm trying to find out where, so I can, maybe I can go look in that town and see. But I don't know where. Nobody's answering me.
You a few times. Yeah. Hold up. I was looking. I'm the who said. Oh, okay. I see that. I won't mention your name, but interesting text message, and I'd love to know more about that. 610 that text me just now. And ma'am, I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in and being a voice here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Day 61. We are not playing around. I'm going to keep covering it. I don't care what nobody says. I mean, I'm going to keep covering it. There's going to be coverage on it. Even if I cover something else, even if I have to do 2 lives, I don't care. We're going to cover this case. We're going to keep his face out there. We will continue to have conversations about it, whether nobody likes it or not. I don't care. I really don't.
Thank you.
This is about finding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Again, that's all we want, is to find him. That's it. And I appreciate you again. Thank you for calling and thank you for being that voice.
Thank you. God bless.
Lock your doors, and happy Friday, man. Shout out to her. God bless her too. But K9, I'm gonna definitely hit you up. You said you emailed me a few times, so you were the one who directed. Okay, you're welcome for that, by the way. No, I see you said thank you, and you're more than welcome for that. You're more than welcome for that. 615. You're live. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV. This is Rose from Tennessee.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. I live right down the street from Beach High School, so I kind of know what vicinity all this is. It's White House. Mm-hmm. White House is about 15 minutes from me up the road. I go there all the time to the doctor. But I thought all along that the only way she could have gotten him out of the house, if he wasn't gone before, was to put him in her car. And when she went out to look for him, pass him off to somebody else. But I don't know that. And I'm not going to get on your website and put that I know this for sure, that I know. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Correct.
He should have, if he knew this, if he's true and he knew this, he should be arrested, because he knew it from day, maybe 3 or 4.
And you're referring to this Ken Davis.
Right.
I agree.
I mean, if he knew this, he should have been in contact with the police when he first saw it. So it's got to be. I mean, I don't know that it's got to be, but if he's not a troll, the police find him. They'll find him, because those White House police, those Hendersonville police, the Goodlettsville police, all the surrounding counties all of them will find him. I'm telling you, they will find him. The White House police will find him, and they will take care of that situation.
I think so too, and I think that now that it's passed over to the right people, I'm sure they're digging into that right now as we speak, and who knows. You never know. You never know what'll come from it. But to say something as broad as we have video evidence that pertains to this little boy being put into another vehicle is absolutely absurd. But it will catch attention when you put that out there. So the fact that when I woke up, I woke up yesterday to like 11. My phone was blown up, voicemails. Who's Ken Davis? Like that. I mean, that's how it was. I didn't know it was that big, or people, I didn't even see it in the chat at the time. You know what I mean? I caught it afterwards, and I guess Seth's seen it. And then when I slept and woke up the next day, he was definitely wanting to know more about this Ken Davis. But we did dig into the Ken Davis, and he did live in White House, Tennessee.
Well, that's just 15 minutes for me. And those White House police, believe me, they're all over. They're all over it.
Mm-hmm.
If they've got it in their hands, they're all over it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are like that. I mean, they're all over you for a ticket,
Mm-hmm.
So they'll know who Ken Davis is. But the thing about it is he should have contacted the police. He shouldn't have left it up to anybody in a chat, or the dad, Seth, to contact the police. He should have contacted the police right away. Wouldn't you? I would.
I mean, if you got video, if you have video evidence, I definitely wouldn't be in a YouTube chat saying, "Hey, man, I got video evidence. Rev, pull me up, man. I want to." Yeah, like what? Like what are we talking about? This is a 15-year-old boy who's been missing for 60 days. I definitely wouldn't be in a chat saying, "I'd be at the damn police station with the footage in hand." Here,
yep,
there, this please.
Yep, you got that right.
Shit,
man,
doesn't make sense.
That's crazy.
It is.
It takes a crazy. It either takes a person that's really willing to come forth, and really don't want to get involved in the police, or it takes a person that's crazy. Crazy.
It definitely does. They can confirm if Ken Davis is really the same person who was on YouTube. And Peace Dog, I think that is what is going on. I think that's what's going on. I really do. I think that's what they're going to do. But I mean, to say something like this, we'll see what comes from it. Because some people don't think they could, or they think that they could roll up in these chats and they won't be seen between the thousands of people that are in here, or thousands that are in here. And they definitely don't think that anyone's going to see something, or maybe even to this magnitude, but everything is being looked at. It is.
T-REV, I've been calling you for a while, as you know.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been calling you for a while. And your station is all about people's opinions. It's not about if you have proof. It's not about if you have proof, you contact me. If you have proof, contact the police. Your station's about opinions. People put something like that on there, they're either just trolling and wanting to get us all worked up, or they need to, or they're just lying. They're just crazy.
Exactly. And I honestly, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking that this is a troll. This is my personal opinion. I think it's a troll. But again, when you see something like that, it has to be looked into, and I get it. I understand it. But why would somebody, I don't understand these trolls that are willing to go this far to say something like that. You know what I mean? That's just, I mean, it's true. This is a kid that is missing, that nobody knows where he's at. And you're saying that you have video evidence, and that video evidence could crack everything wide open if you did have it. So, again, to say that, it's crazy.
Like, my opinion from the beginning has been that she had him in her car when she went out to look. When she went out to look for him, and handed him off, because that's the only way he could have got out of there without being noticed. But that's my opinion. I didn't put something up on the screen that said, I know that's what she had. She did. I don't know that. And that's crazy. I don't know. People are just out there sometimes. Anyway. I just wanted to call and give you my opinion,
And I
as
appreciate it.
always.
And don't just think that. Hold up, I know there's a lot of opinions and theories here too, but we do go over, we do read court papers, and we do go through shit too when resolution comes. So I do.
Yes, you're very thorough. Very thorough.
I try to be, and I'm not perfect by any means, and I never will be. But I tell you what, I will always do is I will always keep the victims' names front and center, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to keep his name out there. So make sure you guys share this stream everywhere. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice here today for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. God bless you, man.
You too.
Hey, good phone call. I don't know, Ken Davis.
I know Seth has tried to find out more about that
Law
call, and he
enforcement
has
is not
been
listening.
unsuccessful in doing
No,
so.
law enforcement, and I talked to Seth about law enforcement not listening, or if that's who you're talking about, Rita. And I mean, everything's close to the vest. What are they really gonna say? 231. I hope you don't got a gun, but you were live. Talk to me.
Hi. Let me just mute this. This is Misty from Michigan.
Said Misty?
My concern is who's out there with boots on the ground now. I know Seth's mom is,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but like CJ, he was out there and he got threatened. He quit. Who is actually out boots on the ground now? It seems like every creator on YouTube or whatever has stopped boots on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, unless Ellie is out boots on the ground, which they don't tell us nothing.
Well, Seth is boots on the ground. He's doing more searching. The searching that he's doing right now is private, and he kind of touched up on that on when he came on the show a night before last.
Okay, so it's him and his mom basically, but
the whole team.
You know, I remember
he's got a lot of people, like a lot of people helping him.
Right, but remember we were having, there was volunteers that were coming. I mean, there was all kinds of people out searching, and then it's like all of a sudden it's like everybody quit. It's either they were getting threatened, they were getting run off, they were getting chased down.
Yeah, I mean, there was people. I've seen some pictures and stuff, but I wish I kind of seen some video to add a little bit of clarification on why these people were doing what they were doing when they were following or chasing, or were they on properties that they didn't need or that they needed permission for, and it was somebody's property. I mean, what was the reasoning behind that? I would love to know.
Well, the one, like CJ, I heard that who he was working with, the dive team that he was working with, there was a questionable person. And he was getting a lot of slack and threats because of who he was working with. But he was the one that I when I'm on YouTube, that's who I see that's out boots on the ground, you know. And and I just don't want the searches to stop.
Right.
Somebody's got to find them.
Well, I think that researching that 5-mile radius from the home is very important. I definitely think that, but the fact that they used that thermal imaging or the FLIR from the sky 5-mile radius in that whole area, damn near the same day that he went or disappeared between the night and day. So the fact that there was nothing is very concerning, that possibly was he removed and taken out of that area. But after hearing that waitress interview and her talk, he was at the restaurant eating salmon, got home around 6:39. There's a 3-hour gap there up till 10 p.m. because Katie again does say that she heard Sebastian at 10.
Yep, just like Jen Soto seen Madeline get ready for school.
Right.
That's my whole, you know, believe what we want with that story. But it would be easy to take them outside that 5-mile radius.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, if whatever happened at, say, 10 o'clock after she yelled at him to go to sleep, and whatever happened, she had all night to take him out of the house and then drive around and look for him before she called Chris.
Mm-hmm.
So I just worry that there's not enough people out there looking.
Yeah, and you don't think that there's enough people looking. I don't know how many. I can't sit here and say because I can't see, but I've seen a few. Like when I got on YouTube today, the first post I seen was somebody talking about, we haven't given up on the search, we're still searching and following close leads. But I don't know who's all out there searching as far as right now. Are they searching right now? Are they on the ground? It does seem like a lot of people have scaled back, and it's more of an investigative, search at this point. They're doing it. They're looking at it from the investigation aspect of it. And
but we see TBI doing shit.
Nothing,
nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking it's got to be one of us searchers out there that are actually going to find something. And then when I know, like a month ago, it was full on. Everybody was showing up and searching, and now it's like you don't hear about the volunteers coming together to do a search over this area, or getting permission if they wanted to do more private land search. It's like everything is just way scaled back, and it's like, no, we got to find him.
Mm-hmm. Welcome, good vibes.
So that's my concern about the whole thing.
Yeah, I get it.
But that was my thoughts.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in.
Welcome.
God bless
All right, you have a good day.
You were calling from Michigan?
I am.
Shout out to you from Michigan. I appreciate you. I'm in Michigan all the time. So shout out to you, my Michigan fam out here. I do see a lot of you.
Go every day.
Chat. A lot of you are in chat. A lot of people call in from Michigan. Shout out to you. I hope you have a blessed day. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. It's Friday. And again,
yes,
get some light. We need some green lights, right? It's green. We need some green
Yes,
light.
we do. Yes, we do.
I'll put one up here, and y'all will be able to see it. God bless you, man. Thank you so much, though. Lock your doors.
But I've also recently learned that there may have been some talk about Chris leaving Katie.
Welcome. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I will check. 330, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Oh, hey, this is Mary from Ohio.
Mary from Ohio, you were live. You're on the air. Talk to me now. What's bothering you with this case? What's on your mind this morning?
I've been watching it for days, days in, day out.
Absolutely.
And I think when Mr. CP went over to talk to Seth, that people took it the wrong way when he said what he said, and might have got offended by it a little bit. It didn't bother me a bit, because if it was my child, I'd say what I had to say also. Right. But I think that was kind of like, I don't know if he's helping them or he's just making it worse for Seth. Seth's doing everything he could possibly do to find out what he could find out, getting this private eye to do what she needs to do. And I always thought that if there was no one seen him leave, I thought the same way, that she took him out and met up with someone, and that someone took him. But Juneau, Alaska is very small.
Damn, that's such a good point. That's such a, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, but Raising Grace in chat said Ken Davis had stated he told 6 people in law enforcement, read the messages. It could be legit if they're not listening. I understand why he would turn towards social media. That's a good point, Raising Grace. Keep going. You're good.
Right. But like in Juneau, Alaska, it's, the farther out you go in Alaska, the more wilderness it is. There's people that live there in that wilderness just off of the land. And, that'd be a good place to hide him if he was being hid.
In Alaska?
A real good place. Yeah, because you literally got to fly out to Juneau on an airplane to get out there, or have a boat take you there.
Yeah.
So, needless to say, he could be anywhere, but that would be a good place to hide him out. It really would. Because the farther you go out, the more desolate it gets.
What's the punishment for this? If that's the case, what's the punishment for that? You gotta search. You got, tons of people out here searching. Law enforcement was searching all these resources, the FLIR, the helicopters, everything that, you know, pertained for a long time as far as searching. You had all these resources out here. What is the consequence if indeed it is exactly what I'm saying? You know,
I feel that they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Plus, I feel like they should be able to be sued for all that money back, time, you know, who's ever put in their time, their effort, whatever, running off people that's trying to help find Sebastian, threatening them, you know, stuff like that. And, you know, all for what? Because you want to save a marriage, from my understanding. I heard that way before, supposedly, that's what was going on. And I also heard on one of the shows that they were saying that they're thinking about selling their house.
You know, we've been hearing that for a while, and I haven't seen anything to corroborate that whatsoever. I've seen people try to send me some things, but it was cleared up that they still live there.
Yeah, they live there, but who's to say they won't sell it eventually? You know,
yeah.
Because if they're getting motorcycles, they got the RV, they got their vehicles. You can almost go anywhere in the United States with, you know, a camper. You know, and as far as them showing up for anything, they ain't showed up. They're just showing out. That's what they're doing. They're making Seth look bad. For what reason? So people quit hunting. People they think on, you know, that'll quit talking about it, which I know you won't. I done figured that out a long time ago.
Yeah.
You're in for this for the long haul.
You know, again, I've committed to it. Why, you know, we've been pushing the hell out of this and really trying to get Sebastian's name out there and keep it alive as much as we possibly can here. And I'm having a little relationship that I have with Seth as far as talking to him and you know, giving constant updates as possibly as much as he can, and you know, being there for him for a year if he needs. Just hearing that man's pain about wanting to find his son it's different.
Oh, I truly know how he's feeling, because I wake up in the morning and think about Sebastian. I go to sleep thinking about Sebastian. If they gonna find something or
correct. That's exactly,
you know.
That's me too.
I mean, he's not my child, but I feel like in my heart that, you know, if he was my child, you know, I wouldn't stop at no means. Like Seth, he basically, you know, he might speak a little hard or whatever. That man's got a big heart, and he loves his child. He's got one child, and it was maybe she didn't want him to get Sebastian.
It's possible.
You know, she didn't. She was given an ultimatum by Chris, you know, either you do something with this child, because as it's been said, Chris was talking to Seth about, you know, getting him full time.
Right.
And he was completely on board with that. And maybe she didn't want that. But he didn't want him there in the house anymore either, because he's trying to get his other child back, which I don't think the man deserves to have that child. And, you know, where's she going to go with this? She wants to save her marriage, but she can't keep her child. But she don't want her ex-husband to have her child. So, you know, a mother's got to have some kind of heart. That I just can't believe that she would, you know, take out Sebastian. And if she did, she's very heartless.
Well,
you know,
I don't know. We'll see. Again, she hasn't been charged with anything. Allegedly, everything you hear here is speculation. If you hadn't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. I always stick to that motto and always will. Again,
right.
He hasn't been charged with anything. I know the popular opinion is, you know, KP knows, allegedly. And I think she does too. Allegedly, in case he was abducted out of this house during that night and somebody teleported him to a new town without him being seen walking out this neighborhood, which on both sides of the street, there's housing on each side. And it's not cheap housing. And you could probably guarantee that a lot of these houses, if not maybe half or a quarter of them, all have cameras, I would think, or some type of surveillance system.
Well, they had cameras too, but they wasn't on.
But the fact that TBS,
I know you got to have cameras all around that house. Mm-hmm. If you're going to put one on a camper, why wouldn't you have them on a house?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
That's what
I agree.
I
agree. And thank you though I do appreciate you calling in, sharing your thoughts and opinions with us today. Thank you so much. I need you to do 2 things though. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Keep them rolling. My man said, I have the missing puzzle. What if this ended up being true? People would shit the pants. I don't think it is. I do think it's true. You got to make that known and clear that in my mind, I do really think that this person is a troll, but everything must be looked at. 865, you're live.
Hey, Rev. It's the other Mary. This is Linda.
865. Both of y'all got the 865. What's going on?
Yes, I'm just now the other Mary. I'm actually Linda, but I can do the other Mary.
Okay, the other Mary. What's going on, the other Mary? Talk to me.
I'm glad that you're feeling better, and I'm glad the pup. I have 4 pups, and I actually had a sick dog last weekend too. We ended up at the vet Monday morning, and he has colitis.
Oh.
So, and he's training to be my service dog, so we kind of need him to not be sick. Mm-hmm. But I'm stuck on this Ken Davis.
Me too.
And okay, so he stated 6 people came forward and were not taken seriously. So I'm going to urge this gentleman. I'm sure it's probably not his real name. If it is, great. But I really hope that he does email you or try to call in. I feel like if maybe there's repercussions, like he's afraid with all the threats and everything, then maybe he can just reach out to you. I know you're very private when it comes to certain information, to where like he could still talk, but you wouldn't reveal him. Mm-hmm. Because I think we need to take the information serious at this point. Like, you check it out, we find out it's fake, then we check it off the list. Mm-hmm. But what if it's not? And people didn't take this serious. If it says that people have already shown the videos to Ellie and they didn't take it serious, well, here we go. We've got people being threatened. We have people this. We have people that I have said it from day one that something stunk in all of this.
Right.
Small town politics is very real. And if they're not taking information seriously and looking into it, that's what they're being paid for. Mm-hmm. 1. And 2, why are they not out there in street clothes, off duty, whatever, being paid to be off duty, so to speak, in street clothes, protecting these searchers? That's their job. I really feel like IA needs to be contacted and pulled in to investigate all this. And I feel like if I were given a tip, hypothetically, if I had any kind of solid, what I thought might be impertinent, the Ellie, I would never be on my list to call because I don't trust them at this point. I would call you. I would try to get the information to Seth or his investigator, because I really feel like these threats, I mean, it's getting ridiculous. Mm-hmm. And then the people are backing down. Somebody has to know officers in another county that can come in off duty and say, okay, let me help you search, but I'll also be there to protect you. Mm-hmm. Because it's just getting ridiculous. And at this point, I feel like if I was Ken Davis being accused of being a troll or this or that, he may be a troll. We don't know. But if he's telling you he has video evidence and he can produce that, then I think it may be something we can look into. It's not going to hurt to look into it. If it's false and it's a troll, then okay, we checked it off the list.
Mm-hmm. I mean, people are saying it's a troll, and maybe it is a troll that found somebody in the area. But again, this Ken Davis that I found that matches the same name is White House, Tennessee, and 24 minutes from Hendersonville. So that was the part that was very interesting to me when I had looked into it. And yesterday morning when I started to look into it and had some people helping me look into it, I thought it was interesting that there was a Ken Davis 24 miles or 24 minutes away, and that just piqued my interest and even made it more interesting to get that over to Seth.
Yes, I you know, if nobody's taking him serious at this point, if I said, okay, Rev, I've got this info, and then 90% of people are like, oh, well, it's just a troll. I'd be like, well, here's another one not taking me serious. Screw it. I'm done. You know, what else can I do? I'm trying to get the information out. I'm not saying he's not a troll, but small towns, I'm going to tell you, that investigator is probably going to find out more information because people talk in small towns, and somebody knows the gossip. Somebody, and it could be 24. You know, I mean, if it's a small town, those people know people from the nearby towns, and you know, small towns talk. Your best information is going to come from nosy Brenda down the road.
That's a fact.
Because she knows everything.
She's got her ear to the wall.
Yep.
That's a fact.
But that's all I wanted to say.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. I do appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you for being that voice here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers on day 61. I really do appreciate it.
It's making me sick, and my husband's been working so much lately that I keep telling him I really want to go down and try to search. I've got 2 dogs that I can take. One loves to track, even though she's not been trained. She will track if you give her something to smell. So, you know, I just don't know even where to begin. You know, like, where do you begin? So, and just if Seth's in here, I want him to know that I have been praying a rosary for him. I know he's Catholic. I have been praying a rosary for him every night with intention.
Roman Catholic. He is.
Yes, I am also Roman Catholic. And I want him to know that I am praying a rosary with intentions and petitions that Sebastian is found and he has good health. His health stays where it needs to be, and he's finding comfort somewhere.
I hope so too.
But thank you for everything you do. I love this show. I'm addicted. I watch you every day.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you for the compliments. And also, as far as Seth, that man's going through it right now. I know he's on court TV this morning. He was on court TV this morning. I talked to him. We had a little conversation last night, but he is going to be back on court TV this morning. If anybody, I don't know if it was out already or not, but maybe it comes out this afternoon.
I'll have to watch it. Thank you
man,
again.
We'll watch it. God bless you. Thank you so much for calling in and being that voice. Happy Friday to you. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. And again, stay safe. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. CP took him out when she left, going to look for him. And gave him see, that wasn't there, though. That's the part that gets me about this, what he's saying in this message. I thought CP was at work. What are we talking about? CP was proven to be at work. So that's the part that doesn't make sense to me. It makes it seem rolly. 423, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hey.
What's going on,
Doug? Doug from Tennessee.
Doug from Tennessee, my brother from another mother. How you doing today, my man?
Hey, I'm doing good, man.
Nice to hear from
I'm
you.
just thinking about this Sebastian case, man. What if she put him outside to punish him, and he was beating on the door to get in, and he took off walking, and somebody picked that boy up? Because there's too many pedophiles to live around his house. And they see somebody like that, they'll pick them up.
No cameras?
But it's dark.
Yeah.
If he didn't, I mean, there's a possibility that she locked him out of the house for punishment. And then he just walked off. And when she come out, he was nowhere around. And she took his shoes off because she didn't think he would leave with his shoes off.
Right. But I just have a problem. Like, my thing with that is, where's the cameras on the street showing that, or showing a vehicle between any of these times, or a vehicle that is a vehicle of interest to them? Because don't you, I don't know. But then again, maybe, just maybe, in a rare incident, or, you know, something that took place here, that there is no cameras on the path that person left, or whatever it may be. And you could be onto something with that.
I think he's in the neighborhood there.
So you think he's actually in the neighborhood still?
I think he's in the neighborhood. Somebody told that they were beating on him. They kicked him out. They locked him out.
Mm-hmm.
And these people took him in and said, you can stay here.
That's crazy.
You know, and they may not watch TV. You know, I mean, you never know. I mean, there's some crazy people out here in this world.
Seth Rogers,
and you don't let,
shout out to him.
And you don't let children walk on the streets no more.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
And I don't think kids should be on the internet whatsoever, unless it's school. As far as getting on the internet, I don't think a child under 18-year-old should be allowed on the internet whatsoever.
And if you are, it needs to be monitored very closely.
I don't care if you don't need to. If you're under 18, the only thing you can do is in schoolwork. You can't get on the internet, Facebook, none of that junk until you turn 18. And then these guys can't groom. Who's saying that he ain't been groomed?
Right.
I mean, these people run out to groom these children, man. And they'll take them like that, baby, and they'll be gone.
Yeah.
And that's $100,000. I'll sell him on the streets. I mean, there's people out there. I pray that he's alive.
Yeah.
And I pray that somebody's got him and taking good care of him because of the way they were doing him. You don't hit a child like that with a belt.
And could it be that, you know, I think that's a good point, Doug. Do you check into the person who called CPS on them at that location? And could that be the potential person who took them or has them? Allegedly?
Yep.
Think about it.
Because they know he's been beat with a belt and they do him wrong. And they took him away. Some people don't like to see children abused.
He said fraud. Seth said fraud. Maybe this Ken Davis is a fraud then. Maybe you found out. And I'll be looking for that update. He said, I honestly don't ask her.
I just believe that she set him outside and somebody picked the boy up. I hope and pray that didn't. Or somebody in that neighborhood got that little boy and they called CPS on them and they don't like people children being beat on.
No, I kind of thought this theory a little bit, you know, with thinking about whoever called CPS. And I said it a while back on a couple live shows. I'm like, I wonder if the person who called CPS could have wanted him out of this place and just whatever, allegedly.
Yeah.
You know, just a thought.
Yeah. And they've been talking to him and they said, well, you come out this night on your birthday and I'll pick you up and take you off.
The thing with me though, Doug, like think about this. How do we find out who called CPS? Because they don't usually reveal that information.
You can't.
Exactly. That's the
problem. You can take that little boy out, shave his head, and cut him bald headed, and nobody'd ever know him.
I don't know. Yeah. You said you can cut it in bald head, nobody would ever know him. Put a wig on him. I mean, there's tons of different things.
Well, you wouldn't have to put a wig. You get him away from there out in the country somewhere, and nobody's going to ask no questions.
Yeah.
But I pray that he's alive, and I pray if he is, that they get every one of them that's involved in it. It could be a scam. I mean, there's a lot of people that does scam for the money.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
And see, the Proud Foods has got people with money that would donate more than, you know, on the Cash App and everything like that. But it could be. I mean, just think.
I'm saying
not being a smart ass, but how much money does Seth get?
There's a lot there's a lot of support out there.
You got that right. There's a lot of people that would scam you for support. I've seen people say they got cancer, and a bunch of people give them a bunch of money, and they ain't even got cancer.
Yeah, I've seen that before too, man.
This could be the same thing. I mean, he probably got $50,000 off these donations.
I mean, lawyers aren't cheap. PIs aren't cheap. You know?
Yeah, but that might. I mean, why Seth went up and told him, "You need to shut your mouth. Yeah, we're going to get caught."
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a possibility.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you, Doug. I'm hearing you, brother.
Hey, I was right about that woman being in that dang truck, and they was all three in that car. She was the one driving the car that time.
Yeah, it's
You know, when they arrested them three people, his son, his daddy, and I said, "That's the mama driving the car," and she was in the car.
damn.
But T-REV, I'll let you go, brother. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you, brother.
And my doors are never locked.
Yeah, always keep them locked. Thank you, Doug. I appreciate you. Always look forward to hearing from you. Even, you know, it doesn't matter when. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you being a voice too. Make sure you lock them damn doors though, and stay vigilant. Doug from Tennessee, 219-885-9693. You said rewind what?
At this time, I know Seth has tried to find out more about that call, and he has been unsuccessful in doing so.
Unsuccessful in doing so. 707 sent from heaven. You were live on the stream right now. Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the stream. 707 sent from heaven. Talk to me.
Hi. Yeah, I know Seth is in chat, and I just wanted to tell him I'm so very sorry to hear about, Sebastian. And I hope he comes home.
That's what we're all hoping for. We're praying and hoping for that.
I'm still stuck on the drive home, Katie's drive home from the roadhouse. How did I know for sure it was Sebastian that took out the trash?
That's a great question. And again, we talked to Seth about that here live the other night. And when I had asked him that, he said, at this point, he's kind of confused too. And the law enforcement's not showing him everything. And he understands that part too, that there is things that are close to the vest. So he's kind of getting an understanding of that at this point. And I think he's in a good mind. I think he's in a good mind state right now with the way that he's looking at, because he's thinking deep. He's always thinking deep about this. And to know, the video that he's seen was grainy, right? But in case they have some other footage that he hasn't seen that confirms that Sebastian was home, that's the thing to not be known yet.
And the other thing is, these dogs are trained for scent, and dogs are incredibly intelligent.
Right.
I know people. I worked at Guide Dogs for the Blind for several years.
I can't make out.
And one of the trainers there did search and rescue, and I watched her train that dog. And
you there?
Anyway, we lose you? I think the dog should have picked up a scent from right out his back door if that was the case.
That's great. Yeah, I don't know. They should have definitely picked up a scent for sure, though. You would think so.
Yeah.
You would.
I don't know why I'm getting so much echo.
I don't know. It sounds like your phone, maybe. Sounds crazy.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. Okay, well, I'm Judy from Oregon. I just wanted to let Seth know we're all thinking of him.
Absolutely.
And I'm on Team Sebastian.
Team Sebastian is right. Team Sebastian is right. Thank you for calling in. And Seth, he heard you. I know he heard you. And he's
prayers for Seth, and I hope he's found soon.
God bless you. And make sure you lock your
doors.
All right.
God bless you too. I love you too, guys.
I love you back.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for calling in and being a voice. Sure.
But I've also recently learned that there may have been some talk about.
Damn, I couldn't even hear. 813, you're on with me. Talk to me. 813, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is this T-REV?
Right? Yes, ma'am, it is. And you were live right now. Talk to me.
Oh, thank you. It's Jolie. I've been listening for a while, and what I'm hearing is a change in our tone. What I mean by that is there's more anger. As time goes on, I feel that people are frustrated and getting angry, and we know nothing about anybody. We know relatively nothing.
Correct.
We know that the mother is very cold
Mm-hmm.
and does not appear to act like any of us would act. But how do we know what's going on? We don't. And this is like involving, I would say, a great deal of the world. All these people are so tied into this and emotionally, and it's starting to reveal a human nature side that is
Before you keep going, is this my prayer, Angel?
Yes, it is.
I know your voice too well. It's embedded in my soul.
Well, I've been trying to get through to help pray, but you are so busy, and other people, it's important that people get to say, so I just pray quietly, but I love to be able to pray, and it does seem to touch our souls. But this is, I think what I'm talking about is we've gone through a phase like a human would go through grief. As a society, we're going through these phases of grief, and I think we're getting caught here in anger, and we don't know if our anger is, well, it's not effective, first of all. It's not healthy, second of all, and it's not going to solve the situation. We need to be still compassionate. My thoughts are, even if these people have done something or she has done something, well, what good is our anger going to do? It's not going to change anything. It's not going to heal us as a nation, as people, or heal other mothers. I mean, we've seen it. Susan Smith, remember that? Put her kids in the car, drove it into the lake. We've seen it with Casey Anthony. We've seen it with Lori Vallow. We've seen it time and time again, that they can be very cool, calm, and collective, and they're guilty. But how do we know that because of all those things, this mother's not terrified that she's going to look stupid? And I don't want to take up for anybody, but I certainly don't want to condemn somebody. We don't know. Even if we find out that somebody's done something, how do we know it wasn't done in a crazy moment? We don't know. We don't know unless we completely walk into someone else's shoes what it is and how they feel. I'm more concerned with the listener. As I listen to people, they want an answer. And I get it. I do too. The thought that this child may not be here is heartbreaking. And the thought that he may be held up somewhere. I don't think anyone's stupid enough to hold him. They would be in such trouble. But whatever the situation is, we can't change it. And if we lose our soul and our compassion, then Seth didn't get served correctly, nor Sebastian.
Correct.
We have to shine through this. We have to keep our joy up. We have to keep our prayers up. Angry people don't pray. They curse God. But compassionate people, we get on our knees and we lift our eyes, and our Father in heaven, who does love us 10,000 times more than even Seth loves Sebastian, and we can witness that in the flesh. But our Father in heaven loves us way more. And the temptation is for us to focus on the anger and frustration and not on the solution. The solution is to love Seth. Don't let him go to a dark place. Don't let him, fall off the cliff. Keep him motivated. Keep him healthy and healed, and give him a restful pillow at night to put his head down on. Because if we don't lift each other up, our society will break, and no one will have a place of comfort, whether they're on the receiving end of some tragedy like this, or receiving the hate of a billion people.
Right.
You agree with me?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And even you're under such pressure. You're my little angel, and I that song, Dear Mama, just tears my heart out. I wish I had, arms long enough to hold you and just tell you everything's going to be okay, because I did my boys and they are okay. And I wish I could be closer, but the point is that we have to lift each other up. I watch you, and sometimes it's so easy for you to get wrapped up in other people's emotions because you're a very kind and loving person. Don't, Darth Vader, we don't want to go to the dark side, right? We've got to always turn the negative into a joy, because only in that love and joy are all of us going to come out. And I know Sebastian would not for 1 second want to see people get angry and tear at each other. That child had a kind heart.
Right.
And so that's my fear, I guess. We're not to fear, but that's my concern, that we cannot change our natural love that we feel for this child and these children that you sing about in your songs. We have to be loving creatures and supportive. If we find out that these people are guilty, there's plenty of time to hold their feet to the flame and let justice run its course. But until we know different, let's don't displace anger on people that we know nothing about.
Correct. And I agree with you. Look at, and you know what? I'll use an example. Delphi, it was a 6, almost 7 years of justice, the wheels turning to try to get justice, and there's still no justice fully yet. Somebody is being, taken to trial, which we know that. But again, there's always going to be a resolution at some point, and the truth comes out at some point, right? And I think we need to be patient, but also continue to push and share the story, because this boy who again got home, I think just going based off the waitress, around 6:39 p.m. that day, and there's 3 hours there. Then you had Katie says she heard him at 10. So he didn't just, teleport in his closet into Alaska or California or to another state. He's definitely somewhere. Where?
Yes.
And we're curious about that, and we're going to keep the flames to people's
Absolutely.
feet so they feel the fire.
Yes, we do need to keep the awareness there. But even the psychics that came on, now I don't know which way to go on that. But the one psychic, the words out of her mouth of what the lady that was telling us what she supposedly said, were ripping my heart apart. I don't know if Seth was listening, but I couldn't have stood it. We don't need to hear what someone may assume is a fashion that someone died. I mean, I couldn't bear to hear such a thing. We cannot get lost. Sometimes I say to my husband, who I think is a saint, well, it's only natural. And he will say to me, but we're not asked to be natural. We're called to be supernatural. And that does bring us back to a reality of we're not for this world. This is not our home. We're not going to spend eternity here. So this is just an example of, and what if this whole thing is a test for us to learn a lesson through all of this, that compassion is the way to go for our souls and for the other people's benefit. What if compassion is what we've got to show, and we don't fail this test? I don't want us to turn into a vigilante or a mob that are ready to lynch these people or anyone.
Correct.
We've got to pray and keep the word out. Where is this child? He probably didn't come home. You look at her and you think this just can't be a person that could harm someone. But then we remember there are other mothers that cried and wept and they did harm. So we don't know until we know. But I agree with you that law enforcement, they must sit back and shake their heads and think, boy, they must think we're stupid. We're looking, we know, we're doing what we can. We're just waiting for the right moment. I have great confidence in our Blue, as you do. And I know that they're going to do the best they can, but I'm worried about the listening audience. Just like when I prayed for those who had been molested, those girls broke my heart. Well, these ladies, even people who would never call anybody are just torn apart over this child. So if nothing else, let's raise our tone for Sebastian's sake.
Correct.
He deserves us to be above the fray and to be hopeful and loving for him. And who knows, God could answer our prayers and we find him. I don't know, but I want to pray if I can.
Absolutely.
I know you don't mind.
You know I don't mind. Love your
I know
prayers.
you don't. Thank you, Jesus. I am so desirous for you to hold your arms down. You are a father. Pick up this nation and our world, everyone that's listening, everyone that's desperate for this child to be found. Pick up Seth. Pick up Sebastian. Pick up even the other family. Anyone who's hurting that we don't know and don't understand. We don't have the answers. But we know one thing. We're just children, and we need a father. We need you to hold us. We need you to guide us. We need you to keep us holy and healthy and happy. And not happy that the situation is so dire, but that if we lose our way and ourselves, we can't help anybody. Please, Jesus, please, for the sake of all of these beautiful people that love this child so intently, I think he is the child of America. Seth belongs to America, and Sebastian belongs to America. Please, for the sake of all of the listeners, please give us information. Show us what to do, where to go, and help us to stay in your grace and not lose our souls and ourselves along the way, because we cannot be savage. We must be compassionate. Please bless my little friend, T-REV, that I love so much, and all the people of the world that are praying for him, and bring us peace, love, and joy. And I pray in your holy name, Jesus. By your grace, we are all healed. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much. And thank you. Know that I'm always listening and I'm always praying for you and all of us.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. And amen. Beautiful prayer. I appreciate you coming on here, speaking your mind, and also saying a prayer here today and being that voice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, as you always do when you call in. Thank you so much. God bless you.
You're welcome, sweetheart. Love you. Bye-bye.
Love you back. Thank you so much. Again, beautiful. She's such a beautiful soul. She is. 219-885-9693. Let's keep 470. You're on the show talking to me.
Hey, T-REV.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I just want to say I listened to the call before me, and I just woke up from a nap. I'm recovering from an illness, and I'm finally hearing somebody that's putting everything in perspective here. I think we hear everybody saying such horrible things about Katie and Chris. I don't know those people, okay? I know that Seth is doing the best he could. He's hired this investigators and everything. But as a mother, you never know what kids will do when they're teenagers. A lot of teenagers do and act on impulse. And I even think that, I'm just going to say this, I think that little Sebastian was smarter than a lot of people thought he was. There were neighbors that said they saw him out and about several times. And I believe that the boy, a lot of people say he didn't have shoes. I'm not one of them. I think that the boy probably did grab some shoes. Maybe somebody set some shoes out. Maybe Katie threw some of his old shoes out and he didn't like that. Have y'all thought of that? Maybe he grabbed them.
I haven't.
And maybe, and maybe he wasn't wearing just his PJs. Maybe that's the last thing she saw him in. But maybe he was smart enough to grab a jacket, grab somebody else's jacket. You never know. Maybe out in the garage they kept, jackets that hung, that you might use doing something in the yard or something else. Maybe he grabbed something like that. But I do think that he's far away. I do think he's alive. I don't have that feeling that he is not with us. I think somebody has him. I don't think Katie did anything to him. I don't. Now, I believe that like I said, there have been mothers that cried and acted a fool and everything, and they're the ones that unalived their children. But I just don't get that vibe from her. I don't get that from her. And I hate it when people are too judgmental that look at it. And yeah, normally it is the mother or the last person that was there. Normally you would say that, and they do look at that person. But what if you're the 1 or 2 or 3% that you're just innocent, that you had a day, and maybe when she heard that thump, well, maybe the kid is rambunctious.
Right.
And, he's done that before. I mean, I've had kids, I have 3 children, and each one of them was different. One of them, she'd go to sleep as soon as she hit the bed. Then the other one would want to, you'd have to keep constantly getting on to them. Now, I didn't go in the room every time and tell them you need to get in the bed, because sometimes they'd want to wrestle and everything. And I just say, hey, y'all need to stop it and go to sleep. And maybe Katie did that too that night. I don't know. Only the good Lord knows. And I think if more people would pray, and this is one reason why I follow you. I really respect and admire you, because you don't have a problem with putting it in the good Lord's hand, praying for all of the parties, because just because other people are looking under the microscope at Katie and her husband, I don't know. I don't know what happened. But let's put it in the good Lord's hand and pray for Sebastian to be safe and to come home, and for there to be reconciliation here, whatever it takes. Because we don't know. Just think if it was you.
Absolutely.
I was thinking that the other day. I thought, what if that was me and one of my kids just slipped out because he or she was doing something I didn't know, and somebody said enticed them to come out, or the kid just wanted to walk outside. You don't ever know. We got a lady here in Georgia whose daughter was jumped out and ran out of her house in her pajamas, and they're still looking for that young lady, and she was tore up. So it can happen.
Right.
We don't know what goes on in their mind, and just because they're autistic, he's high functioning autistic. We don't know, right?
No. As far as like what, like how he is in person. What do you mean?
Well, because there's high functioning autistic children.
I know,
and a lot of them.
I know one of them. I know somebody.
I do too. I know several, and I know one that's nonverbal but as smart as a whip. Then I know, and I will say this to you, teenagers. You got to think. What did you act like when you were 15? Okay,
like
you
a
got
brat?
the hormones go. Yeah,
I was
hormones.
A
I remember.
Spoiled brat.
My mother telling me, you're a teenager, you think you know everything, but you don't. I'm older, I'm wiser than you.
Correct.
And that surely did sink into me. But at the time, I thought I knew everything, and I wanted to do everything. And she would tell me, no, I'm doing this to protect you. And I by God's grace, I listened to my mother, and it protected me. But I had friends that didn't, and they got into trouble. And like, I never wanted to do drugs. Okay. I know a lot of kids that did them. I didn't want that. I never went out drinking when I shouldn't have, or doing those things. But I had friends that did. And I just didn't do it. It just wasn't, I was afraid. Well, there was fear of the Lord and fear of mama. Okay. And that's how that went. But, we don't know. They do have autistic children and some children that are not autistic, have impulse control issues. And maybe he was impulsive. Maybe he woke up and he heard something, or he just decided to go outside. Maybe he locked the door when he went out. I've locked myself out of my house before. And maybe he thought, well, I'm just going to go for a walk in the neighborhood. And they said that he liked this other school. It was called White House High School. And maybe he decided he was going to walk there because he did not like the high school he was going to, the school he was going to at all. They said that. He didn't. And that was another reason why he was going to go live with his dad. So, you know, I hear all these things. I hear criticism about Seth, and I hear criticism about Katie and Chris. And now I just don't like Chris from my perception of him, but I don't know him.
Correct.
I don't know him. And, you know, I also am not a parent of an autistic child that has had challenges, like some of the things that have happened. And I know that a lot of parents want to blame her. Well, how could she let that happen? You talk to a lot of parents. They've had a neighbor. Their kid would be out playing, and they had a trusted neighbor, and their child was S8, and they had a fit, right? I mean, you can't, as a parent, we can't be with our children 100% of the time. It can happen. And it's happened to people with good parents. So we have to, you know, like this other lady said, we have to think of how we would feel. What if you're completely innocent as a parent? Can you imagine? Just because you're not crying and you know, a lot of people aren't like that. They're more stoic.
Yeah.
What do you think?
As far as like with, I don't know, I do feel like Katie knows more allegedly. I really, that's what I feel. Now again, I'm not saying that she took his life. That's not what I'm saying. But
right.
What I am saying is that I feel like she knows the answer. I was thinking yesterday, I'm like, why is law enforcement not out searching at this point? Are they searching for a body allegedly, or are they searching for, you know, him being hidden somewhere? Because when they stop searching and they start investigating, it's like, okay, what are you guys thinking on the other side? And I'm curious to what law enforcement really is thinking, because again, they're not searching no more.
What if they're searching or watching, what do you call it, where you're observing, where you're watching someone? Maybe they have someone that they're watching that they think has him.
It could be.
Maybe that's what, and maybe Katie has been told, because one thing about Katie, she's not going to say, maybe law enforcement told her, you need to stay on the down low. You need to be quiet. We don't want you saying this, because Seth, I like Seth, but he tells everything. So I can understand law enforcement. And, you know, law enforcement doesn't have to tell you anything.
Correct.
They don't have to. And they can lie and say, oh, you know, everything's on the up and up.
Peaches and cream. We're working on it.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. But one of the things that I did find that I think is interesting, even Seth's investigator said the dogs hit on Sebastian. They did hit on him being outside. Now, there's a lot of mystery with that. The only thing I wish would happen is that tomorrow or tonight, the headlines would be, and you would be announcing, Sebastian has been found safe and sound, and we are taking him. He's been taken to the local hospital for a physical to make sure everything's okay. That's what I want to hear. That's what I
and we'll
want.
see. And we'll see. Again, there is a I need if Seth, if you can send me the time of that actual the light, the path. I want to send me if you can send me the time of that, I'd like to share that out. Forgot to see what time it is. What time is that at?
But when she said that,
Said what?
it when she was talking about when the dog, how the dog's hit. That was an interview, I believe, on Surviving the Survivor.
Right.
She said that the dog's hit outside with Sebastian. Because you've heard law enforcement say it didn't, it was fake.
Right.
But she said it definitely hit. And if you recall, Chris said that. And I think that there's just been so much miscommunication that too has made people, the public, feel like, okay, who do we believe?
Right.
One time it is, one time it isn't.
Right.
And dogs are, I love them because they can hear, smell things, and they can, there's a reason why they use dogs over during the war to sniff out bombs and IEDs and all that other stuff.
Right.
There's a reason, because they're smart and they can pick up a scent. They don't use them for no reason. EquiSearch uses them. You got all these different things. That doesn't mean they're 100%, but they're probably 98%. So that's what I'm thinking. And I just want to say, T-REV, I love you. I love to watch you. And I love that you are humble and that you pray with
Thank you.
all of us. Because believe me, there are many prayers being lifted for the safe return of this young man.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And for law enforcement to find whoever the culprit is, whatever happened.
Correct.
Let's just find him and then go from there.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for calling in, being a voice for
Thank
Sebastian
you,
Wayne
T-REV.
Rogers. You're welcome. And make sure you stay vigilant. Lock your doors. Happy Friday. Shout out to her.
Chris leaving Katie, and I feel that probably had something to do with Sebastian. So there may have been some trouble in paradise. To me, these are all things that need to be considered. Could these things have led up to maybe Sebastian just feeling a certain kind of way and leaving? If he overheard a conversation between Chris and Katie where Chris is saying he can't deal with it anymore, he's out.
That is true.
Whatever, that could have been motivation for Sebastian to just leave.
Seth, I want to bring you back into the conversation. Was Sebastian safe at his mother's home?
I've heard some things. I have mixed feelings about that.
Were you addressing it with your former wife?
Information that has been brought to my attention has been information received since Sebastian has left.
And the morning.
Hold on. Whoa. 520, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Yeah, let me turn the TV down.
Yeah, take your time, brother. Take your time.
All right. So I have a couple of questions that I thought might be good to ask Seth if you get a chance.
Yeah, Seth is listening.
What day specifically was Sebastian supposed to go to Seth's house? And the other one is, they say all of Sebastian's shoes are accounted for, but were all of Mr. Chris's shoes accounted for? If they were the same shoe size, he could have put on one of Chris's shoes, and that could be why the dogs can't track his hand.
I think that's great speculation. I don't know, though.
And the reason I was saying what day was he supposed to go there, if Sebastian did decide he was done with being in that house, he might not even think about the stress it's causing any of the people with him being missing. So if he left that house going, I'm tired of this, I don't want to be around these people anymore, he could just simply be waiting for the day he's supposed to go to Seth's house and show up.
So he would have to have somewhere to lay low, though, right? Do we agree to that?
Well, absolutely. But as many mines that are out there with the horizontal shafts, I mean, once you're 10 feet underground in Tennessee, it never gets below 50 degrees at night.
Right.
And Seth said that he was taught to fish, so he knows how to get fish. So he could easily be somewhere surviving on his own. Just because he's a level 1 autistic doesn't mean that he can't think about things in advance.
7:30 p.m. What? Oh, interesting, Seth. 7:30 p.m. is that light visual? Okay. I think that's what you're answering me on. Keep going. You're good.
So, like, I'm a level 1 autistic myself. Back then they called it Asperger's.
God bless
now
you,
they
buddy.
just call it high functioning autism. But at 15, I could have absolutely planned out this.
Okay, I do like that aspect that you're bringing up. So you're saying at 15 you could have definitely planned out leaving, or packing it, whatever, the little bag, clothes, you could have planned and had a friend's house to go to.
Yeah, or like I said, even the mine shafts around there, once you're 10 feet underground, it stays warm. You wouldn't freeze.
That's wild.
And, with people on the autism spectrum, we also, like, even when we're looking at the environment around us, we tend to see what's in the distance first and then work our way back forward. Whereas a neurotypical, someone not on the spectrum, sees what's in front of them first and then in the distance after that. So he could have very well known where every single camera in that neighborhood was at.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. So if you said he possibly could have known where every camera was.
Well, I mean, we spot them in photos. Like, even on your channel, you can spot the cameras on houses when you're looking through, like, Google Street View.
Yeah, you definitely can see some, for sure. I've ran across. You see a few ring cams. I've seen a couple cameras on the side of a couple houses, but they do date back to what, maybe early 2023, or I don't know. Maybe you never know what changes in that time. People move, but there's no telling.
So I just wanted to point out that if him and Chris wear a similar shoe size, he could have easily put on Chris's shoes to get out of the house.
Excuse me. Yeah.
And also, Katie had said that he knew the code to every man door. That was her words, the man doors. There is one of those to the left of the 2 bay doors on the garage.
So you said there was one of what? By the bay doors?
Yeah. Katie said on the interview, she said he didn't have the digital code for the bay doors to the garage, but she said he knew the codes for the man doors. That was her words, the man doors.
Yeah, I can see what there's a door here, 1, 2 at the garage.
So if you look to the left of the 2 bay doors, there's an actual human access door there.
Yeah, right here. I see it. It's towards the end of the driveway, that door.
Yeah, it's toward the back of the driveway.
Absolutely, and I see it. Thank you, Haley. I see it right now. I'm looking right at it.
So that was her words exactly in the interview. He knew the codes to the man doors.
And people are saying no camera captured them, but that's what law enforcement is saying, Monica. And if they're wrong, why don't they clear it up? Why is law enforcement saying that he took the trash out to the driveway? That's the part where that's what I get at when I'm talking about on camera, seen on camera. Law enforcement says that they see him on camera taking the trash out. Right? I mean, that's what they said. They told us to the public on camera, he took the trash out. But I mean, what's going on?
So, I mean, just keep in mind that those of us on the spectrum, we tend to notice and process the data around us in a much different way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For sure.
And people who are, especially at the level 1 autism scale, I mean, they used a rating scale called a GARS or CARS. CARS is Childhood Autism Rating Scale. GARS is General Autism Rating Scale.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they're talking about high functioning level 1, that's around a 15 on those scales. So what you're dealing with usually is a social complication and maybe a slight speech delay.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about the degree of our limitations at that point. I mean, I grew up, I was in college, I was in university before they even realized I was autistic.
Interesting. That's
And
interesting.
I mean, I went to university, I served in the military, I worked in the mental health field for 4 years.
Thank you for serving our country. Thank you for serving our country, brother.
Just because someone's autistic doesn't mean that they're that much non-functional compared to the rest of society.
Right. That's great. I think you're making some very good points.
But then saying, no, 15-year-old could have left. Look, at 15...
Dude, at 13, I left.
Easily done
at
this.
13, I ran away.
At 16, I was leaving my house at night,
Listen,
staying gone all night, and coming back at 6:30 in the morning to go to school.
I lived house to house from 13 to 8 or 17. You know what I mean? Like, I literally did. I didn't live at home. I didn't have a regular life. I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, our electric was off, our water was off. As a kid, like, as a 13-year-old, I was actually out there in the streets, you know, moving from place to place, whether it was staying
I
with
also
my
saw a couple of
girlfriends.
people.
So I know what's up.
I also saw a couple of people on here talking about how could an autistic child be a latchkey kid? Look, I was a latchkey kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I still functioned well enough to take care of myself. My sister was around, but I couldn't rely on her to do anything. She burned biscuits and things. Like, you couldn't even eat a biscuit she cooked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I mean, I did a lot of taking care of myself. I even made dinners for the family by the time I was 12.
That's good I'm glad that you're sharing these things. Again, a lot of us haven't really seen Sebastian, you know, in action, besides I think one video we seen, which was who was he with? Melissa or whatever, but you could barely hear or see anything in there. So,
and also keep in mind, according to what we know, he was a chess player, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you're playing chess, you've got to be 5 to 10 moves ahead in your head before you ever make a move.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And anyone who's competent at chess is capable of planning things out in advance.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And if he knew exactly what day was supposed to be assessed, maybe he just left and said, okay, I'm just tired of these people, and I'm going to wait until the time I'm supposed to go to Dad's house.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. You have a good point. You have a good point, but I just think of things like, damn, like this mutual agreement. Well, because I see a lot of people that say, well, KP or, you know, maybe KP and Chris didn't want him to go with Seth, or there's a reason that they didn't want him to go with Seth. But why would they make a mutual agreement for that if that was the case, without any argument or any fight in court?
Well, I had an opinion about those two that doesn't exactly coincide with everyone else's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine.
What I see from the two of them is largely neglect. They seem like they're not involved at all. And like, Katie is deceptive, but the way she's deceptive isn't by telling out and out lies.
Mm-hmm.
The way she's deceptive is she leads you to believe things that aren't true.
Mm.
Like when she was asked, did you check on him when you heard the thud?
Yeah.
She said, in the last couple of years, I haven't really checked on him at night, which suggests, without saying, that before she used to check on him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I get more of a negligent, detached sensation from her than anything else.
Yeah, detached. I definitely, I see what you're saying about that. Oops, wrong thing. But yeah, I definitely see what you're saying about that.
And look, my honest opinion is if she did something to him, it was more reactive than proactive. Like lock him out the house at night because she was frustrated. To assume someone would premeditate unaliving another human being suggests that they have an emotional stimulation to that person to begin with. You can't be that angry without being attached to start with.
Yeah, it's a good point, brother.
So, I mean, I think all in all, what we're really coming down to is she's negligent no matter what happened that night.
So you're saying in general, you just think she's negligent for whatever happened that night, period.
Well, I just think she's negligent in general. I mean, according to Seth, Sebastian had been SA'd.
Absolutely.
In her house while she was there.
Correct.
How do you let this 5 to 6 year old kid that's 5 or 6 years older than your own child be in the room with your child that long without checking in for this to even happen?
Yeah, that's a great point.
From the history that we're getting, she seems largely negligent above everything else. Like she simply just doesn't care. And when you hear these people going, well, no mother would do that. Well, no mother that's actually attached to her child would act like this, but that's assuming she's actually attached to Sebastian.
2 months. Yeah. And I do want to put this out there today, or at 7:30 p.m. There's a Light the Path for Sebastian. It's at Memorial Park, 151 East Main Street, Hendersonville. Now, 2 months to the day, we are coming together to bring light to the darkness, illuminate Sebastian's safe path home, and show your unwavering support for his family. The bridge will be lit up in Sebastian's favorite color, which is green, where we will share 2 minutes and 26 seconds of silence, mirroring the duration and the date of his disappearance. Standing together in silent prayer, we hope to hear words of guidance and strength, demonstrate the solidarity of our community, and to ask God to lead us to Sebastian. Now, what does that say? Let all that I am wait quietly before God, for my hope is in him. Yes, so this Light the Path, anybody who lives in the area and you want to go, it does show. There's the address there, and it's at 7:30 p.m. tonight.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. And like I said, I would like to know those two questions: if all of Chris's shoes were accounted for, and exactly what day was he due to be at Seth's house.
Yeah, so Chris's shoes accounted for, and what day was he supposed to be at Seth's house for the summer? Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think as far as I never asked like a correct, like what date would it be, but you would think it was, whatever school is out in Tennessee, that's when he would be going there. But
well, typically summer break in the South starts around May 5th.
Right. Yeah, it's different. For us, it was always June, like June 12th for us, but it's always different. And you're right. And on places, like for instance, they start school in Pennsylvania in August. So it's like, yeah, we never did that.
Right. So, I mean, just knowing that does tend to say, okay, maybe he's just hiding out somewhere. Seth said he taught him how to survive.
Correct.
So he could just be taking shelter in a cave or a mine and just waiting his time out.
Cave or a mine? I mean, what is he doing for food? Did he pre-pack food or?
Well, like I was saying, Seth said he taught him to fish and he liked to go fish. There's his meat. And in the South, there's a lot of evergreen trees, and evergreen trees, the inner bark of an evergreen is edible and high in carbohydrates.
Well, with this, And again, you said something about what, 10 feet underground? Is that what you're saying? The FLIR wouldn't catch that?
Well, he wouldn't catch that in a mine to begin with. There's so much metal and cool air down there that it would disrupt the FLIR reading. Because that shows heat in a gray scale. It's all gray colors. It's not like the normal heat vision that we're used to seeing that's like orange and blue and red. FLIR shows up in grayscale. So heat shows up as more of a white color, and absence of heat shows more like black or gray.
Yeah.
But the mine itself would shield the body heat.
School hasn't ended yet. See, Seth Rogers is in chat now. He says school hasn't ended yet. I know he can hear you. He's probably catching up. He maybe even be halfway in. We don't know. Maybe he's even caught up. But he definitely will hear your questions. And you can look for it in chat. Maybe he'll tell you in chat.
But yeah, that's the things I was noticed. I mean, they say his shoes are accounted for, but if he wears the same size or close to the same size as Chris, then did they account for all of Chris's shoes?
And I think that's a great point. I think you're hitting
because if I wanted to sneak out that house and I didn't want the dogs to track me, I would have put on someone else's shoes because their scent would be stronger than mine.
I just think in my head back to when I was 15. I don't know if I'd be thinking about dogs tracking me, man. But again, I grew up fast and I've seen dogs and all that there, but I don't even think I'd be thinking about if dogs could track me or not at that age. Just my thought, but that doesn't mean that another 15-year-old wouldn't think about that. That doesn't mean that.
I absolutely would have thought of that.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? Like it goes to show you, how the minds work. Some people are different in every single way. Man, you provided some great insight here today, and I appreciate you, having the courage to call up and share your thoughts on this case. And God bless you. Thank you for serving our country. I appreciate that so much, man. It takes a lot to serve our country. I hope you have a blessed day, brother. Seth's in chat. So if he, when he hears what you've asked, maybe he answers it down below, and we'll be looking for that. Thank you, brother. I hope you have a blessed day. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. That's him. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. And make sure if you guys are in Hendersonville, Tennessee, that you go to 151 East Main Street, Hendersonville, which is the Memorial Park. And that's where the Light the Path for Sebastian is going on tonight. So it'll be lit up in green. Is that Mary? Hold up. 865, you live. What's going on?
Hey there, got a question.
Yes, Mary.
Hey, does he know if KP ever would get upset with Sebastian and just drop him off at the corner of the street and make him walk home?
That's a great question that I don't know. I mean, if he hears it, I'm sure he might answer it.
Because I'm kind of curious. I know that when we were kids, but it was daylight, we were acting up or something in the car. Sometimes my mom would say, "That's it, get out and walk home," just up the block, literally up the street. But, I know parents can snap sometimes, and I just wondered if that could have happened. And instead of him walking on home, he turned around and walked the other direction to head towards Seth's or a friend's house or the school. And maybe that was actually Katie taking out the trash when she got to the house, and then she realized he hadn't come back yet, and that's when she called Chris. I have a long discussion with him about, I dropped him off down the road because that's a pretty good piece down the road. If for some reason she felt like he was acting out.
Seth said, "Yeah, you weren't married to her."
So that's a yes, you would.
I don't know. You say, "Yeah, you weren't married to her." He's funny.
Yeah. Well, I'm just curious, because then the reason why I'm asking that is because if she did, and if you look at the end of their street, and I'm sure Seth has already looked at this, but I'm just thinking, what directions would he have headed if he thought he could get to his dad's, or if he didn't want to go home and got ticked off, would he have gone to the school? Is that something like Sebastian would do? Would he if he was mad enough at his mom about something, would he have just, and if she dropped him off to walk home, punish him, would he have turned and walked away? Or would he have tried to get home? I just was thinking, you know.
Yeah, I get it. I know you're always thinking. You got a million questions for Seth, don't you?
I do. Yeah, I want to find this baby. You know, I know we all do. And you know, my other thing is too is that I don't know exactly what medications he's on, but I do know that a lot of those medications you can't just stop, and that's a big concern for his well-being. So I just feel like if somebody, like a friend, a teenage friend, was hiding him out somewhere, and the kid wouldn't know how to handle somebody coming through a withdrawal from a medication that could cause seizure or whatever. You know, I don't know. I'm just trying to think. Could he have gone to a friend's house? Could he have tried to get to his dad's? What along that way on the route to his dad's? Like Seth was saying, I think the other night, that he was showing the way he goes to and from his house, or somebody pick him up on the side of the road. You know, just I don't know. It's just thinking about it. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, we're always thinking about this, and it takes us back to that night, right? It takes us back to that night, and the 3-hour phone call. There was a whole 3-hour gap there. From the waitress that we heard, he got home around 6:39 in that range, so that leaves 3 hours there before. I don't know what time and again, I don't know the timestamp on from when the police seen him take the trash out, as they said he took the trash out. So I don't know what time they seen him take that trash out. But again, you got 6:39 or in that range anyways. So 3 hours. Then KP says she heard him at 10. Then, you know, what was that, during the thud or whatever. And then again, you have that 3-hour phone call with her and CP allegedly. Right. So
yeah.
What's going on there during those times? And I see some people that are like, well, I think everybody's too focused on the parents. It's not that we're just too focused on the parents. I'm looking at the last person that had him in her custody. I'm looking at it like that. Now, I'm not ruling out the fact that he could have possibly been abducted, but you would think if they seen him take the trash out to the friggin' end of the driveway and he was abducted out of the house into a vehicle in the front or anything, you would think that same friggin' camera captured everything that happened. And it just doesn't seem that's what it is.
Right. And the other thing to me that doesn't make sense, T-REV, is that anytime you see, the majority of the time, and I bet Seth will agree on this, that somebody's robbed a store, broken into a house, abducted somebody, the police always show the video, always, of what the victim looked like, if they've got it, what they were wearing, what direction they were in, the same way with the perpetrator. Why are they not releasing this video of the time and what he looked like out on the street if they know that was him taking the trash to the street? Why are they not releasing that? Because somebody might go, oh yeah, now I know because it was, 7 o'clock and I did see him. But no, they're not releasing that. That doesn't make sense to me.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. So
that's why I asked for like the clarification on that video. Where's police clarifying that? Or are they just again going off the word of KP that he took the trash to the end of the driveway? If indeed the footage that Seth had seen, the grainy footage, which, after talking to Seth, I did get a good understanding that law enforcement has a lot close to the vest. So there may be something that he hasn't seen. And that right there is eye-opening to me.
Right. And it's eye-opening to me that they're not showing the video. Because that would be, I know from working the background that I've worked in, that's one of the first things you want to do is get the video out of, this is what they look like, this is the location they were, this was the car that was picking them up, or whatever. If you've got something out there, I mean, how many times have we seen videos of the police footage showing some girl walking out of the mall and that was the last time you saw her, it was from the mall. Why are they not showing this video? And it's kind of like the same thing with the Riley Strain thing. Oh, it was grainy. We're not releasing that because it was grainy. You can't really tell. Well, if you can't really tell, it's not that big of a deal, then release the damn thing so we can see it. And maybe it might, trigger somebody's mind. But I don't know. I just got an issue with that. So. anyway, that was my thought for the day.
Well, thank you, Mary. I do appreciate you calling and always being a voice here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Always great questions that you have, and I do appreciate your insight. Thank you so much. Lock your doors and stay blessed on this Friday.
You too. Thanks.
Thanks,
Take care.
Shout out to Miss Mary. The light, the path for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, April. That is tonight, ladies and gentlemen, at 7:30 p.m. If you want to show up, Memorial Park, 151 East Main Street, Hendersonville. I'd love to send some lights or something. Is there something that I can do, Seth? Let me know, because I'd love to do it. 205, you're live. Talk to me. 205, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
How are you doing today? And you were live on the air. Talk to me here.
I am doing all right. I'm Ori. New to the channel about a little bit over a month now, but I wanted to call in because the caller who basically has like level 1 autism, I was listening to what he was saying very intently, and something that I've been thinking about quite a lot, and I think some are not focusing on, and it's just because they don't really know. With Sebastian having the chromosomal deletion disorder, that aspect is crucial. And why I say that is we can't just look at him being high level autism. That is a fact, right? But the aspect of him having a chromosomal deletion disorder is a big component of the way he, goes about everything, and it affects every aspect of Sebastian's life. And the reason why I am trying to bring this up is because my sister also had a chromosomal deletion disorder, and
God bless her.
Hers was not the same as. Thank you. Hers was not the same as Sebastian's. Hers was 22q11, and that one, it caused her to have a heart defect, and then also other delays. So, sadly, in 2020, in February of 2020, she passed after having to have another open heart procedure.
I'm
so
sorry.
Thank you. She was 18.
That's heartbreaking. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. It has been a whirlwind trying to, figure out for myself how to keep going forth in life, saying yes to life. But this is why, of course, this with Sebastian has struck me. And as I am hearing more, of him and the different little quirks he had that were just part of his uniqueness. But that chromosomal disorder is a very huge component because of it. You can be, doing incredibly great, but you can also digress. And that's something that happens like throughout the years. So, for example, I'll give you like my sister, when she was 3, had to have occupational therapy, speech therapy, and all very high functioning, but like her speech was delayed, and like she can talk incredibly well, but there's those other things that led Jada from infancy all the way to 18. And with Sebastian, he being someone high functioning, absolutely, but the chromosomal disorder, there are things that he might have done really well in a certain aspect, and he could have digressed in certain ways. But like with my sister, she needed to have that security of someone being present, for her. like she could do a lot of things independently, but she definitely, I think it just makes them in that vulnerable state. And so she knew that in certain aspects, like Sebastian being afraid of bugs, loved animals, but being afraid of bugs. Those things of like going outside, as other people have mentioned, okay, maybe someone with autism, there's a few, you know, like smoke. Yeah, he was like, well, you know, if it's hot outside, he might have gone out, you know, barefoot. But being cold, Sebastian being afraid of, you know, bugs, being afraid of the dark, you know, too, particularly over where they lived and all. I just, those aspects of him, you know, just going out, I think you have to consider not just the autism, but his chromosomal deletion disorder too. And for others who don't know of these deletion disorders, it's like they can take it in consideration a little bit, but not as much as someone who has, you know, a caretaker for a person who has that. And, you know, so that's one thing. I think just there's a lot within the chromosomal deletion disorder that I believe plays into just his everyday thing, and also the year span, you know, for him. So there's that, but there's a couple other things I've been thinking of. Do I have a little bit more time?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to be conscious of that. But other things to think of in regards to, for example, we know there's a neighbor whose lights were flickering on and off that they saw.
Correct.
And then there was another neighbor.
I seen that too.
Right. Right. So there's another neighbor who also validated that too, that they noticed it as well. One of the things I've thought of is those lights. Was it particularly someone trying to communicate using Morse code? We have to think about CP and KP with their background. There's that possibility, you know, with the military background, somebody communicating through Morse code. It also could have been, and those things like Morse code and as a signal, you know, because I do believe that the garage is a factor within this entire mystery, if you want to call it that. But that being something to think of and expand on. Also bring up the Morse code thing, because even with the, you know, the interview with Katie and Chris, and they are just showing their hands, no face, but just the hands, you know. In that moment, they, you know, she kind of she's like rubbing his hands vigorously in a very like loving manner, or a display of that, trying to showcase, you know, oh yeah, you know, we're loving, we're great, we're all of this. But CP would do this tapping, and I believe he's also doing Morse code in the tapping. I do not know full on Morse code, but if someone looks at that video and if they know how to decipher that, it would be very interesting to figure out possibly what he might have been saying to her. I know that sounds maybe a little bit far-fetched, but there's things that I pay attention to. And so with that, the way that he was tapping on Katie, and then also the garage, and thinking of the different neighbors who spoke upon seeing the lights off and on multiple times, I'm thinking also Morse code in that as well. So it'd just be very interesting, again, if someone, there might be someone in the chat who knows, but if, you know, you take a look at that and, you know, might be able to gather some information from it. But those things with the Morse code, the garage, and then Sebastian having the chromosomal deletion disorder, there's a lot that he did need support. Like there's things he could do, absolutely, and incredibly intelligent, but there's also things that he was afraid of, and that's part of the chromosomal deletion disorder, not just the autism.
Yeah.
So that aspect, and then too, things with his brain, just having the fluid, developmental things, and then being in a state of where he is 15, but Seth has said before, there is just the mindset of a 10-year-old, and I don't think he meant that in any derogatory manner, but that's also something with my sister as well, that there'd be times that she would be the 18-year-old herself, and then there was other times that she approached things from a 10 or 12-year-old mindset. So I think just wanted to put that out there for others to know a little bit of, but also to think and let that marinate more so. So, and I see a couple of people talking about the tapping. They're commenting on that as well, that they think that there could possibly be something with the tapping and Morse code.
I've been seeing a lot on that tapping in chat.
Have you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about it.
Yeah, and I know some people might have not remembered that video, but it was, I want to say maybe the third or so video that they did. But I've been trying to go back and look as well. And I've tried to look at some things and to decipher. I'm not the best at it, but yes, I'm sure there's some other people who might have some things that they could give towards that. So, that, and also just thinking, with Sebastian, it could have been that he was put into the garage as a form of punishment to sleep, on the mattress, and something happened around that. But as you mentioned, he's seen so-called on camera coming out, pulling the trash to the curb, but never coming back out of that house. And
That's
the garage
what law enforcement is telling. They're telling that to Seth too. That's what I'm saying. So seen on camera taking the trash to the end of the driveway, never seen anywhere else again.
Right.
Not seen coming out, She sat down with that sheriff. She sat down with the sheriff, I think she said on 416, in the footage from the rain cams of Sebastian showing him come out and drop the trash into the trash bin. Words from law enforcement's mouth to the PI. Again, rain cam footage shows Sebastian coming out and dropping the trash into the bin and going back into the house with the light going on in his room and nothing showing him leaving the house. So that's, again, said by law enforcement.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe they have more video footage that is not being shown to us. I get it, that it's close to the vest. That's what they have to do as investigators. So I understand that process. And that's kind of what I'm trying to make clear to everybody else, is that they are saying that they have on video footage him taking that trash to the bin. So that's interesting to me, that they have that. They don't see him coming back out, but what are their thoughts and where do they think he's at? I'm just curious. Did he teleport from his closet to you know what I mean, into the game of Minecraft? I mean, what is it here? But I do appreciate it. Thank you for calling in, and I'm sorry to hear about the loss. I really am. That was sad, but I appreciate you sharing that with us and providing some insight, some very good insight. I hope you have a blessed Friday. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers here today on day 61. Thank you, ma'am. I hope you again have a blessed day. Lock your doors. Stay vigilant too. 219-885-9693. Somebody was asking about this flyer. Here it is right here. To the right, the new one that made. Damn, the phone's going crazy. 757 sent from heaven. What's going on? You were live, and this is Donna. Talk to me, Donna.
Hey, Trev, how you doing?
Hanging in there. You sound sick.
I've been sick for a little week, almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, you sound like you need some tea.
Yeah, I need a lot of things.
I hope you get to feeling better though, Don. I really do.
I'm feeling better. It's just I sound like crap.
I put you in my
Listen,
prayers, clear that voice up.
thank you. Hey, I'm just kind of curious if you know how close does Chris's mother live to that house?
How far? I'm not sure the exact distance.
I mean, are they in the same town? Do you know?
That I don't know. I know they're close, allegedly.
Okay. I was just curious. I hadn't seen. I was trying to look it up. And also, I wanted to ask you, what was the name of that? I know you're going to say that. I know what you're going to say when I ask this question. That construction site. What's the name of that construction site? The one that was closed. That the website was closed.
To be honest with you, I don't know the name of that construction site.
Oh, I thought you knew the name of it. The one that you were talking about the other night.
Oh, you're talking about Second Generation Construction Company.
Okay, yeah, the company.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's with the clickbait? You don't have to resort to get your viewers on. You keep getting me excited only to be the same. What's clickbait about law enforcement seeing him take the trash to the end of the driveway on camera? Vinny, what's clickbait about that? Please let me know. I'd love to know. I don't get it. They definitely seen him on video taking the trash to the end of the driveway, according to the PI that sat down with the Sumner County Sheriff. I'm just saying. So what's clickbait about that? Please let me know. And 6:39 is when allegedly he got home. So I don't know what's clickbait about that, but that's weird.
That's all proven. That's all proven by the police.
Exactly. This is words out the police mouth. I didn't take something that's not there. They're saying that they seen him take the trash in the driveway. What's clickbait about that? That's what I'm curious about.
No, I was going to keep it short. I just wanted to find out if I was trying to find out more information about the grandparents.
Oh, the grandparents of the second generation construction.
Yeah, the stepmom. I mean, the Chris's mother, the one that was there the morning of his disappearance. What's her first name? Do you know? What's her first name? Is it Carolyn?
What's who's first? Kathy?
Is it Kathy? I know it's over the C. Proudfoot or whatever. Proudfoot's mother.
I forget her dang name. Look, you got Kathy. You got. There's tons of. I'm trying to remember her name. Pretty sure it's Kathy.
Yeah. If anybody knows it,
I'm pretty sure it's Kathy.
So I can see it. That's what I knew it's over the C, but I couldn't remember what exactly it was. I'm just looking into. I'm just reading some stuff, and I just was trying to get some names because I was going back to the chat, and I hadn't seen it. But anyway, I just wanted to hop on for a minute and keep doing what you're doing. My thoughts are with Seth and the family, and of course, prayers for Sebastian's return. And I love you guys, and take care of yourself.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Dawn. It's hard to make you out right now. I hope your voice does get better. I hope it gets better.
I got some kind of virus. I don't know. Hopefully it'll go away soon. I started some new meds today, so
I think the virus, like, I don't know, that's been going around because I was just sick too. So I get it. It's like a viral infection. I don't know, some weird viral infection.
I got steroids today, so another dose I've been on already, but another dose of steroids. So hopefully this will clear up because tomorrow will be 2 weeks I've been sick. So anyway, that's why I sounded so tired the other night. And you said, you sound real tired. I'm tired. Couldn't talk. So,
people keep saying, but Seth couldn't tell if it was his son. Well, Seth probably wasn't showing that footage. If you listen to the last interview, you'll see what I'm talking about. If you listen to what Seth said in the last interview when I asked him the question, then you'll understand.
I don't think he was shown what the police have. I think he was shown something different. He may have been shown, because he may have been shown a ring cam footage from a distance. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to believe that, there's not a lot of cameras in that neighborhood because of the way it's set up. But, even at night, I have Ring, and it's got the night scope on it or night filter on it. And granted, you can't see inside cars and things like that, but you can definitely see a person. You can't make out who they are sometimes.
Right.
Sometimes you can't.
I want to know why law enforcement is saying that it is him. That's what I want to know why. I want to know why they're saying.
Well, I think they probably have another footage that they just have not disclosed because there might be something more in it.
That's what I was talking with Seth about, and he even agreed that they possibly have footage that he wasn't shown.
Yeah, might have footage, but at the same time, it may have something within it that they don't want to come out, so they're not going to show it. They're not going to show it to him. They showed him what they could safely without, even though it's grainy. I just think that if they do have more, there's something more in the footage that they are trying to protect. So for the investigation of this case, that's the direction I would go with that, honestly. If it's just a boy walking to the trash can, I mean, what's the big deal? So there's got to be more. There's got to be more in that footage than just that. That's just my thought.
Yep, they definitely.
But anyway,
they definitely wouldn't show the PI either, but they definitely told her, according to what I'm reading.
Right.
They definitely.
Well, like everything in darkness comes to light. It takes some time, but we just got to keep praying and believing that this is going to all come to fruition. So.
Well, thank you, Donna. I appreciate you calling in and always being a voice for Sebastian. Even when you're sick, I do appreciate you. I'll be praying for you. Thank you so much. I hope you do feel better.
Talk to you later.
Lock your doors. Stay vigilant. Shout out to her. I mean, I get it. You say what you want. I don't care. Personally, I'm gonna keep going. Fingerprints would be all on that bin if he had put it out. Exactly. 805. You're live. Talk to me.
Yo, T-REV.
What's going on, my brother? How you doing today?
What up, my boy?
What's going on? Talk to me, man.
Just over here chilling. I turned 21 on Monday, so it's about to be my birthday.
Happy late birthday. Or early birthday. So you said this Monday?
Early, yeah. Yeah, this Monday coming up.
It's 21 this Monday. Happy early birthday to you, brother. How's it going? Talk to us.
Bro, I've been just chilling, man. I love your live. I called in I think 3 weeks ago, a couple weeks ago. I was the last caller of the night, man. I just came in and I gave you your flowers, man. But once again, man, bro, I see you live every single day. I'm in Discord. Shout out to your Discord, everybody in there. It's like a family, bro. It's it's the best Discord I've ever been in. I don't know what it is, but everybody's so kind in there. Of course, there's gonna be some bad ones here and there, but bro, I don't see much drama. Even if there is, bro, you guys take care of it like that. I've been trying to get a hold of you, saying if you need any help in YouTube as a mod or anything, I'm here. I'm here, always listening to you, and then I'm always asking you in Discord, "Are you on live today?" That's me. So.
Oh, that's you.
I'm
what is it? Your name's like DTPG or something like that. Yeah. I see you, brother. Shout out to you.
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't want to bug him, but I'm just is he going live today? Because you're when I'm cleaning my house, I'll be listening to you or something. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that, brother. I really do.
But yeah, I feel my opinion on this case, man. They definitely have a lot more stuff that we don't know, which comes with the case. A case comes with a lot of evidence that they don't like to let go, because that's the case. They let that go, you have those parents leaving the country maybe, So when it comes with the case, I'm young. I don't know everything. I'm not in law enforcement, so I don't know, just my opinion. Why would they let everything go, you know what I mean? That's just pretty much throwing away the case right there. So I feel like they know some more that we don't know, but like I said, man, we know, or we think we know, who knows more, and all we can pray for is, man, that he comes home safely, man. That's all.
Where's your hope at with that? Where's your hope at with him coming home safely?
I have a lot of hope that he comes home safely. Like I said, I was gonna say just right now, man, I don't see that much people covering his name that much anymore. It died down a little bit, and you're like the only one I see, man. So I hope that you continue to cover his name every day until he's home. I feel like you're like not the last person, but it's getting there. So I hope you stick it out, man.
Well,
I really do, T. I hope you don't give up. I know you don't give up, and I just hope you just continue it, man.
Locked in, man. We're locked in. It's this case is different. You know, the connection, talking to Seth, and just getting to know certain things. It's definitely became a little personal, and I'm definitely here to keep his name circulating. That's a fact. And you know, this goes for anybody with people missing in their family, and they need any help. Feel free to reach out to me, and I could always cover and put something out the best of my ability to help you. You know, I feel like the more details you get and the more insight that you have, whether you're talking to somebody in the family, the media family, etc., it definitely does help when you go to push the story and continue to talk about it, you know. So it plays a big factor into a lot of different things when covering a story. You know, being close to the father and hearing, you know, him cry on the phone, and you know, sobbing and doing all these different things to try to find his son. It's heartbreaking to me, but it does motivate me to keep pushing and, you know, keeping Sebastian's face out there. And it's Team Sebastian at the end of the day, whatever anybody's opinion is. We want to know where this boy is. It's been 61 days. What is law enforcement doing now? I mean, where do you start at on 61 days with no trail to any place that he could possibly be? It starts to get a little bit concerning when you start to look at cases like Summer Wells that are now in that third year. And here, again, we just hit 61 days, the 2-month mark. And it's like no sign, no cameras, no nothing capturing him besides the one taken to the bin. That's it, as far as we know.
Yeah, I do have a question for you, T. So his mother was in the military, right? Is that correct? Military?
Yes.
Okay. And she was good with electronics, right?
As far as I know, you would think so. Allegedly.
It comes to security devices, correct?
You would think so, yeah.
Do they have cameras, right, on their property?
That I don't know. I thought I heard they weren't working at the time or something like that.
They weren't working. Wow, isn't that just surprising? They weren't working to say that.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm curious more about, because I don't know the full details when it comes to, you know, cameras on the property, but I've heard that stuff floating around.
Yeah, I want to know if there was a camera facing that garage.
Yeah.
That I think that I hope there was a camera facing that garage, but that would have been quite, you know, crazy that night the cameras were down for some reason. You know what I mean? That's just kind of odd to me. Isn't that odd to you?
It is. A lot of this is odd, man. It's odd that there's no camera in this neighborhood whatsoever that captures this boy. And we've looked at the street view, right? Between the other side, you could literally go between the fence, his back fence, and come out on a different property that leads to another road. So you have both of those residential roads that are between where Sebastian's at. So like,
and nobody saw that night?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To think that he wasn't captured, besides, you know, this neighbor saying they seen lights flickering in his room, and law enforcement saying we have video of him, you know, taking the trash to the bin, but he went back in and we never seen him come back out. So again, did he leave out the back? What happened there? That's what we're trying to find out. And
yeah,
how is law enforcement not looking at that is weird. I mean, you would think you would scour that whole neighborhood for video footage and check out any vehicle that was in that area within that 8-hour time frame.
Yeah. And it's true that he went out when she went out looking supposedly for her son that night, right?
Yes.
For a little bit.
Well, I wouldn't say that night. It was the morning. It was the
that morning.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't like it, man. I do want to ask you a question. Can I do a prayer real quick before I go?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Absolutely.
All right. I hope everybody, you close your eyes, you bow your heads. Father God, I'm coming to you right now to ask that you just look over Sebastian, that you just look over Seth, look over that he gets home safely, that we can find Sebastian right now. Hopefully he shows up very, very soon. Hopefully we can find him very, very soon. I just pray that he's safe, that Seth gets what he needs, and he needs his son back. And I'm hoping that's today, right now, that he shows up to Seth's place, to his doorstep, and that Sebastian knows that we love him, and that we know that he deserves justice, and we know he's going to be coming home very, very soon. That he's safe, that he's a warrior, that whatever happened to Sebastian, that we figure it out very, very, very soon. And I pray it's any given second that we know, and that he deserves justice. I pray that the rest of this Friday is a blessed Friday for everybody in his life, and everybody around us, and everybody in our families. That we just have a blessed weekend, that we just take it day by day, and hour by hour, second by second, minute by minute. That we're just all blessed, all healthy, that we just get, if we're sick, hurt, anything, God, that we just get better, and that we just we live in your name, and that we just continue to push and push and push in your name. We love you, we love you, we love you. Amen.
Amen, brother. That was great, man. Shout out to you on that. That was definitely a good prayer, man.
Yes, sir. All right. Hey, I love you, man.
I love you back, brother. Man. Thank you, man. Thank you for the positivity and just that outgoing spirit that you got. I really do appreciate you. I enjoy having you around. Thank you so much, brother. I hope you have a blessed day, and happy early birthday to you coming up on Monday, man. Make sure you hit me up.
Sir.
You know, maybe we chop it up for a little bit on Monday on your birthday. Shout out to you, brother.
All right, man. Hey, I love you, man. You stay up.
Love you back, brother. God bless. Good phone call from that young man right there. We need more young men like that. We need more young men like that. 219-885-9693. That was a nice 540. You're on the show. Talk to me.
Hey, Keith. This is Norma.
Norma, how you doing today, Norma?
I'm fine. I just wish that people would quit bashing the parents. And I mean, yeah, emotions were running high with Seth when it first happened, and he said things. They said things. Now they've calmed down and they've come together and they're trying to work together to find this kid. And, while people out here bashing him, this kid really needs us all to come together and be looking for him. And, the construction site behind their house. Mm-hmm. He's 15 years old. He may have gotten curious about what was going on over there. Mom ain't gonna let him go during the day, so he's gonna slip out at night and maybe go check out and see what's been going on over there. Mm-hmm. And you know how people are now, they steal stuff, like people on the job, construction sites, they go back during the night and steal stuff. Maybe he ran up on somebody stealing something and they saw him and he saw them, he turned around and he run, and that's maybe why he ran into the pond. And his prints disappeared, but somebody could have taken him from there, that he saw stealing or something. We don't know, but, this kid needs us all, instead of just calling in and, bashing the parents for what they had said about the other one. Mm-hmm. We need to forget that and worry about this kid. There's too many of our kids out there that really need us. Absolutely. We don't know where he's at. They don't know where he's at. All they want is their child back. And when my kid was 15 and I told him to go to bed, if I heard a thud, I didn't get up and go check. You know, I would yell at him, you know, what did I tell you? Get to bed. You got to go to school. Get to bed. You know, when he was younger, sure, I checked in, but as the older he got, the more I kind of respected his privacy. I didn't want to walk in on him undressed at 15. You know, kids that age, starting to mature, you kind of knock. But I mean, when, you know, the guy said that she was not a good parent because she didn't check in on him every night like she should have. Well, I mean, you know, he's 15, and at some point you got to start giving him, you know, a little bit of privacy. I mean, he was smart, you know, even though he had the disability, he was smart. I mean, he went to school, he interacted with other kids, he interacted with the teacher. So he, you know, I mean, mom wasn't treating him like he was an invalid, because he wasn't. And he very well could have slipped out and went to the construction site. And I mean, I know people where I live, drugs has gotten so bad, that people are stealing in the neighborhood, anything they can get their hands on to buy drugs. And, you know, somebody very well could have went back to put something back aside, you know, and then decided, well, I'm going to come back and get it tonight. And he just run up on them. And they could have taken him. You know, I don't know, but it's a theory.
Yeah, I get it. It's definitely. Can we see the visual tonight? I'm sure it'll be out. We'll be looking.
Yeah, I mean, I hope, you know, because I'm praying for this kid to come home, because there's just too many missing kids out there. Too many. But thank you. I know other people are probably wanting to call in, so I'll let them call in and give their opinion.
Yes, man. Well, thank you so much for calling in and being a voice for Sebastian. God bless you, man.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You were echoing, though. I couldn't really talk much. 219-885-9693. Every time I spoke, I could hear myself, so I just let her talk. You know the vibes. 252, I'm on with you. Talk to me. 252, can you hear me? Carolina?
Yeah, this is Monica. How are you?
I'm doing okay, Monica. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. This is my theory only. But to me, I think they're treating it more like a criminal case than a child missing or walking away from home. Because if you ever notice, if a kid leaves or whatever, they've got everything out there they can put out there. You know, videos, whatever, you know. So for them, even if they've got a second video that's better than what they show Seth, you think they put it out there and say, this was the last time he was seen. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe they're doing it both ways. They're doing searching criminally and doing it as a runaway. I mean, I don't know. But it just, I don't know. It just seems kind of strange that they're holding information back. When I see on TV all the time when a kid goes missing, they're putting out everything they can put out. You know? That's my theory.
I mean, what are we holding back on? You know?
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Why are they holding back? If he walked away from home and they truly believe that's what he did, why are they holding back? Why wouldn't they want people to know where it was seen, the last of this, so you know it'll be out there for people. That's why I think I wonder if they've got something that they are holding tight, and it is a criminal, and they're just trying to, you know, because to me, if he just walked away, I think it would be publicized more. You know, this is the last time we saw him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. But that was just my theory. And I'm out here in North Carolina. We have a lot of pollen.
Carolina, I know. I got a lot of my mom's side lives in Carolina. My grandfather that I've never met before, because I guess my mom and him weren't close, but he's dying. He lives in Carolina. My uncle lives in Carolina. My cousins live in Carolina. a lot of my family lives in Carolina. So, and I've lived.
You don't live in Carolina?
No, I had before though. I had before.
It's okay. I just been pressure washing, so it's a lot of pollen out here.
We had
anyway.
I did ride bikes and stuff out there. We had a lot of land.
We have a lot of ants. I mean gnats too. We call them Nash County gnats.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, does it make sense to you what I'm trying to say? You would think if he just if he walked away, they would be putting out way more information than what they're putting out. That's just the way I look at it. My brother was chief of police who got killed in the line of duty.
Oh God!
I have a son that is a detective and he's a sergeant now. So I'm in law enforcement and my wheels just go turning sometimes. But I just feel like if he was just a runaway or whatever, they wouldn't mind putting out information. They will want to put out information to show people, where he was and this, that, and the other to me.
Yeah.
So maybe they are treating it both ways, and maybe that's why they're kind of keeping it close to their vest,
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, thank you for taking my call, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Always. Thank you so much for being so kind.
And I got my green light shining in my window for Sebastian.
You're a sweetheart.
Tonight.
You're a sweetheart.
Thank you.
God bless you.
God
man.
bless you.
Shout out to my
You
Carolina
too.
family. You stay safe. You stay vigilant. You lock them doors before you go to bed tonight. You hear me?
I always do. Thank you.
You're welcome. God bless you. Sure. Come with me. Bet that PI putting out CP was at work has caused arguments now between them, as she's now getting the blame. Is that the plan? Come crime with me, says. I don't know. I mean, that's a good point too. I think that's a very good point that you just brought up. Was it to cause arguments between them? No, I don't know. I see a lot of PIs catching a lot of smoke too, by the way. I've seen a lot of people like, damn, I need to hire somebody else. PI is way too noisy. I don't know. I mean, I feel like people have a regular life too outside of what they do, but 863, you're on with me.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, good, man. Listen, I'm sure I missed this somewhere. The door, was it unlocked or locked that morning when she got up?
That's a great question. Was a door locked or unlocked when she got up that morning? And that's something that I can't seem to remember.
Yeah, me either. And here's, another thing. This boy, he's, I'm sorry to call him this boy, Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
He is, he's 15 years old. If someone were fighting him, you know what I'm saying? There would be something in the house. There'd be some evidence. There's nothing out of place, nothing broken, no blood in the car, no nothing, just up and vanished.
Mm-hmm.
Does not make any sense. So he obviously, if he's no longer with us, then it didn't happen there. It definitely didn't happen there.
Right, because
so
they searched the house 10 times, man. They've been in that place. You think they would have lit it up with luminol and different things like that.
Yeah.
If there was a crime scene, they would have been on their heels already.
That's what everybody keeps forgetting. All that's been done.
I agree with
you.
you.
I mean, there's no crime scene at that house. Obviously, no crime scene there. No crime scene in the car. Nothing. So just stop focusing on when did he leave the house. I mean, he's left the house. Obviously, well, he left the house alive, obviously, but nothing happened at that house. So if something happened away from there with him and his mom, he's 15 years old. She's not going to be able to handle him. He's probably got strength like an ox, like any 15-year-old does.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's no fighting. There's nothing in the car, no marks on her or any. I mean, just none of it makes sense. It's like he literally just vanished.
Yeah, and then you do got some people who are like, well, he's autistic and he couldn't do this. Well, he could.
No, that's not true. When most people see this, I don't even want to use this word, but I'm going to say it. When people see an autistic person like this, they see someone that's, they use the R word a lot, which I'm not even going to say the word.
I know what you mean.
That's not, I have a cousin that is, full blown, the R word. I don't know anything else to say. And his name's Billy. He's a wonderful person. We still, I'm 51 years old and we still go to wrestling and stuff together because he loves it, but he's not verbal.
God bless him.
And this kid is verbal. This kid is verbal. He was functioning. Like I say, he's probably strong as an ox for 15 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So he was literally not killed or anything by Katie. I don't think he would have been able to defend himself if Chris wasn't there to do anything.
Yeah.
You know, so it literally does seem like she's dropped him off somewhere with somebody for some reason. I don't know, man. I don't know. I was just curious about that door, though. I mean, if there was no doors open, no windows open, you know, the first thing, if I'd have done something like that, and the first thing I would have done would have left a damn window or door unlocked or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? To throw the cops off. I mean, that, you know, it's just, I don't know, man. Sad. I just hope the boy's found.
Yeah, I hope he's
eventually. But like they say, that driver, that truck driver, you know, like everybody keeps comparing it. That's a perfect comparison. You know, the guy was found 1.5 miles. A lot of people, there's people that have been found within miles or blocks of their home dead after years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just because the police and people search something, just imagine the neighborhood around there for 5 miles. Can you honestly tell me that you think every inch of ground has been stepped on and looked at? Absolutely not. There's no way. It's impossible.
I agree.
It's impossible.
I thought,
you know, and they just found that. Yeah, they just found that kid in was it somewhere up in the Northeast? I think it was Boston, maybe. That black kid up and it's been missing for 2 or 3 years up in an attic.
Oh yeah. I've seen people talking about that in chat actually.
I mean, you know, there's all these possibilities of, you know, where he could be, and you know, I hate to say this, but there's people in that area, you know, offenders in that area, and God help it if something happened to him and he's up in somebody's attic. I mean, it's going to be years before you find out. Terrible. But I just wanted to touch on that door thing, or open windows, no open windows, house completely shut up. You know, what do the cops go on? Well, they're going to go on, Mom did something. So that's probably why they're not telling us anything. You don't wake up to a completely locked up house and your kid gone. That's bullshit. Doesn't happen.
I agree.
But good show as usual, man. Appreciate what you do. My doors are locked.
Thank you, brother.
Clock on the couch. We're good to go.
But I tell you what, man, I appreciate your insight and thoughts of, you know, reality, bringing it in here. If there was a crime in this house, I do feel like it would have been unraveled by now, but damn.
Yeah, nothing happened there. Nothing happened there. I think they're looking somewhere else. Nothing happened there. So, I mean, you know, you got to have a crime scene first to have a, you know, you got to have a crime scene to have a bad situation, you know. To have a body, you have to have a crime scene. So
that's a fact. That's a fact, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you for calling in, being a voice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers here today. Day 61.
Have a go, man.
You too, brother. Light them green lights up. Thank you, Advocate. I appreciate the support to the channel. Thank you. Appreciate you, Rap. You and Rap Gang. Sebastian Strong. Appreciate that. Hold up. Oh, it's ringing. 908. You're never too late. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, what's up, brother? It's Chris.
How you doing, sir? My brother Chris. What's going on?
Man, I don't even know where to start, dude. Yeah, the first thing I want to say is you got no transparency. Without the transparency, without releasing the videos, the Texas Roadhouse, the BJ's, Costco's, the bowling alley, you know, we don't even know if, you know, with the dog scent, you know, we got nothing from law enforcement that says, hey, the dog scent was here about the clothes, no video shown, nothing. Not gonna, you know, you need that stuff to find this kid. The problem with law enforcement is they haven't perfected the podcasters, and there's a lot of good people out there and a lot of people that care, and everybody on the internet's got theories and all that stuff. You're going to lead to all that speculation because you're not releasing enough to find somebody, you know. And then how many missing cases do you know that 4 or 5 days later they go to a landfill and then they hold up everything, you know, back?
Yeah,
you know, and then you say, hey, it's not a criminal investigation. You know, you got to put something forward. The problem with the law enforcement is they haven't mastered the power of the podcasters. That's why you have, you know, Vinny on there. You have Nancy Grace. You know, you have even Megyn Kelly's coming in. Even Chris Cuomo a little bit starting to move over to true crime and all that. Because you go to the mainstream media, you get a 10 second clip, and it's back to politics bullshit, right?
Exactly.
So they haven't harnessed that power that's in there. They just have to learn how to use it, and then you could find these missing people, you know? And, you know, you watch that, you know, the video, I says, you know, the one with the backyard with the lights, and they says it's garbage truck, and then no one knows nothing, you know, it's garbage truck or whatever. And I said, I can't see nothing there. That could be, you know, Fire in the Sky, Travis Walton, right? You know, like alien abduction, you know, you could take that video, put it on a UFO channel, and then, you know what's the one thing I didn't see on there?
What's
the yellow and white amber blinking lights. Those garbage trucks, the ones around me, everything, all the construction stuff, yellow and white blinking lights for safety. Garbage men are coming in and out of the truck
at 3 a.m.
Yeah, because it's dark out. Is it dark?
I'm saying
At
there's
3
trash trucks out at 3 a.m.
No.
What state we in here? You know?
Yeah, but they should have the yellow. I think that's an OSHA requirement. It's federal. They have the yellow and white blinking lights for safety. So if they're in the dark picking up garbage, that would say, look, that's a garbage truck. I don't see yellow and white blinking lights, you know, on the garbage trucks.
Yeah.
So, you know, if it is garbage truck, you know, we don't know if the scent was there, no clothes are, we don't know nothing. You know, you need to be transparent to find, you know, you got to let information out, let the public do some work for you, you know?
Yeah.
Everything is MI6, secret tunnels, CIA, secret passages and codes and all kinds of bullshit. Not going to find, you know, and there's a good chance he's still alive, you know? He's surviving somewhere. You know, I think about the boats and the stuff. You know, I mentioned that, you know, having the boats with the covers. You know what people leave in their boats when they put them out to dry dock or off season? Snacks, chips, bottles of water, bottles of Gatorade, Snapple. I had them in my boat. My boat was covered. You know, 6 months later, whatever, getting water. My friends are coming out eating chips and stuff. I said, where'd you get those from? They said, you had them all in the cabinets there. He could be under a cover eating that, you know, under the thing. And then I looked around over there. There's so many storage places there, self-storage, and they go up to 30 feet by 10. You could put boats in there. You could pull a car in there. Yeah, they have the code. You have to get in. A lot of people share them. They share the space. And, you know, you could pull a car in these places. And a lot of them have, a lot of them actually offer, which is kind of odd, right on their web pages, they got military discounts on there too. So there's a, you know, got to be transparent, man, to find them, you know. And the one, and I got a name for Seth that I think he should call is Marsha Blackburn. Let me rephrase that, Senator Marsha Blackburn. She's the Tennessee senator there. She's big on a Senate floor with and I hate, you know, you always get this crossroad with crime or whatever and politics. I'm not going politics way, but that's the representative. That's where every time he gets a paycheck, money goes to her. And she's big on the Senate floor with missing children, exploited children, you know, children trafficking and all that stuff. And she can call the DOJ. The DOJ added in 2019. They just added with the Amber Alert, the Indian reservations and the tribal communities were added in 2019 to the DOJ. So it's some phone calls. And if he needs some kind of resources that he needs and he's not getting, maybe she can help. You know, she's the senator there. Seems like top notch. I did a little research on her. She seems like, you know, she would be compassionate and stuff. Maybe, you know, he needs. If he's not getting some kind of thing he needs from law enforcement, maybe she can make some phone calls and help him. Maybe she could meet with him. That don't have to be public, but maybe it would help. Leave no stone unturned. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So all I gotta, you know, all I gotta say for Seth, because, you know, a man is not finished when he's defeated. He's only finished if he quits. So, God bless Sebastian. God bless Seth. And bring your son home. He's going to get his son back. So.
Agreed.
But there's I don't think if it was for Seth, I think this thing would have went cold. It would have went private, and that would have been it, because he kept the name out there.
It could have been silent 30 days ago.
What's that?
I think it'd have been silent 30 days ago if that was the case, Chris. Maybe, maybe a little, maybe 40, but still, it would have been silent it would have definitely got super silent if it wasn't for Seth and what he's doing in the run that he's making. Because he was on Court TV again this morning. From what he, when I talked to him, he told me he'd be back on Court TV, and he's making his rounds to News Nation again. He's doing everything that he possibly can to keep Sebastian's name in the light until he's found.
Well, there's a lot of power there to harness between guys like you that's keeping his name out, keeping in touch with Seth, keeping in touch with the case, keeping in touch with your community, bringing in the other people from the community, people around the world. Sebastian has turned into the world's little brother. You know
Absolutely.
that, right?
Absolutely agree with you.
People from around the world, that could be your niece, your nephew, your sister, your son. That's why people get into this stuff, and it's podcasters like you, the good ones that are out there, that can keep the name out and the thing going and get some justice and find them out. I see case after case that we looked at, T-REV, and like going back all the way back. You go back to Audrey Cunningham. If it wasn't for her getting hung up on that, God, this poor little girl, getting hung up on a piling from a bridge to find her, this guy probably would have still been walking around, that animal, what he did to her. So you got to keep the word out, keep it going. Otherwise, there's 85,000 kids missing in the United States. And once the law enforcement has to put together a team to try to harness the podcasting and the viewers and stuff, you're going to get a 2-minute clip. You're going to watch the local news for a few minutes. You're on your daily business or whatever, your work and everything. People aren't get shit from that. You go to a podcast or something, you get into it, you start getting to the case, you start to know the families, you start to know this, So you're going to lead to no one's wrong, no one's right now, because we have no answers, right? So someone could say a UFO got him, something like that.
I've seen it already.
You got Annabelle running around,
I've seen that in my email, right? That I think aliens abducted them. I've seen that.
I'm not saying.
I'm not even joking. Like, I'm being serious.
No, I know, but you're gonna get shit like that. A secret tunnel, secret passageway, or some bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And then you got Annabelle running around with the neighbors or something, cheating on them. You know what Annabelle is, right? The one in the glass case. Zach Bagans Museum there.
Absolutely. And I will be going to Zach Bagans Museum soon.
I usually don't talk about that, but I'm saying right now, no one's wrong, no one's right. Nobody's theory is wrong or right, because we don't know, so whatever information you give us, that's what we're going to go on, right? But the law enforcement has to learn how to harness that. They could do the searches, they could do the IP addresses, they could find out who you are, who left the chat, who went into 4chan, who went into Twitter, but this is where they need to harness, because there's a lot of power there to find people and help solve cases.
Correct.
And save lives. You're going to save lives. If you find somebody that's, out there taking lives, and you harness that power and you catch them, you're going to stop more people from going through this trauma. Every case, Idaho 4, all this stuff, no transparency, no nothing. It's getting to be a pattern, and it's making me crazy, dude. It's making me crazy. I get into this, I got into true crime with you, dude. Actually got sick, got down, started watching you and a couple guys, like I said before, a couple guys on the panel, and just chilling. You were on there till the sun came up. Geez, for me, but I couldn't sleep. I was sick, and I'm like, and then I see what you built up and everything. Great personality, everything. So keep the drive going, and and God bless Seth. God bless Sebastian. Come home, little brother.
Absolutely.
And he's going to be found. And law enforcement got to step up a little bit. Use your resources. Call Marsha Blackburn. Call Senator Blackburn. Call her up. Work with the DOJ a little bit. Maybe you can get extra couple resources in there. Maybe you can get an extra person to come in and help. Give you maybe
Chris,
something that
people
try.
People like us all coming together can help make that happen too. So
yeah, I see this stuff, and it just some of these things in here, they're just so just don't tell you nothing or anything, and then they complain. Oh, everyone's speculating, and all this stuff, Well, what do you expect? Everyone's going to come up with a theory then.
Mm-hmm.
Harness that and use it. I'm going to come up. I come up with theories, and everybody else does. Don't mean they're wrong. They're right. I respect everyone's opinion. If
Correct.
someone called in and said they were dumb. Hey, right now that could be a possibility.
And you know what, Chris, and I don't mean to cut you short, but there's a new interview that just came out. We're about to watch it right now.
Okay, you know what? God bless you. God bless Sebastian. God bless Seth. And I will keep watching. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you, Chris. Always appreciate you advocating. You've been doing it for a long time, since Idaho 4. Since you've been with me, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate the commitment to the fight, to the change that we stand for on this channel. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Stay vigilant. Lock them doors. That's him. Let's watch this video. They said it was out now. We're going to check it out right here, right now. You guys want to watch this? This just came out. I know Seth said he was going on there this morning, and here we go. I see this just came out, so we can definitely watch it. I'll put it on. We can play it. Y'all want to watch it real quick? I'll take it full screen and we'll watch it real fast. I think it's 9 minutes. Okay, let's watch it. I see yes starting already. All right, let's lock in and watch this new interview.
So today officially is marking 2 months since the 15-year-old went missing from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Rogers is...
Hold up 1 second. Thank you, Miss Lori. Says thank you for everything you do. Thank you, Miss Lori, for the support to the channel. Anita, also thank you. Come crime with me. I appreciate you. All of you guys support in the chat. Thank you so much.
Living with autism, 15 years old, disappeared in the middle of the night, barefoot with a flashlight, according to his mother. It was her home from which he disappeared. Local authorities have moved from a search and rescue operation to an open investigation. In the meantime, Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, has hired a private investigator. Where is Sebastian?
I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name.
I definitely stand behind Seth. We try to follow him where he goes. I hope somebody finds something.
I just can't imagine what he's going through. He's just been, asking for help and been involved in the search.
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
The house was searched at least 10 times. Dogs.
I'm going to be out here doing what needs to be done to bring our grandson home.
We appreciate
it. But if you're out there just making money, stay away.
Let's bring in our very special guests now. Joining us, we're so pleased to welcome back on the show Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth Rogers, and also a community volunteer who's working endlessly in the search. She's also an author and a minister, Shalon Williams. Great to see you both this morning. Seth, I'm so sorry as we're talking again and still Sebastian is missing. First and foremost, our hearts, our prayers, our love and light go out to you and everyone who loves Sebastian so much. Could we start, please, with the latest thing that you have done in your efforts, and that is hiring a private investigator to get involved? Tell us why and catch us up, please, on the very latest with that, if you would.
I hired a private investigator because I wasn't having successful communication with law enforcement agencies. They, communicate too well with me. So I hired somebody that would help investigate, to help me do what I was doing to begin with and to communicate with them. I'm only one person going and knocking on doors. There's more than one lead. We don't know what leads are going to pan out. Law enforcement only cares about legitimate leads, but they have pretty much not shown any progress from my point of view. So every lead has to be followed up, and I'm only one person.
Sure. And we know you have wonderful people like Shalon Williams who are supporting you here and hoping to bring Sebastian home safely. Shalon, tell us a little bit about some of the things that have gone on that have, I don't want to say hindered, but maybe just been sort of distractions in the search that, you know, the good people like yourself have been trying to find Sebastian, but there have been some bloggers and some people who have sort of interfered. And I know that's been upsetting.
Yes. Hi, Julie. Yes, misinformation has truly hindered, I feel like, to a point, what we have been trying to do as Team Sebastian, as Sebastian Army, as Seth has said. And so while we do realize that we all have that freedom of speech, you know, misinformation can truly bring in this divide. I'll put it that way.
You're right, Shalon. We've got to have the correct information out there and people who truly are in this for the right reasons. Sebastian's Army, as you said, Shalon, thank you for that. We know that Sebastian's biological mother, Katie Proudfoot, and her husband, Chris Proudfoot, have certainly come under the microscope as they were the ones who owned the home where Sebastian went missing from. I've got a clip from his mother, Katie, speaking to the media after his disappearance. Let's take a look.
About midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he wasn't here.
Now, Seth, I want to go back to you, please. The last time we talked, you were saying how, you know, Sebastian's mother bears responsibility here, negligence at the very least. You were saying you weren't happy. Has anything progressed in terms of you working with the Proudfoots together in a civil way to try to find Sebastian?
I sent him emails Monday and Tuesday, working, trying to get somebody, a person in that would be a spokesperson that would speak for all three of us. So that way people wouldn't think people are slinging mud. I've sent them an email on the following day for a canine specialist. She's got great certified dogs all the way up to the federal level, DOD, FBI. And Chris approached me at the Vigil and said he wanted to work, but I'm not understanding if he's not understanding that communication is the key to a successful team. Communication is the key to finding Sebastian.
Definitely.
I'm just asking for some communication.
Right.
And I'm not, I'm hoping for it.
Sure. So up to this point, so we're clear, Seth, the Proudfoots haven't been responsive to your communications. Is that right?
Currently, no. There's always later on today. It's only Friday. I mean, 4 days, 5 days. I hope that Chris and Katie understand that it's been 2 months since my son has gone missing. Law enforcement is treating this as a runaway, but we don't know. I'm going down every rabbit hole trying until I get to the bottom of it. Every time one of these people sit there and post something on Facebook or come up with some outlandish idea, if it makes sense, it's a hypothesis. I have to sit there and follow it. I can't leave every stone unturned. I'm going to flip over everything. I'm going to look under every leaf. I've got to find my son.
Absolutely. And you've got an army of people, great people, one of them being Shalon.
I do.
Trying to help you out
Yes.
and show that support. Shalon,
She's
you've
a very
organized.
wonderful person.
Yeah, she is. I know we're lucky to know her at Court TV. And Shalon, tell us, please, you helped organize this Light the Path event that's happening tonight. Sebastian's favorite color was green, and you're lighting up the path.
Hold on. What does that say? Hold on, let me take this back right here. It says Sebastian Rogers' father pleads with his ex-wife to improve communication in the search for their son. Okay.
Favorite color was green, and you're lighting up the path at Memorial Park tonight. Talk to us a little bit about the significance of this, please.
Our goal tonight, which will be different than what we've done in the past, is we will be silent. So for 2 minutes and 26 seconds, we all will be joined hand in hand across the bridge in silence. We feel like there has been so much negative communication and so much going on within the social media platforms that tonight we just want silence. And when you think about the word silent, listen and silent have the same words. And so we want to get silent so that we can hear. And we're hoping that through this silence, that those that are out there, our police department and everyone that comes out will be able to just hear something that will lead them to Sebastian. And we have that path lit tonight to let Sebastian know in spirit that you have a path home. You have a path home.
Beautifully said. Shalon Williams, Seth Rogers, thank you both so much for coming on the show, keeping us apprised of everything.
Yes,
You're welcome back anytime, and we're going to continue advocating.
That's the end of that. That's the end of that. I'm gonna open the lines right back up in case I missed something else. Hold up, let me go check. Let me just check real quick, which I don't think there's anything else, but I'm just gonna make sure before I open them back up. And people keep asking about the vigil. Yes, the vigil is in, or what they're doing here tonight, Light the Path. That's at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, which is in 2 hours. A little bit less than 2 hours. So, bing bong. Hold on, let me open this. Okay, I got it right there. KP, where is your son? Devil Doll said. The deflection is my mind is blown by the pictures they show us of Sebastian. I got open the lines back up so you guys should be able to get through. 256, you're in the mix. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, it's Kelly from Alabama. How are you doing, brother?
Kelly, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Hello to everybody in the chat. I found Senator Blackburn's number.
You found what
I
now?
think the senator
Oh,
for
yeah,
Tennessee.
okay. The one that the one that they were that Chris was talking about, I believe. What something?
And
Black
that was, yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes. I found the number. I commented in there, would it be all right with you and Seth if I put the number in the comment section, and do you think it'd be okay with Seth, even though I'm in Alabama, if I called? You think he would be okay with that? If Seth can hear my voice or see, whatever, can he comment yes or no or something?
Well, he's out actually setting up right now for the Light Your Path.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm just joining on. I've been busy today.
okay. No, he's that. I know he's out there setting up for the Light Your Path. That's today.
Okay.
So, or tonight,
Okay.
actually.
Okay. But that caller he was right on it. Senator Blackburn is very, very, very hot on the missing children, sex trafficking, everything. She don't play with that.
Yeah.
I can't believe somebody has not already reached out to her.
Maybe that's I'll ask him about that too.
I mean, really. I mean, she don't.
I'm gonna message him.
I'd hate to meet her in a dark alley in a bad day. Let's put it that way. She don't play.
So she's like Brady Judd of Tennessee.
Yes, Senator. I found it. I ducked it, and she has an office in Nashville, Chattanooga, and somewhere else. And she's very vocal about these missing children, the sex trafficking, and everything. She's very vocal. I have a lot of respect for her, and there's not many of them that I do. Okay.
Yeah.
because I mean, I'm not trying to bring politics into this, but I'm just saying, you know, Seth may need to step out of the box just for a minute and reach out to her and ask her, is there anything that she might could do to help? That, you know, 2 months, there's no sighting, there's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I just think, you know, that caller was dead on it.
I'll stay, guys. I'll stay. We can watch we can watch the Lightyear Path here. I mean, from what I've seen, I got a link to where supposedly it's going to be streamed. This is happening tonight at 7:30 p.m. We will live stream this via Facebook, live on my page for those unable to attend. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone in our community, as well as outside of our community, for continuing to share Sebastian's flyer info throughout social media and on the ground. Thank you to Beach High School and the students for leading the way this past Wednesday, encouraging everyone to wear green in honor of Sebastian. We truly have a great community. Thank you all for coming together. So I do see a place where it's going to be streamed, that we definitely will watch it here today. I won't even get off. I'll wait till it goes on, and then, you know, maybe I'll get off after that, but we'll definitely
You're going to stay on?
Yeah,
you're going to stay on for that? Okay, good, because like I said, I'm late getting on today, and I've missed everything. You know, I caught where the guy was talking about Senator Blackburn.
Yeah,
and and he was, like I said, he hit it on the doornail on that. And Seth looked so tired in that interview just you were playing, and I don't think it's gonna hurt anything for him to reach out to her. I really don't. I think it might help, to get more awareness to this case.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. If somebody knows something, they just need to hurry up and come clean, if whatever happened, and bring Sebastian home, because I've told you before, and I'll say it again, Seth, he's wearing out.
Mm-hmm.
It just breaks my heart to see a dad, the shape you can look in his face and just tell that,
Mm-hmm.
he wants his son.
Yeah.
And, everybody else wants him found too. Everybody else does too.
Absolutely.
So, T-REV, you keep up the good work. You keep being a good friend to Seth, and keep getting Sebastian's work, name out and everything. And I'll wait for you to say something on your live, if it's okay for us to reach out to Senator Blackburn, because I will call.
Why not?
I mean, I've called my senators before in Alabama about stuff. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, okay, I'll just tell everybody. Everybody probably thinks I'm crazy anyway. I mean, I've called the White House before, okay? So I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's who I am. If I'm strong, if my heart's convicted, and I believe in my heart that this might, help, she can get his name out more, I mean, maybe she could put a little bit more pressure on the law or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because like I said, now she is highly against all this. She wants some, all these kids that's become missing, and how they're found and everything. And she's like, they need the death penalty, flat out, don't even deserve a trial, straight, I mean, and I agree with her. These are God's children. You don't hurt his children.
Agreed.
I mean, that's just how I feel. But anyway, I heard my time's up. God bless you, T-REV. You keep up the good work. Everybody have a blessed weekend, and keep your doors locked. And tell Seth that we love him. We're praying for him, and keep the faith.
God bless you. Thank you for the beautiful words. I hope you have a blessed Friday. Again, we will be watching that vigil here as it takes place, or
awesome.
This path,
awesome.
like the path, there's going to be 2 minutes and what she said, 2 minutes and 36 seconds of silence, I think she said. So we'll be watching that, and thank you so much again for calling in and being that voice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers here on day 61. God bless you, man. Lock them doors. Stay safe on this Friday. 219-885-9693. I'm still taking phone calls until this Walk the Path comes out.
Yep. Or I think I see someone in chat saying something. Let me see. Let me see. 207 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, Chief, how are
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing all right. I'm having a sad day, I guess. But anyway,
It happens.
I'm not going to take this
We all
anymore.
have those days,
Yeah.
you know? I hope you feel
Yeah,
better.
yeah. Thank you. So, just vent a minute. Is it okay?
I'm sorry because I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
I said, can I vent a minute?
Yeah, I can't. You're breaking up though. I want you to be heard. It's like you're
Okay.
maybe bad, like in a bad service spot. Maybe that's
I
what.
took you off the speaker.
Okay. I can hear you now.
Okay. I just wanted to see if it would be okay for me to vent a minute.
It's still breaking up. It's still breaking up. I don't know why, but it is.
Oh, so this is Kyler from, well, I'm in Maine right now, but, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can. Right now, you're perfect.
Okay. Okay, I won't move.
Right now, you're perfect. You're good.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if I can vent a minute.
Go ahead. What are we venting about?
Okay, so Ken Davis. Let me start from the beginning. In 2001, I was living in Cottontown, Tennessee, which is just a little bit northeast
Oh
of
wow, you sound super muffled right
Ohio.
now. You sound so muffled. Nobody can hear you, not even me.
Let me try calling you back another time.
I don't know why it sounds like it. It does sound like maybe bad service. I just want you to be heard. I
Yeah,
don't want
it
you to
could
not
be.
be
I'm
heard.
in Maine. It could be. I'm in Maine and I'm in the country. Wi-Fi's been messing up all day, so I'll just call you back another time.
Are you sure?
I mean, if you can hear me, okay.
Yeah, we can't. I can't
where
hear
I
you. I'm
am.
having trouble hearing you for sure.
Okay, let me call you back, honey. I don't want to mess your show up.
It's okay. God bless you.
All right, love you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Kyler. It didn't work. 219-885-9690. She wanted to talk about Ken Davis. I know this Ken Davis. She had something to say about it. She said we're in Central Time. It's 3 hours from now. Well, it's 5:45 Eastern, right? So we got 5:45 Eastern. Yeah, 2 hours. We're a little less than 2 hours, around that range, I think. Right? Or am I tripping? Marsha is my senator. She is a decent woman. 610, you're on the show. Talk to us.
Hey, T-REV, it's Heather.
How you doing, Heather?
I'm good. I sent you an email, and I've talked to you a few times. So I had sent something in chat, and I'm sorry that the last caller was muffled. I hope you can hear me okay?
No, I hear you fine.
Okay. So I had asked, and I don't really know the location of where he is, but I was thinking, are there any shelters or like missions or anything in the area that plausibly he could have walked to if we think that that's, allegedly still an option?
You said shelter?
Like a mission
Oh man,
or
you got it. The stuff that you got to do to get in those. I've been in one before. They have your
Well,
name. They needed ID off me. All different types of crap.
right. But if you're a 15-year-old little man with no shoes, allegedly, anything like that, for him to be, is there anything in the area like that he could go to? I mean, avoiding the drainage pipes and the cave and the tunnels and all that other stuff, or like going underground, because I'm trying to think positively. It's been 2 months.
Yeah.
And as a mom and as someone who works with children on the spectrum, which we talked about before, because there's nobody's the same. No individual, whether they have a disability or not, none of us are the same, unless you're a twin, like an identical twin. But I think that, I hope that there would be something in the area where he might be able to stay warm and maybe get some food, and thinking away from, you know, being snatched up by someone that wants to do him harm.
Right.
Or if he did run away.
Right.
It's coming to the point where we're getting to a place that and I had mentioned this before about like his medication, if it's, you know, life sustaining or not. I had talked to you before also about like possibly signaling somebody with a flickering light.
Yep.
And I heard
remember that.
someone else mentioned it as well. And then another thing I had thought about was, so KP is supposedly so tech savvy. Is there a way that she could have erased footage or gotten rid of footage, or anything documenting the home or around the home?
Mm-hmm.
Because it sounds stupid, but I mean, my Target card was just hacked from somebody in California, and I had $4,000 in charges, and I'm like, how the heck would they have, you know? But I didn't work for the military, and you know, I'm not super tech savvy and all that stuff. But if she's supposedly so good with computers and stuff, could that be something that where she's hiding something? Does that make any sense at all, or no?
Yeah, I mean, it does. A lot of it can make sense. You know, a lot of it makes sense, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of the theories that I've been hearing, you could make sense out of because a lot of it's possible, but what is it
Right.
really?
We're right. Well, I'm trying, and also that's the other thing. Like, you know, I know he's setting up for the Vigil and whatnot, but like the people that are coming on and saying these things, knowing that his dad's listening, you know, it breaks our heart. It makes us sick to even think of these things, let alone with his father listening.
Right. Same like the Ken Davis crap.
Yes. Yes. And you know, he unalived himself and, you know, took off. Like, come on. And even the gentleman that was saying he was had Asperger's and stuff like that, again, everybody's different. There's nonverbal people that are savants in other ways, which we again talked about before. But anyway, I won't take up too much of your time. I've been trying to get a hold of you for some time now tonight, and I wasn't able to go on last night, and I believe the night before you were picking up your pup, so I didn't get to see much of you then. I wanted to say prayers for Sebastian and Seth. Rev gang strong. I did want to ask one other thing. If you could maybe post some info about Discord, and also, is that where the spirit box info that you do
Yeah, that's
is?
where I drop it. That's where I drop all my clips at.
Okay. Can you maybe like post it on, like put it on, so I can write it down? And then the only other thing I wanted to ask about is the t-shirts, like the for Sebastian. Is that also under your link somewhere?
I did have it in here. They have a local person that's doing them, and then that website that he sent me, which was the Media Fire that, you know, people post in chat. So you have that one, which is this shirt that's hanging up back here.
Right.
That's the shirt. There's the shirt you see right here hanging up. That's under that Media Fire link, and that's where I ordered it at.
Okay. Just, I mean, I'm in Pennsylvania, and I went to school in Green today, and my client didn't come off the bus. And so I was like, man, I wore my green shirt and everything. So I was like, hey, any little bit can do, Pennsylvania. Sorry, now I just turned you on so I could hear you.
Yeah, you're good.
I mean, I unmuted it.
No,
So yeah, that shirt. I mean, anything as long as it goes towards Seth and Sebastian. Obviously, that's where we want to, you know, what the most important thing is. But anyway, yeah. So prayers for Sebastian, prayers for Seth. If you could post anything, or I did email you. You can email me back or Facebook, whatever, however is most convenient and not weird in any way for you. Yeah. So I'm going to be watching the Vigil since you're going to be posting it or playing it. And I thank you for that. And again, you're amazing for everything, and prayers for Seth and Sebastian.
Absolutely. Thank you, Heather. I will respond. I did see your email in there last, so I'll check that out. Thank you for calling in and being that voice for Sebastian. But again, it's there is a lot of unanswered questions out there. There is.
Absolutely. Thank you for everything you do.
Absolutely. Thank you. God bless you.
Have
Lock
a
your
great
doors. Stay safe on this Friday. But yeah, again,
You
make
too.
sure you lock them up.
Trust me, I do. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, hold up 1 second, yo. Give me 1 second, because I see. Let me see what he's talking about. Let me see. He said, can I come up for 1 second? Yeah, you can come up for 1 second. Check the link real quick and join for 1 second, and let's see what you got. Hold up, I just sent it to you. So hop in. You say you got something to say for 1 second. I'm gonna pull you up for 1 second. So come on. I'm waiting for him. Smoke says he's got something to say. I see he's already here. What's going on, Smoke? Hopefully we're not echoing. What's going on? Are you echoing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, talk to me. What's going on?
Hey, so I actually was I've been watching your stream today.
Mm-hmm.
Out to all the callers. I've been hearing a lot of good theories and stuff and good questions being asked. One question I had that I wanted to ask you and what you thought on it was what happened to the working with the Proudfoots and putting egos aside? It seems like that the Proudfoots are letting their egos win.
Okay, I can kind of explain a little bit, because the next day after that vigil, Seth went on Peter Hyatt. He was on his page and he was just listening to what he was saying, right? And as he was listening to what he was saying, he chimed in, and immediately I knew in my mind, as soon as I heard what he said, that it would cause problems between them again. And it kind of, from my understanding of talking to Seth and figuring it out, is it kind of did rekindle a little fire there.
Okay. That was one question I had, because I was curious about that, because, you know, watching that video, you know, seeing Seth talking, you can just see the pain and hurt in that man's eyes, man. It's just, he wants his son back. And I feel like there's, you know, the Proudfoots are not doing anything, you know, to be cooperative. They've, you know, they're getting in their feelings about stuff. And all he's the only one that I've seen out parent wise doing anything involving Sebastian being found or trying to find. You know, it's just, it's sad to see that you know, they are, you know, their egos obviously are way too big to, it's just sucks, man. But another thing I thought about too, I've been thinking about this one. So with the whole affair thing, that the Katie and Chris possible having an affair. Now on one of the News Nation videos I saw that they said that there was turmoil building up within the months leading up to Sebastian disappearing. Now my question would be, would that turmoil be Sebastian witnessing Chris and Katie constantly fighting and bickering and arguing?
I mean, you never know. I've never heard it though, that was what it is, but I mean, it's good speculation.
I mean, constantly fighting and bickering, and you know, one could possibly think that it could have to do with maybe all the stuff going on with him trying to get Faith back in his custody, and you know, it's I still can't put my finger on it. And it's been, what, 61 days and he's still missing? No signs, no nothing. You know, a boy just doesn't go missing in the middle of the night out of nowhere. And for her to say that the door was locked when she woke up, make that make sense.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more on that. Make it make sense, because it doesn't, right?
It doesn't make sense.
Allegedly, it doesn't for me.
It doesn't.
I think the same way, Smoke. The thing with me is, you know, a lot of people are getting confused. They're like, man, this is clickbait or this is that. Well, I'm sorry that law enforcement is telling Seth that they seen him take the trash out to the end of that driveway, and that they're confirming that is what it is that they seen.
Right.
From what I'm being told and when I talked to Seth, that's exactly what is being translated over to me. Now, at first, the footage was so grainy we can't see him, but now Seth is firmly believing that they have something else that he's not seeing.
A second video or second view.
Bing bong, bang bong, 100%, and that's kind of where his mindset is at with that.
Yeah, it's just sad, man. The more I think about it, the more upset and frustrated I get, because, you know, I'm with everybody here. I'm with Seth. I will stand firmly now and say I don't think Seth had anything to do with Sebastian missing. I think out of all of them, he's the only one that I think is innocent and should not be looked at as a suspect. But I understand procedure. Everyone has to be looked at as a suspect in this situation. You know, you have a missing teenager boy who's autistic. He's gone. And, you know, everyone has to be looked at as a suspect. It's common procedure. It happens. But I will stand here and I will say, I personally think Seth is innocent. He's the only one putting any initial effort into searching for him. That right there should automatically eliminate anybody's suspicion of him, thinking that he had something to do with him leaving. He's the only one out here. He's the only one going on the news and doing stuff constantly. He's the only one showing up to the vigils. I mean, yeah, CP showed up to one of them, but he left. He was not there to, you know.
He came to talk.
Yeah, he came to talk. He came to talk some business. It wasn't about anything about showing support. So it's like so many red flags I'm seeing here.
No, he said that they were going to put their differences aside and start to work together, but that's not happening. I don't know if it's from that mishap between what Seth said on Peter Hyatt, but it did rekindle a little bit of argument or, you know, conversation there. Like, hey, you know, I know that he said it here on the show. He said that after we said that, you know, Chris hit him up. So I called that out the night prior when we watched it. I was like, oh God, this is going to start problems. And I called it right on out. And he said it the next day as he came up on here.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Somebody said something about the question with the FBI, the 60 days. And I did see that question, Patina. And the FBI is assisting already. They've been assisting. By the way, they've been assisting. They're just not taking over the case. The FBI has already came in. But they're only assisting on what they can assist with when it comes to the case.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I understand there's certain details that they can't release because it could hinder the progress investigation. You know, like this possible Ken Davis troll. Like no one knows if it's a troll or not. We don't know for sure. But situations like that could arise, and someone could come be like, "Oh yeah, I've got evidence you all need to see," and it could be a complete spoof trail to lead people off their job to where it's like a giant smoke screen they throw down to where it hinders law enforcement and TBI to do their job and continue doing a thorough search. Because now this person out of nowhere shows up and says, hey, I have information too. And, you know, that person could be just saying shit that has no meaning to it just so that they can troll to take away or hinder and halt the investigation. Now, you know what I've actually been thinking all day about this? I've actually honestly been thinking that maybe this Ken Davis person could be one of the Proudfoots on a troll count. Just saying. Saying.
You never know.
I mean, that's just my opinion, but yeah, I don't know what to think anymore, man. If I had to say, I'm almost certain that he's being held captive by one of the family members. He's being held in someone's custody. they're keeping him away because, you know, like Seth has said before, he knows my number. He'd reach out. He knows where I live. He knows how to get a hold of me. And no contact has been made on that side of the fence. So we have to ask ourselves, you know, is he being held captive somewhere where he can't use electronic devices? Because if that it was to be proven true, then if they were to investigate it and find out he's being held captive by somebody, they are in so much crap. I mean,
See,
we're talking.
There's a lot of theories here. I mean, you got Katie who hears Sebastian in the house at what, 10 p.m., which indicates his presence at that time, obviously. And I don't know, the sound of the thud and the 3-hour phone call between her and Chris. There's a lot of things that make me think within those, you know, those details there. And another angle could be the involvement of someone else in the house at the time, right? Could there have been somebody in that house? Is there something of someone else being there? Because I did get sent some stuff from a neighborhood group chat again, where they were talking about KP being in or messing with the married man across the street, which that's none of my business. But again, it was sent to me and I could only help myself but to read it. So, and that's all allegedly. I don't know what is going on there.
Yeah, and that's a good point because
were there any? I need to. I mean, these are things I want to know. Were there any other individuals who had access to the house around that time?
Right.
Any security footage or logs that might show entry or exit around the time the thud was heard? That's what I mean. Things like that, right? Phone call context. What was the nature of the conversation between Katie and Chris?
Right.
Could there have been a distraction that allowed an unnoticed entry or altercation? Those are things that I think about when it comes to this case specifically, because again, he was with KP.
Yes.
Last known, he got home at 6:39 p.m. From where? Texas Roadhouse. Okay, he got home at 6:39 p.m. And when he got home at 6:39 p.m., there's a whole 3-hour period up into that gap. He took the trash out between that time, and then again at 10 p.m., Katie says she hears what is to sound what is a thud, or hears his voice, or says she hears his voice. Then I don't know if the thud was at that time, but it's in that time frame.
Right.
So I don't know, man.
Well, she said all doors are locked.
Considering the possibility that the sound of the circumstances are misinterpreted or intentionally misrepresented, I don't know what it is.
Right. Yeah. And you know, and she's told in different interviews I've seen. Which, by the way, has anyone else noticed how her story kind of changes a little bit each interview? That's just me though. But she has said numerous times that whenever she woke up, the Sebastian was gone and the doors were still locked. So what's to say she didn't have a man over that night and she was having an affair again on Chris, and she just told him to take Sebastian because if anything gets investigated, he won't be a suspect because no one knows who he is. He's a John Doe in this situation. He's an unknown factor. He now has Sebastian somewhere, and they won't be able to find him because he's an unknown person. I mean, a person who's been constantly coming over. Now, if we could just say, now this is all theory and this is all speculation, but if she's having an affair on Chris and she has a man over there, he would know the inside layout of the home. He would know where to go and not to, you know, set the dogs off, let them go crazy. He would know how to get in and out of the house. He would know where Sebastian's room is. He would know how, you know, lock the doors behind you when you leave. Just
correct.
Saying. I mean,
the truckers, can they put Sebastian's face on their trucks or public transport? I think that's a great idea. Kindness matters. I think it would be dependent on the company, but yeah, that's a great idea. Why not? I think it's embedded confessions when she says she hears a thud. Says Miss Stacy in chat. Let me see what else we got. Lotus Bloom, that must be Scorpio. I don't believe one word that comes out of Katie's mouth.
I don't either.
Says Jolie K.
I mean, obviously there's some definitely from what I've seen earlier in the chat when Seth was in the chat earlier, I definitely could tell because the caller was asking some things. And I noticed that Seth said where you weren't the one that was married to her. Laugh out loud, you know. Obviously, she's had a past of not telling the truth, or there's always been some kind of issue with Katie. So, my question would be that I'm sure Seth don't know the answer to this question, but it's one that's been on my mind since the start. How often did Sebastian see Katie and Chris arguing and getting potentially violent? How often did Sebastian witness them getting into heated arguments and almost getting to where it becomes physical, and then he gets the punishment out of it? They turn and release their anger onto him out of just mere selfishness.
What about the scenario where Katie hears noises, including Sebastian's presence and subsequent thud, while on the phone with her and Chris, right? It's her and Chris on the phone. Might that hint at a possibility of Sebastian attempting to leave the house?
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. Yeah, I can.
So that's what I think about that too. Is he trying to leave the house? Is there something that he's trying to get away from that people don't know about? Or is it just, again, and I'm not trying to make it more complicated, I just want to know, because all of it's possible. It's possible that he even ran away. But if he did run away, I'm curious to why there's nothing capturing any movement of his trail to where he may have went. And there was a caller that called in earlier and brought up some great points, which he said he didn't find out that he was autistic until, I think he said, I can't remember what 21 or in college or something like that. But the fact that, I don't know, again, could that thud have been him opening a window and jumping out of it and going a different direction, and no cameras? There happened to be no cameras in this path that he went.
See, and that's
because he could cut through yards. If you look at this direction, right, you could cut through yards. But is there a way? There might be a way that he could have walked a certain path that didn't have cameras. That we need to accept that possibility too.
Right. Yeah.
And we also need to accept the possibility that even that caller that called in earlier said he could have took a pair of Chris's shoes. I thought that was a great point.
That's it actually is a great point, because now what he said about wearing Chris's shoes to throw off the scent, it makes a lot of sense. I could definitely see that. But here's the question: do we know for sure? Has Katie said that she made any initial contact after she heard the thud to reassure that Sebastian was even there?
Nope. She said specifically that I forgot what she yelled to the agree. It was something like "go to bed" or whatever, or "what are you doing in there?"
Bedtime. It's bedtime.
It was
what are you
something
doing?
like, "What are you doing in there?" or something. I forget exactly word for word what it was, but again, it was something. She said she heard his voice at 10 p.m. and that's significant. Especially when he got home at 6:39.
Okay, Beckley said, or someone in the chat just said that she said she did.
Mm-hmm.
That she did say, hey, and he said, "I love you, Mom," or something like that.
She's flawless. Who was
that's
supposed to have it? These neighbors were talking about, or actually one specific neighbor was talking about her having an affair with some married man across the street. Again, that could be rumor, that could be a false. I'm not saying that it is true, but what I am saying is that I've seen a neighbor say that, a neighbor that actually watches the show. She's probably watching it right now.
But then again, thinking about the thud part, now you have to think this too in this perspective. If she didn't mention the word thud, then she would be under fire more, because her using the word "I heard a thud," that now brings in the possibility that there's a third party entrance of the house or some form of scenario. Saying that she heard a thud kind of takes a little bit of attention off of her and puts it onto this unknown scenario that something happened to Sebastian that's unknown. If she didn't use that word, then they'd be like, okay, well, then tell us what you know, because you didn't hear, what happened to him. But now that she said the word thud, people are starting to think, I wonder if she said that intentionally. I wonder if CP told her what to say. That's just my points, man. I figure I come on here and hop on here for a minute and just share what I'm thinking. And hey, that's what it's still 61 days. And I will say this: if Katie Proudfoot ever hears and watches this live and sees me saying this, I'm going to say it now. If you know more than what you're saying, please, for the love of God and for your son, tell Seth the truth. If you're hiding anything, tell the man the truth, because I'm tired of seeing that man be ate up with emotions and just completely killing himself every day, because he's the only one getting up and his whole day is finding my son. Be a mom, be responsible, and do the right thing and tell the truth, please.
Exactly. Hold on, T-REV, you said I saw the trucker thing. Thought if someone could donate doing those nice size magnet signs you put on vehicles, they can then move to other trucks or cars. I mean, it's all a great idea. I think it's all a great idea to put some type of sign or something on a vehicle there. Because if imagine how many people haven't heard about this story. Not everybody's heard about it. I guarantee there's locals there that haven't heard about it.
Yeah,
I can guarantee that.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being,
and people can still chime in 219-885-9693 at the voicemail. It's easy. Hold on, let me see. We got someone coming in right now. Oh, nope, you left your number. I won't play it. Sorry.
Hi, T-REV. I was just thinking, this is Angela from California. I was thinking the thud that we heard, what if Katie drugged Sebastian and she went away, and then he went to get up or something and he fell, maybe hit his head or something, and then she decided to call Chris to come and help her because she didn't know what to do. They loaded him up in the car in the garage and took him out somewhere and left him somewhere or something. I don't know. I just was thinking about that, and I just thought I would call it in and, let everybody know that could be something that could happen. That's it. Have a good day, T-REV. Bye.
Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you can't rule it. When it comes to speculating and thinking about everything outside the box, you can't rule anything out. There's so many different scenarios that could have happened. But I honestly believe the one that knows what really happened is KP, and she's not saying it because she knows if she does say it, it's going to incriminate the hell out of her. That's why she's not.
She said if it'll help Seth, I will visit her face to face on knees, begging if she'll help him. I appreciate that, Carrie. We'll pass that on. I'm gonna talk to Seth about that more and see what his thoughts are on it. What's going on, Jackie? Jackie says, "Dang, I'm real late." Yeah, you're late, but I took attendance. You're 3 hours late. 4 hours. Damn. No, I'm just playing. But you can still chime in. Hold up, let me see. There's another one.
Hey, if you want me to, I can hop down so more people can call in if they need to. I just want to come on here and share my thoughts.
We can still chop it up. It's up to you. Doesn't matter to me. I'm with all things. People can leave voicemails 3 minutes. I'm cool with it. I wish they would get some names turned into the PI who was threatened with a pew in other ways. So these kind people trying to help Seth can get put in their place and stop hindering their help. I see what you're saying, Mary George.
Yeah, the ones that were threatened, that were out looking.
I feel like those stories are, for instance, like people pulling up and tearing flyers down, or following people around. Were they following them around because they were on a property that they needed permission for and it was their property, or were they followed around because they were curious to what the hell they were doing? What was the circumstance there? That was my thoughts on all of that.
Well, and some of the ones that I actually saw people talking about were, from what I've seen, people were saying that every time they would leave a spot and go to the next one, the same people would come and tear the flyers down. It's almost as if like somebody was falling behind them to eliminate any effort they put up, meaning flyers or anything and signs. Now, what's to say that that's even true? It could all be hearsay, but if that is going on, then that's a little red flag to me. Now, Seth did say something in the chat earlier, because I've been watching all day since she's been live, and I've been keeping an eye on everything. And I did mention that Seth did say from his own mouth in the chat, he said that Alaska is the biggest state. It's huge. So,
yeah,
I just can't see Sebastian being in Alaska. It's kind of far-fetched to me, but who am I to say?
Idaho 4. Yeah, right. Idaho 4. Don't get me started.
We're definitely all going by what Katie said definitely what she said that night. We're definitely going off a lot of that. And you said, I'm not buying that he ever made it home. In my opinion, I don't think that was Sebastian they thought was dumping the trash. And if that is the truth, Lorraine, then and law enforcement keeps coming out and saying that he took that trash out, then they are in the wrong direction already.
Yeah.
Just saying. They're in the wrong direction already if this holds any truth.
Well, if they're going by that grainy footage that we've seen, then I'm going to ask them, why are they hiring investigators from Craigslist? Because, I mean, just I'm just saying, looking at that footage, if you can look at that footage that we've seen and go, that's Sebastian right there. How do you even know? No one, anybody with a common sense can look at that and
put out footage of Sebastian walking. I don't think so. I don't think they'd do it. I just don't. So, I mean, that grainy crap that we seen, subject number 1, number 2, that could have been a reindeer floating in the air for all I know. You know what I mean? Like, you can't tell what that is. You could just say it's a light source, right? I mean, that's all you're seeing in that video. But I don't even think that video that they're talking about taking the trash to the bin is even surfaced.
Right.
And I feel like Seth is actually believing that too.
Yeah. Last few times I've been seeing Seth, he just, it just keeps, I keep thinking that he's getting more agitated as it goes on, because he's already starting to see that, he's even said in every interview I've seen Seth in, he constantly says, LE's not cooperating with me, so I have to go out and spend my own money and get an investigator because they're not wanting to tell me anything. So he has to go out and put money in and get an actual investigator, because it seems like, now this is my perspective, but it seems like law enforcement and TBI, they're taking the word of the Proudfoots more than anybody. And they're giving them information and telling them, almost seems like they're telling them what to say in all these interviews too. I hate using this word because it has a bad meaning to it, especially in this situation. But it almost seems like they're giving them crisis actor scripts to go off of, or teach them how to communicate to the media and press and what to say and what not to say. That's what I get from it. And that has to be so frustrating for Seth, because he's doing all that he can. He's not working currently. He's putting all this time into looking for his son and setting up these vigils and any money that he. I said this in the chat earlier. I said, I'm so tired of seeing people saying that Seth is using that donation money to spoil himself. I said, Seth is not going out there and buying Gucci shirts. He's spending that money on, back into the investigation process. He's not going out buying Gucci shirts and Louis Vuitton bags and walking around in all his fancy clothes. He's out here searching every single day. And I honestly don't see I haven't seen one search led by the Proudfoots once.
Right. Agreed. The timeline, you said the timeline is off. I've already told you what I think. Homegirl does not miss. So happened inside the home. Homegirl does not miss.
Yeah, the timeline is definitely off.
All right, so you want to sit here and beg what you said, look in the school, maybe he's hiding in there. Yeah, I feel like he'd have been found by now. No thud, she lied. You were correct, Smoke. Mom lies, tells poor kiddo, I don't care what you're doing, just go to bed. Odd immature statement from mom and dad. Juicy Jules says J-Lo 5 is there is no footage of him leaving is all you need to know. Yeah, exactly. That's the part I'm getting at. That's the part I keep getting at. No footage of him leaving. I know that it's like, damn, you got to note that down when you hear it. What about the flashlights scene? They said they were floodlights. Remember?
Yeah.
According to the PI who sat down with the Sumner County Sheriff Office, Sir, who is running this case, told her that they were floodlights, not flashlights. Make that make sense. So there's walking floodlights.
Right? Now, I don't want to butcher her name, but her name was Jennifer Coffindeffer, right? The former FBI agent. Now she said that she personally doesn't think the FBI would take over the case, just in her opinion and her prior experience,
expertise. Yep.
But I honestly think that if they did take over this case, we'd be seeing a whole new different case. We would eliminate the possibility of being there corruption, which I think there is some form of some dirty cop antics going on with law enforcement over there. And I feel like they would be taking the reins of this case and shedding more light and probably getting more shit done. That's just my opinion. I think, we need that to see, some decent progress. We need federal agents taking over the case because they have more experience doing it. And
that's interesting right there. I didn't pay attention to that. You said Katie never mentioned the thud on Smiley's channel first. That's very interesting, being you're on there for over an hour. Just saying at the beginning.
Yeah, I don't
love
trust
vegetable spring rolls.
I don't trust TBI either.
What have they done for Summer's case?
Exactly. Point made. Where did I see that at? I swear I saw somebody said in the chat earlier something about they mentioned the dude from the Kylie Rodney. SF investigates. Is he getting involved now?
I have no idea.
Man, we don't need more people like that.
She told the thud to give a time he was in the home for her timeline to work. She also told two different stories of what she said to him when she heard it. Michelle, thank you for the support to the channel. And yeah, it is. I'm curious why she didn't mention it on Smiley's, but again, mention the thud to the police. He was for her timeline to work. So yeah, I kind of see what you're saying on that, Michelle.
I still feel like if she wouldn't have said the word thud, this whole thing would be going a different direction right now.
Like what though? I mean, where would it be going?
Because I feel like if she didn't use the word thud, that
they wouldn't be thinking abduction or ran away.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you may be right on that.
Because using the word thud now presents a third party or an unknown factor to the whole entire case. I heard a thud in there. I don't know what it was, but I told them to go to bed. What was that thud? How come you didn't mention the thud on the other? How come her story changes per every stream or every, panel she goes on or every outlet she uses? Her story somewhat changes, and if people could pick up on the small little crumbs that she's leaving, you can notice some inconsistencies in how she says things. And I tell you, if you put her in a room by herself and talk to her, cameras going, without CP involved, she's going to be completely different. You put her back in the room with CP.
Whoa, I didn't hear that. Good Vibe Stacy said, I also heard mom in Bower Sox have the same exact car. Look into Bower Sox. Well, I'll say no comment, but I'm going to thank you for the support to the channel. I've definitely been diving down those avenues. I'll leave it at that. I've been diving down those avenues. Again, thank you, Good Vibe Stacy, for the good heart and support to the channel. You didn't have to do that, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You said light up Tennessee green. Yep. And here shortly, we got another 2 hours. So it's 5:30 now, just about. We got another 2 hours until the vigil. So we're talking about 6 hours into the stream that we'll get there. So we still got a whole another 2 hours. We got a lot to talk about. And if you want to chime into the conversation with me and Smoke as we're sitting here talking, I'm reading chat, obviously. But if you want to chime in with your voice, you're more than welcome to through voicemail 219-885-9693. It does give you 3 minutes on that voicemail. And you can leave back to back if you want to. I don't care. I appreciate everybody who chimes in, whether you're in chat or whether you call in, or whether you leave a voicemail. You said good one, L2 heavy. Boyson, no. He said, Boyson, no, they not letting him at snacks. Remember, Mom? I kind of get what you're saying on that. Reading through the lines on it. Exactly. KP knew that. That's why she said she heard a thud, misleading the investigation away from her. We're not stupid, KP, says Eileen Mary O'Malley. Eileen, love the name, by the way. We need to support Seth, then to pay for his PI and keep him in food and water. He's going through a lot right now, man. He's going through a lot right now. Let me catch up the chat all the way down here. I seen someone say, I have no faith in TBI based on their track record and lack of updates to the public. I mean, think about it. If they are, let's just sit here and really think about this. If they say they are into something or they're on to someone, they're definitely not going to let us know about that. So we really do need to take that into consideration, because as I know that you hear a lot of theories that you agree with, but don't let that theory lock you into a one state of mind, because once you shut down on that state of mind, then you're not looking everywhere else.
Yep. You're not.
I have a theory on the case, but that doesn't mean that I'm locked into it 100%. That's not what I believe. I believe anything is possible, whether he ran away, whether he, I do think the answer lies with KP allegedly, but that is just my personal opinion. But I also have my mind open for every single avenue for this young little boy.
Yeah.
He could be out there right now. He could definitely be out there. T-REV should eat. You just get. I am eating right now, actually. Vegetable rolls. I love vegetable rolls. You didn't hear me over here going. I didn't mean to chew through the mic or anything. I know that's actually annoying and rude, but vegetable rolls. We will be watching the Vigil, the Walk the Path, or I'm sorry, Light the Path for Sebastian, April 26th, which is today at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. And if you are in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and you're watching right now, or you're close or nearby, it's at Memorial Park, 151 East Main Street, Hendersonville, Tennessee. And again, it is tonight at 7:30 p.m. And it says 2 months to the day we are coming together to bring light to the darkness, illuminate Sebastian's safe path home, and show our unwavering support for his family. The bridge will be lit up in Sebastian's favorite color, green, where we will share 2 minutes and 26 seconds of silence, mirroring the duration and the date of his disappearance, standing together in silent prayer. We hope to hear words of guidance and strength, and to demonstrate the solidarity of our community, and to ask God to lead us to Sebastian. And coming around on that note, I do want to say this. Let's bow our heads for a little prayer before we keep going here. Dear Heavenly Father, today we gather in unity and hope as we lift up Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who has been missing for 61 days, Lord. We ask for your light to shine through his darkness, bringing hope where there is despair and clarity where there is confusion. Lord, we pray for Sebastian's parents, Seth and Katie. Grant them the strength to face each day and the courage to speak truthfully as alleged. May your spirit of truth and justice guide them, comforting them in their anguish and leading them towards peace. I also, Lord, hold close the Rev Gang family, our devoted viewers and supporters. Bless them for their dedication and the love they share in helping to push these important stories to the forefront. Lord, without them, a lot of this wouldn't be going on. And may their efforts be met with gratitude and their spirits uplifted by your grace, Lord. Lord, we seek your mercy and help in finding Sebastian. Protect him wherever he is and lead us to the answers we desperately seek. We trust in your eternal wisdom and love to guide us through this trial. In the name of thy son, Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
Yeah, we got to amen it up around here.
Absolutely.
You say Ken Davis. Oh, did you see this? Let's go ahead and talk. You seen this, right?
Yeah, I seen that.
Now, I sent this again. woke up yesterday and my phone was blown up. Seth wanted to know, people wanted to know who is Ken Davis, who's this guy, and happened to come to find out. I do a little bit of research, and this Ken Davis person actually lives, or if it is him, if this is that person, Ken Davis, I found this exact name, lives in White House, Tennessee, which is 26 minutes from Hendersonville. Seth was in here earlier, and when I was talking about it, I think he said fraud. I don't know what he found out about him.
Yeah, and I saw that he wrote that, so I couldn't tell if he was replying with that comment to
talking
that.
about this dude.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell for sure, but if he was, it makes sense, because if he actually is in White House, Tennessee, why would he be 26 minutes away watching a school? Shouldn't now he be questioned for watching children now? If he is a real person, why would you be watching a school full of minors? I mean,
well, he said Chris' mother has him. We have video evidence that he got into her SUV on the 26th at 5:58 a.m. So when you say something to that, bro, I woke up the next day. This shit was blown up on Facebook pages and on Twitter.
But then there also,
he
also commented again too. He also said more stuff too, right? He also said other comments too. Like he said something about.
I'm gonna pull him up right now and show you. Boom.
Yeah, see,
he said,
how would he know they're waiting down there by the bus, go down the road from the school? Why is that weirdo down by the school if he's real? Why is he down by the school? Is he a pervert?
I don't know. I don't know what this is about. I mean, I hope it's thoroughly looked into, even if it's a troll, because the account this account was made April 3rd of 2024. So they just made this account.
Yeah. 23
I
days
pulled the
ago.
transcript. I had to pull the transcript on chat. Also, Delana went and found a lot, and so did a lot of people found a lot on this guy, by the way. But I was able to pull the actual transcript and get it over.
My question would be: has anybody looked yet to see if there's any if Ken Davis is an SO in White House?
I pulled up I had it all pulled and sent. I didn't see that. I didn't see anything like that on there. I only seen 4 things.
Okay.
But it wasn't any of that.
Well, all I gotta say is, if this person is a troll, I hope they realize that every account has what's called digital data attached to their account, which is little cookie crumbles of information that the feds can use to pull their exact name and their exact location and exact device that they were logged onto this, because this is considered hindering an active ongoing investigation. So if they are trolling,
that's him on.
It's him 100%. You're right. It is him. And if it is him and he's trolling, then he's in some serious trouble, because they will find him.
That's what I'm saying, brother. It's sent over. I pulled the transcripts. I had to figure out how to damn pull a transcript, but I got it all sent over, and I know they have it. Seth has it. Everyone that needs to have it has it. So for the people who were blowing me up, please, Ken Davis should be looked into. He's being looked into. Okay? It's being looked into, whether it's a troll or not, and they'll get down to it.
How I know about the cookie crumble thing is when I worked for Walmart years ago, when they first introduced the mobile phones where you could clock in and out of the time clock, people were abusing that, and they were clocking in from their couch at home and never showing up to work, and they'd clock out. So then they were able to log in and find all the information that they needed to terminate those people, because they were committing time theft, and they were able to do it by their pins on their phones. So they were able to just, boom, log in. I don't feel like going to work today. I'm going to chill out on the couch. I guess clocked in. I'm going to let the time clock go. You know, they found all their information. Walmart hired in.
Bro, this dude, Ken Davis's information was pulled so damn fast. Off the record, pulled that shit so damn fast that she had that shit pulled up within like a minute. You want me to look? I was like, yeah, go ahead, look. And within like 1 minute, I literally had all the files on Ken Davis. So I mean, it was that simple. Yeah, I was eating vegetable rolls, but I'm back now. I had to get some vegetable rolls in me.
and I said that earlier in the chat too. I do believe this Ken Davis is a pseudonym. It's a fake name used to throw people off from the real name. It's not a real name. It's a pseudonym.
Right? Did this Ken Davis happen to, or did whoever made the name just happen to make a name called Ken Davis, and it happened to match up with somebody that lives right there?
Very possible. You never know.
Or was it a troll that did some digging and found a Ken Davis and was like, yeah, this Ken Davis is right here. So when they look me up, they'll think, you know what I mean? People think like that, dude. Trolls are hardcore these days.
Yeah, they are, dude.
Udi says, I believe him. See, that's the thing, though. You got to, even though I personally think it's a troll, that doesn't mean that it is.
Right.
You never know when somebody feels like they can't go to law enforcement because this person is saying, hey, I went to law enforcement, but they did nothing. They didn't listen.
Hey, there were times when, I lived in some bad neighborhoods and I had people constantly cooking meth down the street from my house, and I would send an anonymous tip to my sheriff's office every single day saying, there's an active meth lab in this mobile home down the street from me. Would you all please look into it? And they never did, and that person wound up having that entire meth lab blow up. Right. So that's how they found out about it. So I mean, I can understand the frustration of not getting any response back. And if you have vital information that could possibly bring Sebastian Rogers home and you feel like you're being ignored, then I could see definitely, using a social platform like YouTube to say something. But then again, there's so many fakes out there and people who just
send it to FBI.
Yeah.
That's what I say. Yeah, but are they going to forward it back over to Sumner and you know what I mean? Like, is that what they're going to do if you do? But yeah, chuck that into FBI, right? Interesting what you woman said. T-REV, thank you for sticking by Seth and for keeping Sebastian front and center. You're welcome. Thank you, Patricia. And that's my pleasure. That's what I'm here to do. And that's what I love to do. Peace Dog says that's what he did, T-REV. Or Blue Love says, my offender was removed from the registry with no explanation. Matter of fact, they could not tell me why. Wonder how many more slipped through. And you said, yes, he is a child SO.
Okay.
Shame on him.
That's sad. That is very sad.
I think those are the only people I wish death on. Sorry, not sorry. People who do that to kids and yeah. I
agree with you on that. If you can harm a child, you don't deserve to have a life. If you can take a child's innocence away, then their life deserves to be taken in return. Tit for a tat. If you can do something heinous like that, you don't deserve to live.
La Dama Marcano. You can leave a voicemail right now and I'll play it. I see a few that came through already and I'm about to start playing them right now. So let's check this one out. Let's see who we got. We have 315. You're live. Yes, it's a voicemail, but you still are. Hopefully you don't say your number because I can't see the transcript on it. But
hey, Trev, I'm not sure if you're going to get this message. My name is Julie from Syracuse, New York, and my sister Jacqueline. We've been watching you since the start of Sebastian's case. We don't feel that he went of his own volition. Definitely feeling that Katie is the main suspect. I don't believe anything that comes out of her mouth. I'm not entirely sure about Chris, even though I think he's a huge jerk. I think Seth is 100% the real deal. Not that I think he's perfect by any means, but he's an honest soul. And unfortunately, I don't believe Sebastian is still with us, unfortunately. But I do feel like a break is coming. You can only hide the truth for so long. But definitely, Katie is the last proof of life. And the last time I think we know 100% that boy was alive was from the video from the Roadhouse. Thanks for all you do. Love your music. Peace and love to all. Bye.
Thank you. And shout out to you and your, what'd she say? You, her and her sister were watching?
Yeah. That's what she said.
Shout out to both of y'all.
Good I respect her opinion and I respect her theory, but I'm going to keep saying I really do hope and pray that he is alive. I would like to think he is somewhere,
And it's still, I don't know, man. Is it possible that he's still alive? Yes.
Yeah.
I'd have to say yes, but
He didn't go down the driveway with that same camera that law enforcement captured it. So which way did he go then? Because that's an Easter egg for me from law enforcement. I'm gonna keep repeating this shit over and over again until I'm blue in the face, until he's found. That's an Easter egg for me from law enforcement that he was not seen coming back down that driveway where that bend was. So which way did he go, Smoke? We have to start talking about the other directions because he definitely didn't come back down the driveway again.
I still think he never made it home that night. That's still my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
he got put in the car somewhere.
So you think law enforcement's lying about seeing him? Point blank, period.
Yeah, I do. I think that they are misinformed. I think they are just going by what KP and Chris are telling them because they have.
Chris wasn't there. Chris can't tell them shit. He wasn't even at the house.
He wasn't there, but he does. It is said that he does have connections to law enforcement.
I have heard that, but I've yet to see anybody connect it fully for me to bring up and just show.
That's why he was able. That's why they were able to get a hold of the sheriff's office so early in the morning because they weren't even open yet.
8 a.m. Somebody said they were open at 8 a.m. or whatever. They opened at 8 a.m. This was at 6.
Exactly.
So
I feel like he was put into someone's car at the restaurant and never made it home because all the turmoil that was going on in the house with Sebastian. Constantly, their constant fighting and bickering over affairs and custody of Faith and all that stuff was getting out of hand. And Sebastian was probably acting out because he's autistic and he's just reacting to that form of energy and situation in the house. So he acted out, and he maybe could have been getting too out of hand. So they had to move him somewhere. That's just my opinion. That's what I think happened.
4 hours, yeah. Mm-hmm. Agreed. I have keypad on my door. When I leave my house, it's automatic or it automatically locks again. Just FYI for those puzzles over that. This case has been weird, dude. You've had SO divers out there or diver out there that was weird that did something with a 15-year-old kid. I've seen that. There's been a lot of weirdos coming out in this case too. Just in general. What the hell is going on? It's a circus.
Yeah, and now my question, my answer to someone saying that, with him not being alive, I have to ask this question. What does CP and Katie have to gain from killing him? Because the way I see it, from what I've gathered from reading their body language in these interviews,
Faith, allegedly.
Well, that's a good point. That's true. But they seem like they have a nice home. They have a lot of money from what I could tell. Are they willing to throw all that away to put their freedom in jeopardy over taking a 15-year-old boy's life and hiding it? Because you can only hide for so long. Law enforcement investigators are going to find that boy sometime. It may take some time for them to do it, but he will be found. And if any foul play is found, then their freedom's done. They seem like the type of people who they want to be lavish and they want to be like they're sophisticated type people who are like, feel like they're, those people who are like, yeah, we have a nice house and a lot of money, the goody goodies. But every family has a dark secret. Every family has a dark secret. And I feel like that dark secret is they were abusing that boy for so long, physically abusing him, neglecting him.
He definitely would have been found, I feel like, already, just for the simple fact that when you go and look at the case of, I bring it back up and I will continue to, Trinity Backus, I ran out of her house, again, took a bong rip smoke, ran out barefooted. She was tripping on acid, but she was found I think 3 or 4 days later, right? Left barefooted. The same as Sebastian allegedly left barefooted, right? So again, if he was near this, I feel like they would have found him already. But a caller that called in earlier during the show, he said it's impossible that they checked all the area. And I agree with him on that. I feel like they should double back and recheck the area again. I do. And they are. I know Seth's on that. He's not saying where he's searching, but they're definitely searching.
I just feel like that they are, killing somebody does take a lot to do. You have to be a sadistic and cruel and sick person to take a life, especially a handicapped boy's life, for that. I don't think they have it in them to do it. I don't think that they could do it without, being a nervous wreck. And because once you commit that crime and once you commit that murder, you have a certain time limit to, you have to get rid of that body fast. I don't feel like those two could do it. I think that they don't have it in them to kill him and get rid of the body, because if they did do all that, they would have already been busted. They would have already been found, especially the investigators coming and searching, canvassing the entire property. You can only go so far. I don't think they had it in them to do it.
You don't think they had it in them?
No. Absolutely not.
So what do you think the answer lies then?
That he's hidden somewhere, being held
alive.
Yes.
Away from Seth? Is that what you're thinking?
Away from Seth, because when all this stuff comes out in court about what CP did, I mean, especially with Nina bringing out a lot of stuff about faith and just him being abusive, that's going to hinder them from having custody of Sebastian. So that would give leeway for Seth to get full custody. That's what they don't want. They want this leverage. I feel like there's some form of bad blood between him and Katie that she can't let go. Whether he done something to her to piss her off to the point where she wants to see him fail as a father or whatever she can. Bad blood, I definitely feel it with her and Seth. I definitely feel it. So I feel like she's hanging that over his head, the custody of Sebastian. She does not want Seth having full custody, because if he does have full custody, then he has full say of his own son.
Then why would you agree for him to go there for the summer and just not fight it in court? Why would you guys verbally agree to something? You think that there would be some arguing there or some type of, nah, he ain't fucking going there for the summer. Nah, nah, we're going to talk this out in court. You know what I mean? You would think something like that, right?
Because I feel like Seth had something over her head too, more than just the multiple abortions that he talked about earlier.
Like what though?
He might have more stuff about her. He might have more stuff about what she's done in the past, and maybe some shit that could criminalize her, possibly.
Maybe she's heard that from him.
I swear I saw it in the chat earlier. He said something along the lines of Sebastian isn't the first son that she didn't want.
You seen me pull this up right here. This is what you seen me pull up earlier, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's what I saw.
This is what she's going. And as you guys are coming in, make sure you hit the like button, because we are watching the Vigil here tonight. It is in about an hour and a half, and we will be watching it. We are sitting here, and if you want to chime into the conversation, again, you know how to do that through voicemail. I'm about to play some more right now. I see more coming in. Let's see what she said.
Hey, T-REV. This is Angela M., Piper's mom from North Carolina. So I've been talking the entire time about Nina. I'm sorry, but I think she's a drama queen. So I think that she may have had, she has something to gain from all of this, and that is full custody of her own child. We just saw in Oklahoma where these women were killed because of custody battles.
Yes.
So
yes.
I really do think something like that. Or because Kirsten Hatfield and John Bonet both were killed because of a sex offender. It doesn't have to be a sex offender who's only a mile away. It can be a sex offender who's 30 miles away. Anyway, thanks. Love you. Bye.
Interesting, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Interested. That's the take on, Nina, right? You seen the interview with Nina. I don't know. I just don't.
Yeah, but look at all the hell that Nina went through with the Proudfoots.
Right.
Look at all the hell. Look at all of that. That was just
talk for me. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast.
Yeah. And there's just a lot of, it's just a lot of stuff that Nina went through. That's the only way I'm able to keep saying about this whole case, is I keep telling myself, I really hope that he's being held somewhere and he's not being allowed out. He's not being allowed to use electronic devices because of all the stuff that's going on at the house. Because that one News Nation clip that I watched that you had playing earlier on your stream really opened my mind up to more about it. That the building up of turmoil in the house with Sebastian, with him acting out. And they said that those 2 months, December and January, were very important because of all the tension building up between CP and Katie, possibly leaving one another. No child wants to see that, especially one who's handicapped. He doesn't want to see the ones that he's living with being taken away. That's one thing that, that News Nation clip that I saw, if you're just now coming back, Trev, that opened my mind up a lot, especially what they said that December and January are very important months because there's a lot of turmoil going on in the house with Sebastian seeing all that stuff going down with CP and Katie talking about leaving each other and divorcing, possibly affairs, all that.
Yeah, I asked Seth about this. I said, I seen you say something about Sebastian was the only child that Katie aborted of yours. He was like, yeah, I did say that. I was like, oh, damn. He was like, man, I'm Roman Catholic. We don't believe in abortion.
Right.
That had to hurt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And welcome, by the way, Tamara. Appreciate you. And Raquel Nunez. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Welcome to the Web Game family. The vigil here, or, the walk was, I want to actually say it right and stop saying it wrong. The light the path for Sebastian is tonight. And we are watching it. We'll be streaming here in about an hour and a half. So you said you think I created a fake chat. Yeah, no, I said, what? A fake chat? Who created a fake chat? What I miss?
I miss
Why don't law enforcement just haul KP and CP in and into international?
Because they have to have what's called what's it called? It's a word that's used by law enforcement.
Ken Davis. What? They have to have probable cause.
There you go. That's it.
They have to have something. You can't just go in and be like, yeah, you know what, smoke, you and your wife. Come on, you and your wife. Nah. Y'all are coming in with me. You know what? I've had enough of it. You wish you could do that. You can't.
All good, man.
They could come and say, hey, will you come down and interview with us? They can do that, but that's when they may lose the cooperation from them because law enforcement is saying they're cooperating. So if you start to bring them down or bring them in and start to question them and hammer them a little bit more, I want a lawyer. They already know you can't find shit. And now you're coming to them to question them even more. So when they go to lawyer up, or when they do lawyer up, when they say, you know what, I want a lawyer, this is enough. I'm tired of being harassed. That's it, brother. That's it. That's over with. Their communication, their cooperation's done. You now do not have their cooperation no more because you wanted to come in and play hard detective with them.
Right.
So I think they're on that fine line of maybe we could go. Let's just keep looking for a minute, and maybe they do go to that at some point, or maybe they already have. Who knows? But they're saying that they're still cooperating.
Yeah, they have to have suspicion. They have to have suspicion that they have committed a crime to place them in a situation where they're being interrogated. There has to be a crime that's already been proven, or they are on the right track to prove it. They have to give warrants out. We can already assure that they've already gave warrants to search the residence numerous times. One can assume that warrants have already been issued to search that house. Now, my question to you, asking you, somebody who
and they went into that house. Not only did they go into that house, but the PI even touched up on the Sumner County Sheriff officer that told her they used thermal imaging inside of the house. So they used thermal imaging inside of this house, Smoke. They didn't just go in and search it 10 different times. They searched this house with thermal imaging and lit the bad boy up. Now, did they do luminol? I don't know that. When I asked Jennifer Coffin, that for ex-FBI for 27 years, she said
When I said, do you think that they'd use luminol going in there 10 times? Absolutely, she said. But who knows if it's true or not?
Right.
Because again, I feel like they were possibly treating it as a runaway or he was abducted by someone else.
But see, my question is this though: their use of luminol, does that not turn it into a criminal investigation because they're looking for something? If
They'd be
it's
looking for blood. If they did use luminol, right?
right. Now, wouldn't that turn that investigation into criminal with the use of luminol?
You're definitely looking for a crime if you're using luminol or blood of some sort.
Yeah.
There doesn't need to be blood involved, though. Right. Because you could strangle somebody.
There could be DNA of any sort, not just blood, any kind of DNA.
Profile.
So my question to you is this: my question is to you, somebody who's covered true crime a lot, in multiple cases.
Mm-hmm.
When you see a case like this pop up, and you see families or members, if they lawyer up off the rip, do you think that they are suspicious?
That's a great question, and yeah, I do. I do, and some people are gonna disagree with me, and I know it, and I get it. People are like, "Oh, you need a lawyer. You need a lawyer. You need a lawyer." But at the same time, if you have nothing to hide, and I can unfold everything right in front of you, you get what I'm saying? Here's my phone. Here's every device in this house. Take it and return it to me. I want to be cleared, right? So in a sense, if I do all that, right, and then they're still drilling me like I did something wrong, that's when I'm lawyering up.
Yeah.
But I'm not lawyering up right off the bat. I would straight up I would cooperate all the way, full circle, and let them do what they got to do. Because at the end of the day, it's about finding somebody. It's not about my needs or anything like that. If I have nothing to do with something, I'm going to be willing to come forward with no lawyer. I'm gonna be willing to do everything with no lawyer, but as soon as you start trying to, you go through all my devices, we get down the road and you start questioning me. That's why I was kind of relating that to what, if to the person who said they should bring KP and CP in, you could bring them in and talk to them. And if they agree to that, but as soon as you get them in there and you start hammering hard questions and they decide to lawyer up, now you're at square one. You got to start all the way back at ground zero and go through everything all over again without their cooperation now. And now you have nothing to go off of and nobody to work with.
Yeah, because now they ain't gonna work with you now because you got them to lawyer up. So yeah,
so, that's my personal feelings on that. But lawyering up from the jump is sus as hell to me with anything.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. That's why I wanted to ask, because I'm not saying that they did that here, but I've seen cases where they immediately lawyer up, and it just screams red flags.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. T-REV. What's going on, Jersey June Bub? Welcome to the stream. 911. Give it to God. Amen. Shout out to you, Robin Jung. Nice to see you. Coco says everyone should lawyer up regardless if you're innocent or guilty. Any lawyer will tell you that. Of course they will, because they want that money.
But let me ask you that question though. What do you think, in your humble opinion, that KP and CP have to gain for killing Sebastian?
What do I think they have to gain?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, what are you going to gain besides him not being there?
Right.
I mean, right? He's 15, dude. We're talking 15 years old. He don't have that many more years till he's 18.
Right. Then he would have a choice to who he wants to live with.
Right. Now, I'm not saying that just because he's that age, nothing could happen to him. I'm just saying in general, when I look at it, it's like, what do they have to gain from it? Right. Is there insurance policies? Is there money? You got to look at all that stuff. And that stuff
insurance policy would be small.
But again, he's nowhere to be found. So what are we talking about? We don't even have a body. We haven't seen the direction he went in. The last thing that we know, of course, from the PI, I will keep scraping this word, this whole entire sentence, is that the bin. He's taking the bin, according to law enforcement. So until they clear that up, bro, he was there. Until they clear that up, until they say, nah, actually, we're going back on our word here. It was too grainy.
Yeah, or unless they have other footage that we haven't seen, neither has Seth.
And they damn sure almost do in every case, man. Sometimes they'll have footage that they don't show to nobody because it's something that they're keeping close to them.
Yeah. Close to the vest, like you said.
You said kids can decide what? You said without Sebastian, he can't speak to DCS and CPS. I see you. I see you. Okay, of course they have been. You said they have a lawyer. They would be stupid not to. That's probably why they are staying out of the public eye. Also, he is 15. Any DNA, 15-year-old boy's DNA would be everywhere. That's a good point. Yes, the Vigil. I'll be streaming the Vigil here. Yes, Steph. I'm definitely gonna be streaming the Vigil here. So, you know, for everybody who was here, I'm gonna be on till that Vigil streams and probably talk a little bit after that. I'm still taking. I hear the voicemails coming through. I'm about to check them out right now. I see them stacking.
I just want to say, Sebastian Strong, my heart goes out to Seth and Sebastian.
Talk to him.
From Pennsylvania.
Shout out to you, Pennsylvania family. I appreciate you.
That's the fact, Jack. That's the fact, Jack.
Hey, T-REV, I'm still trying to call you. Anyway, I will keep trying to call you.
Leave a voicemail. You got 3 minutes?
Hi, T-REV. It's Sound of Silence.
Sound of Silence. My friend, nice to hear you.
Smoke. You guys are making a good point here. Let me just state this. If there was a SUD, first off, she's trying to place him in the house with some type of a sound.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, if there was a SUD, then he answered that SUD. So clearly, something drastic didn't happen. According to her, allegedly, he answered the SUD and said, "Yes, Mom." All bullshit. Katie knows what's going on. And I'm not going to change my position on this. Thanks. God bless you.
God bless you too,
That's a nice call. Hell yeah. I think that. I agree. I agree, man.
Hold on. Let me pull out my soundboard in here real quick.
I was like, what was that?
I like this one. It's not too crazy, right? Nah, let's see.
Call Dago.
Okay. Next one. Let's see. We got 505. 505, you were live. Talk to me. Who's this? Denise?
Hi, T-REV. Hey, Denise here from New Mexico. Hey, I don't know, I've been really thinking about this, and it's been really weighing on my mind. I don't think she would have done something to him intentionally. I think what happened was, because I remember Seth saying in the interview that really he didn't really want him medicated. Katie did. So I'm wondering if, they had a full day out. And now this is, of course, if he made it home after, the dinner. But what if he was just like really wound up, having a full day out there, and she just, really did not want to deal with that. And I'm wondering if perhaps she didn't just like over medicate him and something happened and, not intentionally on her part, she over medicated him like to put him out. And
it's like a super popular opinion too with the over medicating. I've been hearing a lot of this.
It did. And then, when she went to check on him, he was gone. And then, she called Chris and everything was being put in motion. And I think maybe that would explain why initially she didn't say anything about the thump. And that came after because I think they were seeing a lot of questions were coming their way. It didn't make sense, and then it would make sense that there was no scent of him. They had to take him out of the car, and I think now they're just in, let's just wait this out and maybe we won't ever have to produce him or anything like that. Of course they're not going to tell Seth that because obviously we would know what the outcome of that would be. But the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking something accidental happened here. And then in hindsight, she's trying to come back. Oh, well, there was a thump, but I didn't check him, to like try to have a plan or have some sort of explanation of, what could have happened. But I don't know. The more I've been thinking about that, I wish they could Seth was able to get the prescription like when the last time it was filled, how much was left of those prescriptions at time of Sebastian's disappearance, to see how much had been given to him, how much was missing. And I think a lot of information could be derived from that. But that was just my 2 cents. I was thinking about it. So I just kind of wanted to call in and just kind of share my thoughts. But I hope everybody has a great day. I hope you do. God bless. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you for chiming in. We appreciate you.
That was a good point she made, Bill. About the
Yes, she did. She did make a great point. She definitely made a great point. And I see this question that you got, Sam. And again, let's jump into that. Thermal imaging cameras, which detect heat emitted by objects, are useful tools in search operations, especially for locating missing persons. When used in a home, here's what a thermal imaging camera might show. Okay, so I'll give you a breakdown for that for you. I know I seen you ask this before too. So 1, a human presence. The most immediate and relevant use is detecting areas of heat that could indicate a human presence. People emit heat, so a thermal imaging camera could reveal the location of a person hiding or incapacitated inside of a building. So it says this could be vital in finding someone who is unable or unwilling to respond to searchers. Now, 2, residual heat. These cameras can also detect residual heat signatures. For example, if a person was recently in a particular spot, like a bed or a chair, that area still might be warmer than the surrounding environment, even if the person has since moved on. 3, entry and exit points. Thermal imaging can show recent activity around possible entry and exit points in a home. Windows or doors that may have been recently opened may have different thermal signatures compared to those that have remained closed. Now, number 4, hidden compartments. Thermal disparities might indicate hidden compartments or spaces within walls or floors. In areas where insulation differs might suggest modifications that could hide a person or provide clues to their movements. Number 5, electronic devices. Devices that are left running or that have been recently turned off might show up on thermal imaging due to their heat output, potentially indicating areas of recent activity. Then you have 6, the environmental factors. Thermal cameras can also identify issues within the building itself, like heating malfunctions or places where heat escapes, which might not be directly related to the search, but could provide context about the environment. Overall, thermal imaging provides a unique and powerful way to observe scenarios that are not visible to the naked eye, especially in low visibility conditions or where direct access might be limited. So that's the breakdown to the thermal imaging and what they did inside this home. You said, I wonder if his bed showed thermal heat. That's a great question. Unalive bodies don't cool off too fast.
About the thermal heat, when I investigated Waverly Hills the first time, I remember we were 2nd floor and we were with a large group of people, and one of them had a FLIR camera, and we were looking at this desk, an old desk that had been, I mean, it was there in the 20s. It was still in good shape. It was sitting there. It was actually the head doctor's desk, and his chair still there. And we had a thermal imaging camera, a FLIR camera, pointing at the seat. And we literally watched that seat go from cold to warm, as if somebody had sat in the seat and they created that warm orange reddish heat signature on that seat. Now, when it's dead and cold, it's like a bluish purple, which means there's no heat signature there. But when somebody sits on it like a human being or something, it reacts. It creates the heat signature, the orange spot, as if someone's sitting there. So I've seen that. I know how the FLIR things work. So yeah.
It's interesting. Now, when they did it with this home, that makes me think. I'm like in my head with that, and what were the results? Obviously, he wasn't there. Right? Obviously, he wasn't there. I mean, we would have known that by now. So they went in there. But I just wanted to break that down. I seen her ask specifically, which was Sam was asking in chat, but I've seen a couple people even ask, what does it do? And that was a great breakdown of what it does, because again, if he was in the house, I feel like they would have captured that. And thank you, Dreams. I appreciate you. You said Seatown, Ohio.
and green lights lit around my home. TNT. Shout out to you and Mary from Australia, or is it Maurice? I don't know. I feel like I'm butchering your name when I
How
say
you spell it?
Maryse, Australia.
Yeah, Maurice.
That's what I thought, but I didn't want to, candle lit. She said candle lit. Sebastian might have been bothering KP while she was talking to CP and got fed up because she took him to the bowling academy, games, popcorn, out to eat with this step cousin, and Sebastian wouldn't settle down.
That's a good point. I mean, I can see that with Sebastian being high functioning autistic and going out and doing all this stuff, like having fun with the games, bowling, going out to eat. He's having fun. He's interacting. He's having a good time. For him to come back home and to wind down could take him a longer period of time. And I could definitely see her getting frustrated with him because, I mean, honestly, you can't expect a teenage boy to go home and just go straight to bed. Or it's going to take a while for him to decompress.
Mm-hmm. Nobody hardly talks to me, so I just... What, Blacks guys? You said I'm here, but nobody hardly talks to me, so I just watch. I'm talking to you right now. How you doing, Blacks guys? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for being here. Maybe it's just sometimes people don't see it. I don't know, but I do see it, though. Blacks guys, shout out to you. Addie says, I think so. Called mother killed, or you said you think this so-called mother or his so-called mother killed him, whether it was an accident or not. But she knows, and if she's any kind of human being, she'll start speaking up and stop leaving that kid lay wherever he's at.
If it's true, we can only hope. We can only hope.
We could definitely only hope that. Yeah, Black Skies, we see you. You're doing okay. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you're doing okay. We do see you, though. I do.
Yeah, we see you loud and clear.
I do.
Happy
see
to hear.
AG with the green hearts. Light up the chat with the green hearts. We love seeing that. And thank you. Welcome to the Rep Game family. What is that? Seiji Dragon Jin? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, I think so.
I almost said Saggy, but
I was gonna say it first if you didn't say it.
I almost said that, but I'm like, hold up, is that Seiji? You said not all autistic people need time to depress. Let's go to this next one here too. I want to pull this up. I see. Whoa, you guys are flying here.
No, but he also has. Now keep note, Adora. He also has other things too besides just the autism. He has a chromosome thing, I do believe Seth mentioned or something.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Hey, T-REV and Smoke. This is Sharon from Florida. I was just wondering if this case has really touched me so bad. I want so bad for Sebastian to go home to his daddy, but I'm wondering if any of the pharmacies were checked to see if he had, if there were prescriptions filled for him.
Yeah,
and I think you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
In keeping Sebastian's name out there, and hopefully he'll be found, soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's
Sharon.
a good.
What happened?
That's a good point. That's the medication. If he's being held somewhere, they have to continuously fill that medication for him to have.
Which they're not going to do that.
Exactly.
You fill that medication, the FBI or somebody might be.
They're going to be there. Yeah.
Be wherever, they're going to come collect the footage from that pharmacy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nah, the vigil, we're getting close to the vigil time. We are.
Yeah.
We're getting very close. It's actually, I will be having it on here in a second. We're getting very close.
I'm going to go ahead and hop off and go cook some dinner, and I'll be watching in chat. So thank you for having me on. Pick your brain, brother. Man. Hey,
always.
I'm going to be watching. I'm watching that vigil, man. I'll be in the chat watching the vigil. If you want to take more callers, man, go ahead. I'm going to hop off.
I got you, brother. Yep, we'll be watching the vigil here in about, it seems like in about 13 minutes.
All right. I'll be in the chat, man. I'll be watching. Thanks for having me.
You're
See
welcome,
you guys in the
brother.
chat, guys. Thank you.
Shout out to Smoke. We appreciate him coming up. We appreciate him coming up. All right, this is about to come on. It is about to come on. 1 second. Let me see. Damn, there's a lot. Ooh.
Hi, T and Smoke. This is Cindy in Idaho. Listening to the show today and all the callers that come in, and there's just so much pain and heartache about Sebastian and love for Seth. He's a really great dad. He's a great dude. I really respect him. What I wanted to say is, he said that Katie and Chris haven't gotten in touch with him since they made that declaration to work together. And I think Chris probably spoke to Katie about that and joining up with Seth and working together. Yet I think she said no, flat out. She didn't want to. On the other hand, I have, I've heard you guys. And
actually, you're right. It is 6:15. Hold up. Is that Central Time? So in reality, it's 8:30 Eastern.
Well, people calling in and say that law enforcement is telling the Proudfoots what to say in their interviews, and they might have some points that they might speak to them about, like what not to say, so that no leads that they're working on can be messed with. And as far as Chris having friends in the local law enforcement, he probably has one or two people he knows. It isn't hard to do a ride-along. Anybody can do it. You just go in and ask if you can ride along, and they'll schedule you a ride-along. That happened all the time, you know. And I used to ride along when I wasn't even on duty, just to like hang out with one of my friends or something. But so that's not a big deal that he did a ride-along. However, I think that people take too much into that and think that law enforcement is backing up the Proudfoots, and they're not. They're gonna stay neutral. This is a very serious case, and they're not gonna get some kind of implication that they were one-sided in it. You know, just because, like I said, Chris might know one or two people, he's acting like he knows everybody and they're all backing him up. Well, I don't buy that for a minute. I think their department's like 130 strong, you know, sworn officers. So he doesn't know them all. And all of them wouldn't like him, trust me. But as far as the FBI and what Jennifer Coffendorfer said, they are not taking over the case. And they don't take over the case. Law enforcement that opens the case is always the case. That's where the
Yeah, Cindy cut out. She was going in too. She cut out. She probably still kept talking and didn't even know. Yeah, I appreciate that, yo, Cindy. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. A certain part of what you were bringing up with law enforcement and FBI taking over the case. I don't see it happen. I wish they would. If there was something like some people speculate with the corruption, but again, we don't know that. Some people said they've made a connection there, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that connection. Only time will tell, huh? Well, I see people's like play some tunes, show some stuff, play some tunes. What are we doing? Pamela says Sebastian may be hidden until after CP's hearing. Thank you for the support to the channel. That's definitely something to ponder on. Heard it before, but definitely do think it. Actually, I haven't heard that before. Being hidden until after CP's hearing. Wasn't his hearing supposed to be March 5th? Wasn't that supposed to be the trial date with him and Nina? And Becky, thank you. I appreciate you. Code Green, Puff Puff. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Back to it. You know what? I'm gonna open up the lines until the visual comes on. So if you do want to call in and get through, I'll continue to listen to voicemails and take calls. 219-859-9610. You're on the show. Talk to me.
Hi, T-REV?
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me? Am I loud enough?
Yeah, you sound decent. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to tell you a little spin on something that crossed my head, and it's just a weird thing, but I really believed in the beginning Katie had something to do with this. I just did. And then there was a conversation about this 3-hour window and how they talked for 3 hours. And people were saying, well, that's ridiculous. Who talks to their spouse for 3 hours? Well, I had a very hard time with insomnia. And I won't say the name of it, but there was a prescription that I would take at night to go to sleep and to keep me asleep. The thing about this prescription was it didn't put you asleep right away, and sometimes you walked in your sleep. I bashed my knee one time because I slipped in the kitchen. I didn't know it till the next day. I had no clue I had done it. I cut my arm in the sink when I went to go wash my hands, and there was a knife in the sink. I didn't realize it. Again, I didn't even know I did that till the next day. And when my husband would travel and he knew he couldn't be home, he would talk to me the entire time on the phone until I fell asleep, and he knew I was in bed and was not going to get up again. Now, that doesn't mean I didn't always get up again. Sometimes I did. But majority of the time, once he knew I was in bed and he talked me to sleep, I was done. I was out for the night. And when I was out, I knew nothing. You could have come in and hit me in the head with a sledgehammer. I wouldn't have even known you were in the house. What got me was that they talked for 3 hours, and then she said she was falling asleep, and he said, go ahead and go to sleep. That's exactly what my husband would say to me. And I feel now, after hearing that one little blurb, that I think something happened on her watch under her hand. Yep, that's exactly what it is. And I will tell you, I was on it for 20 years. I just recently got off of it because I fell, like I said, and dashed my knee. But I will tell you that I think something happened. And I think that it was unintentional, but something happened. And I think him talking to her for 3 hours, there were times where my husband would say, I'm not going to be home till tomorrow. But he would talk to me, and he was actually on his way home. And then I would wake up, and he was there. So it was his way of making sure I was safe in bed and not going to get hurt or do something weird. Like, because people have been known with that to get in a car and drive somewhere. So that just, that little bit just hit me. And I think that something did happen. And I think that it was an accident by her. I still think it was her. But I don't think she knows exactly what happened. And again, with that thud, I could have said to you in the morning, oh yeah, I fell. Yeah, I did, feel a sharp pain for a second, but then I was out. So it didn't matter. There was blood all over the floor when I got up in the morning. My arm needed a stitch in it because of the cut that I got when I put my hand in the sink. So I really feel something happened under her watch. I don't know if she is on anything, but boy, that really sounded exactly like the conversations me and my husband would have when he was out working away from home. And that's all I have to say. But thank you for all the work you do, and thank you to Seth for being vigilant. Thank you for everyone in the gang who really is very nice and kind and doesn't put down people's thoughts. And
Right.
Unfortunately, I don't think he's coming home, and that's a gut mother's feeling I have. But we still have to look, and we still have to find out what happened, and whoever's responsible, they need to pay for that. Thank you, T-REV.
Well, I appreciate you being so passionate and calling in while you're on the road, for one, and two.
Yeah, I'm on my way to work. I work from 5 to 1:30 in the morning, so I try to listen to you as much as I can before I try to binge before I get into the work because I'm not allowed to have my phone with me. So.
Well, God bless you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions here with us today. And the most importantly, thank you for being part of keeping Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' name here alive on day 61. Thank you, man. And stay safe at work. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay vigilant. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. The phone lines are open. We will be watching the Vigil here tonight. All talk Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, day 61. 801, what's going on? You're live.
Hey there, T. This is Jen from Salt Lake.
Jen from Salt Lake in the building. You are live on the air right now. Talk to me.
I was wondering, when I saw them, Seth and Chris together, and I guess they were, trying to make a deal or something, why does Seth need Chris's approval for anything to begin with? That just blew me away totally. I mean, he's not Sebastian. Okay. I mean, he already knows, Chris and Katie already knows where this child is at. And, if this is not obstruction of justice, then these cops have no IQ whatsoever at all. I mean, seriously, no IQ, and they could lose their qualified immunity just for being this stupid. No IQ, no QI. I mean, this has went on for so long, and they know where it's at. And then I saw on your feed, she waited 8 days to, for an interview to report him missing. Is that true?
That what?
I can't believe.
Hours? What'd you say?
They gave an interview to say that she was missing, or that the child was missing.
What do you mean?
Katie and Chris, when they had an interview, it was 8 days after he went missing.
Okay.
Is that true?
That is what true? That they did an interview 8 days after?
Or yeah.
It was about that. Okay, so February 26th, you take it up to, I think it was believed, what was it, March 5th? I think. I think the first interview they busted out was March 5th. I could be wrong.
Oh my God.
Chat if I am wrong, but I believe it was March 5th or 4th when they first spoke out. I have it in my notes. I just had to recatch what you were saying. I wanted to make sure I got it right. I believe.
Yeah, I was just wondering. Yeah, I was just wondering, why the big delay on waiting for so long.
I think that is a great point that you're making, and that's what we all want to know. Why so long to take it public, or anything to that magnitude?
Isn't that obstruction right there also? Being that neglectful to report him missing? I mean, there's all this stuff that they could be charging them with, and they're just sitting there on their thumb.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, he's missing. Are you going to be charged with obstruction because you don't do an interview fast enough?
Well, if he's,
I'm thinking realistically, some people don't even do interviews when their child's missing whatsoever, not one time. You know what I mean? There is people out there that don't even friggin' do interviews. They won't talk to nobody because they're so private. They shut down. They don't even speak. Public eye doesn't see them. So you have those cases sometimes where there is people that want to be super private and they don't speak out. And I mean, it happens a lot, more than what you would think.
Oh my God.
It does. It really does. It happens all the time where parents or children go missing, and these parents don't even speak out at all. They don't go on no media. When you pull up these pages with these missing children, where are their parents speaking out? I can't find no interviews on a lot of these parents who have missing children whatsoever. This one just happens to be in the public eye, and we're all crucifying different, certain parts of it. And I can agree with that.
Well, I think that they could have done a better job.
Anybody
than this.
I think anybody should come out and do interviews right away. That's what I personally think. But
yeah, especially with an autistic child.
Absolutely, I agree with
a
you.
young man. I should say he's not a child.
Way, I'm not disagreeing with you. What I am pointing out though is that there is a shit ton of kids that are missing, and none of their parents. I've seen some where none of the parents are doing interviews whatsoever, or talking to nobody. So that's weird. Yeah, it's
just I see so many arrestable offenses. I mean, I've seen people arrested for less than this. Less than this.
Yeah.
With no body even. With no body even.
Yep, it's crazy. He said T-REV tell her they didn't wait 8 days to report him missing. Yeah, they reported him missing that next morning, but at 6 p.m. or 6:20, I believe.
Okay, to the sheriff that
Correct.
wasn't
but they're still they still completed and conducted search, etc.
his buddy. since the sheriff's office doesn't even know.
Can anybody who has that buddy, is there a picture with Chris with this officer anywhere that we could, that way we can see if that's true? Because I keep hearing that, but I want to make the connection for real, and I haven't been able to.
Well, they claim the sheriff's office don't open until 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So who's this guy at 6:30?
I know. I've been trying to find out.
So it must have somebody he knew, obviously. Because that's the guy he obviously called. He didn't call, 911. He called the sheriff's office, or he claims he called the sheriff's office.
Right.
But obviously he didn't if it's not open till 8. So.
Yeah.
I mean, see, none of it makes sense at all.
No,
none of it.
It doesn't.
So if it don't make sense, it's not true.
A lot of
but anyway,
a lot of it doesn't make sense. I'm with you on that. It doesn't.
Yeah, and what I see is so many arrestable offenses. I just don't know why the police just don't go out there and arrest these people. I mean,
evidence. There's no evidence to arrest them. That's the problem that they're having. There's no evidence to even suggest any foul play in any direction, whether it be with Seth or anybody who Sebastian was out with that night. There's just nothing pointing towards foul play, according to the police.
Well, I think it was neglectful of her to sit there and wait for 8 days to even get an interview out. That's an arrestable offense right there. 8 days to tell people he's missing.
They said turn on the Vigil. The Vigil's not for another hour.
So, I don't know. It's just unbelievable that like I said, people have been arrested for less than this. With even on, it's just blown my mind why they don't do anything with it. It's been 2 months.
I gotta find some more. Yeah.
2 months for this poor young man. And I really feel for Seth. And he does not have to have Chris's, okay for anything.
Why do people keep saying that the Vigil's on? What are we talking about?
Oh,
I don't see it.
Vigil.
Yeah, they're saying the Vigil. But I got the direct link to the page where the Vigil is going to be broadcast, and I don't see it. Excuse me. It's 7:30. Yep, it's 7:30.
Oh, the Vigil?
Mm-hmm. It's at 7:30. I thought it was at Eastern too, but somebody schooled me and said that in Hendersonville it's it's Central. So I was like, whoa, okay. No, it's 7:30 Central time, they're saying. So again, we got a whole nother hour. I don't see it on the person's page who I know is live streaming the whole entire Vigil. So I will have that up. But I appreciate you chiming in. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice for Sebastian Wayne, Drake Rogers. Again, they got to have evidence to make arrest. Without evidence, they can't make any arrest, and nobody's been charged with anything. In fact, they're even saying,
it's all about Sebastian. That's all I can
absolutely.
say. This the only reason I'm with you guys right now is so God be with you guys.
Team Sebastian, God bless you, man. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. I appreciate you using your voice here tonight. We still got about a little bit less than an hour. It's coming though. It's coming. They're saying Central. I thought it was 7:30 Eastern, and that was my mistake. I apologize for saying that. I thought it was 7:30 Eastern, but Hendersonville folks schooled me and said, Rev, it's 6:30 here in Hendersonville. So again, what?
Yes, Rev. My name is Deborah.
567 sent from heaven. How are you doing tonight?
Hey, T-REV. This is Christy. So I didn't think I was going to get in.
You got right
So what?
You got right through.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I know, that was crazy. So I've been calling and leaving little messages or whatever for you. But I lived in East Tennessee. When I first moved to East Tennessee in 2001, we lived in a real small, I call it a redneck town in Tennessee. Cops, like, they were shady cops all over in that state. I know now live in Ohio, but I have family that still lives in that area. And my dad is like glued to this TV screen. Every time my dad goes up and down the side of it, they live along the river right on that Cumberland. And then my dad is like all the time going over the bridge. Like they're out fishing all the time on their boats. Like they are looking in East Tennessee for this child.
That's good. And boats, you said?
Yes. Yes. They have water in the river, and we drain our river from East Tennessee towards Nashville and Memphis in the wintertime, and then they slowly bring it back. But then when this all took place, they had to open it up and send water East Tennessee faster than they normally do because of the other case. But my dad said that river filled up quick this year, and they have been watching. Like I said, my parents live past Knoxville, but they are in East Tennessee, and they live right on the Cumberland River. So, but I have friends and family down there. Like I said, they all live on the lake, and that's what they've been doing.
That's good that they're searching out there. I mean, he could be anywhere, right? Especially
anywhere.
That river connects all the way down towards Hendersonville.
It's a lot of states, actually. That river goes through not just Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
It's in, I think, 7 different states.
Yeah, that's a big river. Wow.
It is. Yep.
Well,
So, and then, like I said earlier, I think it's got to do with the shoes. Him and CP wore the same size shoes.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't say CP didn't put on something and walk through there. How did he know how deep it was on him during that one interview? Like when he did, I forget the one, I think it was the second interview, or maybe the Nancy Grace thing, when he said it only went up to his knees. How did he know that?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Good question.
So, all right, I won't keep all your guys' time. I just had that one little thing to say about the river and to ask about the shoe thing. Thought that was a good question. So.
It is a good question. You're good. I was just, how did that?
But
this case is crazy, ain't it?
It's crazy. It's getting out of hand. I mean, 60 days is a long time.
With no answers whatsoever.
Yes.
None.
Dead ends. They're just all dead ends.
All of it is.
I agreed to one of the callers the other day where they said something about because that river is close to the construction site place, the contracting place or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But, and then the mom and the mother-in-law all drive the same car.
Mm-hmm.
They're the same exact color and everything. That's just weird.
It is weird. I haven't seen the car, so I don't, I haven't seen it side by side.
It was on something very early on when one of the people were being followed by her.
Mm-hmm.
I forget who it was, but they had it on their live where they were being followed. And then all the people are getting threatened for helping look for the poor child, the poor kid. That's just crazy.
I've seen a
That's
lot
just
of things.
that's sad. Like, if no one else is out looking, why can't people help?
I don't know if those people were at a property they shouldn't have been at. I don't know the whole story to it, but that's how I'm looking at it. Like, why would they just push up on anybody for no reason? And it's sus if they did.
Yes. Yep, I agree on that.
Will the Proudfoot show up tonight? Great question.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, I'll let another caller call in, but I have everybody here in Ohio listening to your music too, by the way.
Thank you for that. I do appreciate that.
Yep,
The album will be dropping
so.
this summer, or actually June, which is less than 2 months.
But all right, God bless everybody. Everybody have a great night.
You too. Thank you, ma'am. God bless you. You stay vigilant and lock them doors on this dangerous Friday. Shout out to her. He said, I am thinking they canceled the Vigil. They didn't cancel the Vigil. They didn't cancel it. No way. I'll ask Seth right now. I know they didn't cancel it. Ooh, what do we got? 865 or 607? 865, you were live. Talk to me.
Hey, is this Rev?
Yes, ma'am, it is. And you are live right now. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. It's Grace in Knoxville, Tennessee. I've been trying to get through for quite a while, but I'm going to give my opinion. Of course, everybody has been. But it's plain, Rev, to see. There was Chris, he was trying to get custody of Faith.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted rid of Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just all plain to see. And what better way for him to go get custody for his dad said to get custody of him, but he didn't want him even that because he would have to come back there and visit for visitation. This is just all my opinion and watching and how they act, how they do. And in my opinion, they both have something to do with this. And they did get rid of this baby. This is my opinion. It was either through that garage in that car, or he never made it home from Texas Roadhouse.
So, yeah, and that brings me right back to where you already know. You probably heard it. You heard me say it a million times, but again, if they seen him on, I think that's why it's important for them to let them know if they seen him on camera or not, or they're just going based off the word of Katie. Because with them sitting down and telling the PI, hey, we see them on camera to come out, and we'd never seen him come back out of the house, or we seen him come out and go back in, but we never seen him come back out. But I want to know how they concluded. Excuse me, how they concluded that it was him.
That's my question too. I mean, and they haven't saw him come back out of the house. I mean, this was premeditated. And his ex-wife, oh gosh, I can't think of her name.
Hold up.
Nina. I mean, she just, when she opened up the way she did, it just opened the door to show exactly what Chris was doing. I mean, it was just showing right there. And I think he gave her an ultimatum. Either it's me or Sebastian. The marriage was already falling apart. The house is in his mom's name, who's got all kinds of money. She's got no security whatsoever. So, I don't know. I worked in criminal law for years. I've never saw nothing like this. I've been retired. But, and I could be wrong. I have been wrong before. But I think when it comes out, and I really believe it will, I think Chris is sweating it. I really do. And I think that they will be charged. I really believe it. And that's my opinion. And then them having that much money, his mom, they're going to pay their way right through there. They're going to try and pay their way because it is, I'm sorry, a little town. And it's where everybody knows everybody, even here in Knoxville. And we're a big town. It's who you know and how much money you got. I watched it go through the court systems too many times. So I'm just praying this baby will be found. Do I think he'll be alive? Unfortunately, I hate to say it. No, I don't think so.
Ooh.
I mean, I wish I could. I wish I could have that much faith. But with all I saw, and if you just watch Chris and Katie, their actions, that speaks louder than words.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all I have to say. And you have a blessed night. I'm getting ready to watch the Vigil, and I really don't look for them to show up. If they do, well, him getting in my face the other day like he did Seth, and I know Seth he has to have a heart of gold, because personally, me, a granny, I would have knocked him for a flip. And I'm a granny of 5, and I'm telling you, I'm not kidding. If he got in my face like that, one of us would have hit that concrete quick. But I do enjoy your program, and I love hearing you. I love your prayers.
I appreciate that.
Okay, you have a blessed night, sweetie.
I'm so glad that you got through, and I appreciate your passion. I appreciate you calling up and being that voice here, just as many, a lot of the others have been tonight. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and thank you for not giving up on getting through either. I'm finally you got through, and I hope you have a blessed Friday night. Make sure you lock them doors, and we'll be watching this video.
Okay, sir. Thank you, and you too. God bless.
God bless you, man. What a sweetheart. 219-885-9693. Seth doesn't really right? 607 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on? I'm Mindy from upstate New York. This whole case has just got me twisted, yo, for real. Like, you really do have my support 100%. You got our support in upstate New York. But, yo, the whole thing about this shit is that I think they locked him out. I think his mother and him got in an argument. They locked him out. He's autistic, so he ran. Like, because if you think about it, the lights out back, I don't give a shit what anybody says. In the dark, yo, so I really do either that or the stepfather and her took his body out that way and have lights taking him out. Like, he left. Like, this has got me where I can't sleep.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And you know, even in upstate, we have missing cases like Bambi Madden. Yo, women that just
alert there?
Yeah, yeah. I got it because I watched you.
Okay.
But I didn't get an Amber Alert. No, there was no Amber Alert for Sebastian in upstate New York. But I've been watching you and Dolly Vision because I'm obsessed with like Summer Wells and all the Tennessee disappearance. I really think there's a serial killer out there that's abducting children. Like, think about it. Like, people are coming up missing.
Right.
They're nothing.
Right.
Just like disappear. I don't care. You know yourself. Like, we had a lady here that came up missing like years ago, Bambi Madden. They never even found her body, bro. Like, it do nothing. Like, she just vanished. And they dropped the Amber Alert on her and everything. Like, she was a lady, but still, she's like gone. Gone. Never seen of, never heard of, never body, nothing. And this is upstate. So these kids, like Sebastian, being 15, autistic, that shit's got grind my gears. Like, you know, we have mad love for you because you're the only one that's like on top of Seth, on top of talking. Like, the mom and dad, stepdad need to get up on here and talk what happened. Like, because, you know,
absolutely,
he's a child. How are you not going to know? If a thug was in my fucking house with I have 4 kids. If a thug, I'm sorry to swear.
You're flying in that damn room.
But I would be in there checking on my children, and they're older.
Yeah,
you're a thug. You go check on your baby, right?
Right. And
like,
even the way that I grew up, even with the way my mom was, if she heard a thud, she would be coming up in there.
Yeah, she'd be like, yo, are you okay? Like, opening your door, like, yo, you all right? You know, that she didn't even check on him. So how neglectful was Katie? How neglectful was he? And he was autistic. So he was high functioning, but still, if you think about the whole thing, I think he got in a fight with her at the restaurant. Maybe at the restaurant, he got in a fight and threw a fit and walked off, and she was like, "Oh, he'll get home." Like, it's weird. It's weird. How did he disappear in the thin air?
Yeah,
he's a body. You know, he's a child.
Did not see him coming back out of this house.
Exactly. So what happened in the house? Would you bury him in the wall like Don Wells did with Summer? But apparently, I think Summer's in her basement in the wall somewhere. Really? The baby's 5.
Wait a minute.
I hate to bring up Summer because I love Sebastian. God bless you, little man. And I pray to God someone's got you and just taking care of you. And St. Christopher, you know, in Jesus' name, like for real, like I pray for him every day, all day, to get found. Even his dad is so heartbroken. You can hear it. You know, but it does make you question. Maybe he took him to hide him away from her. I don't know. Like, do you have ideas? Like, do you think? What do you think?
Like, personally, for me, it all lies between going from Texas Roadhouse to the house. I mean, he allegedly got home at 6:39 p.m.
And yeah, but the thing is, like, all right, you tell me he took the garbage out. It don't even look like him, bro. Look at the video. It does not look like him.
Well, the video's not even out.
No, the way, all right, she's describing
the video. Okay, so because I talked to Seth about this. I talked about it live. I talked about it off the live. I kept bringing up that video of the trash bin, and I think we're at the conclusion that they have a video that he hasn't seen.
Yeah, but why would his dad be so secluded from the information that's helping him find his son when he's the only one out there?
It's a great.
Why is it keeping everything from him?
Maybe they're investigating something criminal behind the scenes, and that's why they're not disclosing certain things.
You know, and that's why us YouTubers or people in general need to stay out of it, because really, if they screw it up like the Summers Wells case, YouTubers went buck wild. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, Jonathan Lee Richards good, like he tried to help, but the thing is, the other ones that went buck wild, they could have hindered Summer's case because of all the backlashes. Everybody wanted to find her. Everybody. How is your baby? I think Candace was high. I'm sorry to bring up Summer again because I know it's all about Sebastian. It is, but Summer too. Candace was high off her mother's pills, I think. She passed out. Her mom passed out from the pills. Summer went and played or something with the brothers, and God knows. God knows. Them kids know. Them kids know what happened to Summer, I think. You know? Or maybe the dad was a pervert and did something to her, or maybe one of the boys hurt her on accident and she died, and they hit her in the wall because they knew CPS was coming. You know? It's just so bad. Even in here, I'm obsessed. I'm a crime lover. Like, I want to know what happened. I'm a what person and why. Right. Why? She's 5. Sebastian's 15. Tennessee, the other Riley or whatever his name was, the other kid.
Riley Strain, 22 years old.
Yeah, found him naked. Right? Wasn't he pantsless in the river?
Oh, yeah. What is that, boot?
All right, so it's Tennessee. Something about Tennessee. They need to investigate. And I think that it's bigger than that. I think there is a serial predator that's hunting people in Tennessee. I really do. I'm sorry, but it's too much Ted Bundy shit going on here. Right. Too much. Really think about how many people are missing from Tennessee. Look at it. Look at it, bro. Look at all the people that are missing.
Here's a little. Hold on, I'm putting this up for you guys on the screen, but this is a little update of what they're setting up right now out here, ladies and gentlemen. Hendersonville. I do got it locked in. We are going to be watching that vigil here live
light the path for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And Pam Jones said, believing in a miracle for tonight, that Sebastian walks down the path tonight and hugs his daddy, not counting on AP will show up. Let's all pray for this. Now, this is a live picture out there right now at the bridge of them setting up. We'll be watching that here for everybody who is here and listening. And I appreciate you and your passion too. I do love the passion.
Well, really, I just want to say one thing.
You hear me?
Yes. And I want to say one thing. God bless you, bro. You're sick. You have problems. You still are keeping Sebastian's name out there. Please, keep his name out there. Us in upstate, we hear you, bro. If we see him, we will call the police. For real. And our cops in New York are crazy. They will go get him. They come in full gear when they find something going on. You know what I mean? They will sit there with a stand up, anything. So pray to God that kid is okay, and he just walks it on that path. I pray to God he walks out of wherever he's hiding, if he is. If not, hopefully they can recover his body and his parents can put it at peace, and figure out what happened. You know? Yeah.
I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. I can't wait to hear from you again. Love the passion, and you already know we got our foot on the gas. Thank you so much. God bless you. Shout out to upstate New York. Again, this is a live view. If you were just coming in, this is a live view or a picture that was just taken out here of a live view of this light the path for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, day 61. Him missing. It's been 2 months. Again, this is the setup, the bridge. It will be going down here soon. Let me open these lines. We still got about 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 30 minutes, okay? 30 minutes until the vigil comes. So we're still here. We're taking phone calls. Locked into that time. We're not going to make 405. You're live. Talk to me. Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am. You are live. How are you doing?
T-REV.
How you doing?
This is Sweet Pea from Texas.
Sweet
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah. I got some. I jotted it down so I wouldn't drag it out. But do you remember the lady you had on earlier that prayed such a beautiful prayer? That sweet lady that said she wanted to wrap her arms around you. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, she calls in pretty often and prays.
Yes, beautiful lady. Well, she reminded me of something that the lady that drove the 3 kids off into the water. I can remember this day vividly, in color, in my mind. I was walking out of my house to go somewhere. Now, somebody else was in the house and the TV was going. And just as I walked past the window, I heard the interview where they were interviewing that mother. And it caused me to stop. And I stopped and I listened. And my gut said, nope, she knows what happened to them kids. She's lying. And then I just went on and got in my car and drove off. It was a gut feeling. And so what I wanted to say is the interviews that we saw in the beginning of the mom and the stepdad, they don't line up. We all see it. There's so many inconsistencies, gut feelings, the looks on their faces, and that's the same way I felt listening to that. That's the exact same way. And so I want to say that just like in the Soto case, look how long they withheld information and stuff until now. Now they've arrested him for it. So I kind of believe that's what's going on. And I also believe that she knows and they know where he is, what happened to him. And, you know, those stories about taking him off somewhere, all that could be true and everything. There's something definitely wrong. They know what happened. And when the facts don't add up, there's something wrong. So I just want to tell you that I'm in agreement that they know where he's at. They know whether he's alive, or accident, or whatever, all the scenarios. They do know where he's at. That's my opinion. I don't want to say that I don't think he's alive. I don't even want to say it. you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't look good, but I just believe that my gut feeling is usually never wrong, just like yours too. That when I saw and heard, and then all the different stories and adding words, and it don't add up. So there's definitely something being hidden, in my opinion. They know. So that's what I say.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely don't add up, but at the same time, it must for law enforcement if they're not turning them stones over, right? Like, what's going on there?
Right, but yeah, but see, what if they're doing, and what if they do have information? What, look how long it took those to arrest that whatever his name is, the Soto case. Look how long that's taken. They had to stay silent for a reason. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. That maybe they are investigating because they have to have probable cause, like you explained.
They really do, and it's sad, right? It's sad that there's no answers, but they have to have evidence to be able to do things. And I understand people's frustrations. Lock them up or do this and do that. Don't you wish it was that easy? It doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't. Because look how long it's taken them to get this other guy arrested for murder. Look how long. That's been a long time to me. But like I said, I just willing to give them a benefit. If there's something there that they have caught on to, they're not going to tell us. They're going to keep investigating until they get enough to snag it. That's just, to me, that would just, be my opinion. But I just want to say, I believe she knows. Just by the look on her face, I could see the guilt and the all that stuff that you can see when you watch those. You just got to watch the body language and the voices. When I heard that girl walking out the door on the TV, I stopped in my tracks and I listened to her story of what happened, and my instinct said, that ain't right. No, sir. And you know what? I went on about my business, and then later on I found out that, it was her. Well, anyways, I just wanted to, I wanted to say a prayer, but I want to sing it, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
And it's because of the lady that calls in, that she talks so much about all of us together as a nation, as a people, and us here on your live. And you're amazing. I love it. I really love your music. And I just want to sing this. It's a prayer.
Go ahead.
If I make one prayer to you, my God, it's one song I'd sing unto your name. It would be that your children might know that they are one, might learn to love as you love your son. Lord, make your people one. Let your will be done. Finish the work be done. Lord, make your people one. That's what I pray.
Good prayer. Amen.
Yeah. And listen, God can do anything. He is amazing. He can do anything. And if he's alive, he can bring him forth. If he's not, he can bring him forth. If he needs justice, God will make the justice happen. We got to stay in love, like the lady said. And I love you, and I'll let you go. And
thank you.
Thanks for listening
I
to me.
appreciate you. Thank you, ma'am. God bless you.
Oh, you're welcome too, hon. God bless you too. And everybody in chat.
I want you to stay vigilant, keep God at your heart, and lock your doors and stay safe on this Friday. Thank you, ma'am, for bringing that light.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Wow, what a nice phone call from her. We got about 20 minutes left until the vigil. We will be watching. That is a picture right there of the area right now. They're setting up out there. What a beautiful prayer by her. kids, but all angel for so many. Thank you so much for that. 276, you're in the mix. Talk to me.
T-REV, hey, I'm glad I got through. I have a theory that I don't think many people have thought about, but in the beginning, it was decided that Bastion was going to go live with Seth. But according to Chris and Seth, that Chris was going to get Katie on board with that. So suppose that Chris wanted to rush it up and Katie's still not on board because he didn't want Sebastian, just his daughter. So if Katie made Sebastian disappear for a while until after the court date to ensure as a payback that he didn't get his daughter.
Interesting.
I mean, I can see people being vengeful that way, especially, you know, if he tells her, I don't want your son, but you're going to help me raise my daughter. You know?
Yeah.
But anyway, that's just a thought I had. So I'll let other people call in because I know you're hard to get on the phone.
No,
so
you're
thank
good.
you.
You're good. You're good. You still got time. But if you're, you know.
No, I'm kind of short and to the point and make my point and get off. So thank you for taking my call.
You're more than welcome. God bless you, ma'am. And you stay vigilant. Thank you so much. That was short. That was short. You said I felt the Holy Spirit with her prayer song. (843), you're on with me. Talk.
Hey.
How are you?
Hi. I got through. This is Brittany from South Carolina.
How you doing, Brittany?
Doing good. I have been engulfed with this case. I watch a lot of true crime and stuff, but missing children is just something different. The unknown and all of that comes with it. And I kind of feel like Ellie is a little bit to blame with all the chaos because like someone earlier called in and I'm like echoing what he said, like, if you don't give us anything, then, you know, there's just speculation. So it's like, I've never seen some of these YouTubers, you know, that are arguing like they are. And it's like, it's complete nonsense. Like, this is about finding a missing kid. And it's not about who said what. And like, I've just never seen the good and the bad that this case has brought.
It's definitely been a wild ride for sure. I'll tell you that much. Just trying to figure out what happened alone is insane. Not knowing is crazy too. It just every single day, I think most of us wake up and start to look and see if anything new has came out.
I mean, a kid just doesn't vanish. You know, if his feet touched the ground from the second he stepped out, and especially barefoot, he would have been tracked by dogs, 100%. Like, we had a kid go missing in our community not too long ago. His father was a pastor, and he walked out in the woods, and they tracked him in like, I don't know, under 12 hours. So, I mean, you can't tell me that he ran off, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, that was kind of all I really had to say. I want to see everyone come together and, you know, let it be about Sebastian. And that's what I mean, that's why I watch mainly your channel, unless it's like Court TV or something like that,
Right.
because all the other stuff is like it's circus. That's what it is. So the clowns can just have their circus. I just want to attend. So I appreciate everything you're doing, and keeping his name out there, and I have faith he'll be found, and I have faith he's out there.
I do too. I have faith that he's out there, but as far as it's like, I don't know though, but it takes me back to what that PI said. Like, I always say it, but if you see them going in or coming out and going back in, why is he not exiting?
That's right.
So that's
There's
the
something
scary
missing,
part. That's the
so.
scary part when I hear that detail.
Yeah, for sure.
No vehicles, nothing that looks suspicious or out of the ordinary is coming in and around there. I don't know.
It's not logical, and so everybody's going to speculate. Everybody's going to because it doesn't make sense, because there's something missing. So what is it? And I feel like, yeah, everybody's going to be on the Proudfoots because we feel like they have that missing link. If you were standing out there with Seth every day and you were out there fighting with him and beside him, and you weren't so closed off and secretive and hiding and all of this nonsense, you're bringing the attention to you. You're making yourself look that way. Nobody's doing that to you.
Correct.
You're doing it to yourself. So don't play victim when people start pointing fingers at you, because you're the one that's making yourself look that way.
That's a good point. I mean, that's what, if you go and listen to, I don't know if you probably have before, but Peter Hyatt, just his break, his cases, for me, that guy, I think is onto something, allegedly, and he could be completely wrong, but
Yeah, it really makes you wonder. And like I said, there's so many missing children out there that don't get the voice. But and I mean, there's so many mysteries. But with something like this, with this many eyes that have been on this since day one, something's missing. We're not getting the whole story.
There's definitely something missing there. Or at least it feels like to me. I feel the same way. There's definitely something missing to the story. What that is, we'll see when that resolution comes. We'll see. We got 15 minutes until the visual. 15 minutes.
Yeah, and that too. That's amazing that the community is going to come together. And will the Proudfoot show up?
Yeah, that's a great question. Will they show up? And I see some people speculating that they'll show up, that they won't. Chat, 1 for yes. Do you think the Proudfoots are going to show up to this vigil? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Proudfoots show up to the vigil. Again, 1 for yes, 2 for no. What do you think about that? Do you think they're going to show up?
I think they're going to show up, but I think that they're going to be very cautious about where they appear. I don't know. It's so, like I said, they have made it so much speculation up under them at this point now that it doesn't matter what they do. It's too late. You already look guilty. I mean, regardless if you show up, it's going to look funny either way. Because where were you at all the other ones? What's this one any different? Because people are calling you out now. I mean, so.
Yeah, damn, most of it is no. Everybody thinks no. I see a couple ones. I happen to be that odd one that thinks they might show up.
Yeah, I think they might.
I happen to be on that odd, and I'm mostly seeing 2s right now. I've seen a couple 1s. I happen to be on that odd group of 1s where I think maybe they do show up. And Trisha, I'm going to check into that. I'm definitely checking into that. I haven't talked to Nancy Drew in a minute, and I need to do an update with her and see what has been going on out there. But dang, the whole chat 2. I see a couple 1s. Carrie put a 1, but most people are 2. This is insane. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in and being a voice here for tonight for Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, Day 61. We're about to watch this vigil here in the next about 12 minutes, it seems, is coming up on. So,
Yeah, thank you for all you do, too.
thank you so much. I appreciate the compliment. And thank you for being a voice here tonight and having the courage to pick up that phone and call in. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. Shout out to her. Summers Army. Thank you, Summers Army, for your support to the channel. I really do appreciate you. She says, good evening, T-REV. Always good to see you on. Thank you, Summers Army. I appreciate that support. I do. I really, really do. Thank you. You said me and my family made plastic bottle with message in them. Prayers for Sebastian's safe return. That's so sweet, Fallen Angel. Safe return with lights in them to set off at beach in Australia since can't get there to help. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Fallen Angel. That is very, very nice of you. And shout out to all of our brothers and sisters and aunts and moms and dads across the pond that are in here. I do appreciate all of you, whether you're from Australia, New Zealand, Africa. I know we got Rev Gang from all over the world, and I do appreciate you all for sharing and really pushing not only Sebastian's story out there, but all the stories that we cover. It does mean a lot. We're coming up on 10 minutes. We got about 10 minutes until this starts. So I may do one more phone call and we'll lock in on the vigil. Yep, that's what we're going to do. One more phone call. 575, you're live. Talk to me.
Hey, T, how are you doing?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm good. How's Sosa?
He is doing okay. He has something put in his ear for the next 2 weeks. Then we got to go in and figure out exactly what we're going to do to schedule for the surgery that he needs to get that mass removed. But they got to take blood first before they do the surgery. But he's doing okay. He's running around like a 14-year-old puppy.
Aw, how old is he? I'm
14.
just curious.
14.
Oh,
he doesn't look it either.
No, he's adorable. I'm always asking to see him in chat.
He's like a puppy.
Okay.
Literally.
Oh, he's just adorable.
Thank you.
And I have two things I want to say because I'm ex-military. I see a lot of misinformation on the military stuff, so I just wanted to clear it. Typically, you're going to go into your basic training, and during that basic training, you're going to get trained to use a weapon. In my case, I was Army M16. I think that's the same. I think they all use the M16. Now, it's been a few years since I was in, but that is part of your basic training. There's a lot of misinformation I see in chats and stuff. People say, oh, they've been trained to, chop up and dispose of a body. There is nothing like that in the military. If it is, it's you must be a Green Beret or a SEAL team or something else, because they don't teach you that in regular basic training. And then you go on into your specialty of your MOS, your schooling. So I just want to put people a little bit at ease that no, it does not go that far. It's basically just how to handle your weapon and, basic training on your weapon. And you'll have a bayonet on the end so you can either shoot or stab. It's not chopping up and disposing of bodies. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I want to say is in the military, I was carpentry and masonry.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people, there's a lot of rumors about people that they think Chris buried him in concrete. So now this is the one theory I cannot get behind, because if you ever watch, like I said, I did this in the Army. If you ever watch concrete being poured, it's pretty shallow. You're doing a slab, you're doing a form. People think, okay, well, what if they dug up the dirt and buried him in the under the dirt, under the concrete was poured? you would have to be able to lift up all that rebar structure that is laid before the concrete is actually poured. And that would be impossible for somebody to lift by themselves, because rebar is really heavy when it's all strung together and tied up together to, you know, create the structure for this concrete. So I just want to assure people that's not going to happen. And the second part of that is when you pour concrete, you have a crew. It's not a one-man job. You have a bunch of people, you have the truck pouring it out, you have a bunch of people slinging it and evening it out and pulling it in different directions and then smoothing it all. Mm-hmm. It's usually several people in a crew. So there's no way that he could have, you know, in a 12-inch deep slab or even a 2-foot deep slab, you would easily spot a body.
Yep. Thank you for everybody is saying thank you for your service, by the way, just so you know, in chat. They wanted to,
you're welcome.
They want you to know that.
And well, thank you guys
for your service, for serving. It takes a lot to serve. As I say to everyone who says that, you know, it does take a lot to serve, and I appreciate everybody who fights for our country.
I appreciate it. I enjoyed it. But I wanted to let everybody know that. So those are two theories you can squash, because it just does not make sense at all. So I just wanted to throw that out there. That's my 2 cents. And I'm praying for Sosa, and I'm so glad that we have your channel that we can all discuss this and, you know, come together and pray for Sebastian. I really hope he's found. But that's all I got.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for having the courage to call up, share your voice with us tonight. And that vigil is about to start here in 6 minutes. So you know what?
Great.
I'm about to watch that.
I'll be there.
Thank you so much.
I'll be there.
You stay
You're
vigilant
welcome.
and
Have a
lock
great
your doors.
night.
You too.
All right. Love you.
Love
Bye.
Good phone call. I appreciate you. Wow, this is overwhelming. Let me see something real quick. I'm on the visual page where it's going to come on at. And again, volunteer setting up, as you see, for this Light the Path visual that is about to take place here, that we're about to watch live here. As soon as that comes up, it should be coming up here in a minute. So do know we are watching that here. The vigil should be coming up live here in the next 5 minutes. So it's the Light Your Path vigil, this one right here. Obviously, it's at tonight, 7:30. They will be lighting that up, and they will share 2 minutes and 26 seconds of silence, mirroring the duration and the date of his disappearance. Standing together in silent prayer, we hope to hear words of guidance and strength and demonstrate the solidarity of our community, and to ask God to lead us to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. That's what this Light the Path is about, and that's what this picture is. It's out there right now. Well, about 30 minutes ago, they took a picture and we're setting up, but it looks beautiful, right? When you think, don't you all think that this picture right here is beautiful? I think this is a nice picture, and this bridge is pretty cool too. Can't wait to see it lit up in green. I really can't. I see you, Jason. Michelle, thank you. I appreciate you, Michelle. Michelle said, campground is my cell's territory. Saw their vehicles yesterday night at the first site by entrance. Can't miss from main highway when you drive by. You know what, Michelle? Now that you said that, hold on 1 second. Now that you said that, I got to pull up and see if Nancy Drew has sent us anything. I want to see if Nancy Drew has sent, because she's on it too. Let me pull this up. Nancy. Okay, here we go. Oh, wow.
It's 5 o'clock. I made a loop. And I came back. Had my eyes off for maybe 5 minutes, maybe.
She said she had her eyes off for 5 minutes.
Now her car's gone.
Now her car is gone.
But I guarantee you, they still don't have time to come to the green light, the lighting tonight. So why aren't they there?
She's there right now.
She's there right now. And this was at 5:01. So that was just 2 hours ago. Her car is gone. I wonder if they're on the way to the vigil. This was coming in from Nancy Drew out there, boots on the ground. Nancy Drew's out there at the Yogi Bear campground. She said both vehicles were there at the Yogi Bear campground. So the reports of them being there have been accurate. Nancy's been on it. She actually sent me like 8 videos, y'all. I have 8 videos. Let's see, 350. Whoa, she sent me a lot. I'm about to put on the visual right now. Don't worry. The Jeep was there, it looks like right there. Yeah, it was. It was there. And that was at 4:25. So it ended up going away. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull this up real quick. Make sure we got our vigil on. Don't want to miss it. 2 minutes. They should be live in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. You said, I'm telling you, CP is so arrogant. He will be there to try to prove something to everyone. Priscilla said, I drove by their house at 2:45 and no one was there. Well, at the Yogi Bear campground. That's coming from Nancy. Nancy's out there at the Yogi Bear campground. So shout out to Nancy. I know you're probably watching right now. We love you. Thank you for everything that you're doing. We do appreciate that. 1 second. Let me keep refreshing because I'm making sure we have this. Okay. I'm making sure we have it. We have that there. There. 1 second. He should be live in any minute. And I will have it up as soon as he does. That's the last visual. Yep. That is the last visual. It's 1 more minute. 1 more minute. What's going on with the live? Where we at? 1 more minute. I'm on a different screen right now, so I can't see chat. I'm literally refreshing over and over again, just letting you know what I'm doing so you don't think that I can't see you or I'm ignoring you. I'm on a whole different page, and I'm waiting. As soon as that pops up, I'm dragging it straight over to the left so we can watch it. Oh, let me check this. I got you. 1 second. Nothing yet. Again, nothing yet. We will live stream this via Facebook Live on my page. Okay. Yep, still nothing. And I'm on the actual page. It says approximately 7:30. They may be running behind a little bit. Again, they may be running behind a little bit. I have it refreshing right now on the exact page of where it's going live from and who's doing it. So again, they're not live yet. It does say approximately 7:30, but it doesn't mean that they could run behind just a tad bit. We're right on 7:30 right now, so I'm expecting it to be live within the next minute or now. That's what I'm expecting, like within the next second. How did that disappear? Okay, there we go. Still nothing. Still nothing yet. What is going on here? We want to watch right now. Yeah, this isn't the video right here. That's that old one. Post. Refresh again. I'm refreshing 50 million times over and over and over again. Nope, I don't see it there. I'm impatient. I want to see this. Like, what's going on? Why isn't it live yet? Still not live, y'all. Still not live. And I'm not taking my eyes off of it. I know you're in chat. I'm still waiting for it. As soon as it pops up, I'm pulling it over. They must be running behind. What is going on? Why do we not have this live view? The impatience for me is real today. I am very impatient. Not live yet. What the? Why is it not live yet? Okay, so it says, okay, it does say that we will Facebook Live at approximately 7. So again, I know I'm on that right page. I'm looking at the right page. It's literally the right person. There's a name out there. So he said, okay, so he posted an update. Volunteers are setting up for Sebastian's light, the path vigil. Hold up, we will Facebook Live at approximately 7:30, and you're still not live yet. And we're at 7:33. So again, they're probably still setting up, it sounds like. They're still setting up. You said it's not dark yet, T. Could be waiting for dark. You guys are right about that, but I'm not gonna say I'm staying on this page. I'm locked in. You said T-REV, it's not dark yet. I'm here right now. Okay. Okay. I got you. I'm still on that page waiting because we're not missing. I'm not missing it. As soon as it comes on, we will be catching it. I will sit on this page and refresh it until it starts, until it gets dark. And I know it's not dark because I'm looking out my window right now, and it's dang sure it's still a little light out there. So, but I'm still surprised they haven't went live though on the vigil. I am still surprised about that. 7:30. We're coming up on 7:35. And the last update was this picture from 40 minutes ago. So they're definitely still setting up. You know what? I'll play a voicemail while we're waiting. Let's play this voicemail.
Yes, T-REV, this is Donna Fowler calling back. It was just mentioned about the how the connection was between the Proudfoot and the law enforcement. I read today someone posted that Chris's mother, Kathy Bowersox, and the sheriff's wife are good friends. So that could possibly be how things are getting done. Thank you.
I was like, hold on, I can hear myself. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you for calling in, Donna. We appreciate you. Volunteers are setting up. All right. I'm still looking. We're still waiting. You said pretty dark in NY. Yeah, right. It's 8:35. So, but in Hendersonville, it's allegedly 7:35. Not allegedly, but it is. It's 7:35 Central. Videos, nothing.
Hey, T-REV, this is Tracy calling from Old Hickory, Tennessee. I just want to let you know that the police department does not open at 8 o'clock. They're open 24/7. You can call them anytime. If you call the non-emergency number, you hit a special number, and it takes you through to the dispatcher. Thank you, and have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too, man. She's talking. I think people are okay. Listen, they just got an update on that live stream. I got an update on that live stream just so everybody knows. The live feed will be starting soon. Update just came through. I just seen it. Live feed will be starting soon, and we will enter full screen mode when that does start. I am looking at it right now. I just seen the update come through. So live stream will be starting. We will be starting the live feed soon. So that is coming up very soon. And yes, we are watching that. I'm not playing around. We're not missing it. We are not missing it. Nope. It's going to be dark soon, allegedly. I know I say allegedly every time. Damn, I'm about to change my shoes allegedly. I'm about to start. Damn, I might as well just get a shirt, man, and walk around and start saying allegedly to everything, right? If someone has Sebastian hidden, let him go allegedly. I definitely let him go for sure, right? Definitely let him go. On a refresh. Let's see what we're looking like. We'll be starting soon. We are waiting very, very patiently, knowing that we are waiting. Sebastian Strong. Okay. There we go. We are waiting.
It's my opinion. You don't have to pay attention to my opinion. It's my thought. But what if she wanted to facilitate, and so she got her nephew, which looks a lot like Sebastian, so she put him in a facility and used her nephew for a cover. So it's on video. She has Sebastian, which is actually her nephew, but this is my opinion. So I've had a stroke, so I'm trying to keep my thoughts together here.
God bless.
But I'm pretty sure she's putting me in a facility. That's my thought. Thank you. Have a blessed day. It's from Indiana that I'm calling.
Well, God bless
Have a blessed day.
You too. Thank you for calling in. Shout out to her. We appreciate it. Yes, I do know. I do know. And I'm here to ease that. 1 second. Refresh. I'm over here refreshing like a kid that just needs to see this. Sebastian Strong. Talk to him, Miss Katie and me. Or Miss Kitty. Not said Miss Katie. Listen to me. Miss Kitty. I feel like with all this buddy and relative crap going on, we won't ever know the truth. This is wrong on so many levels, not to mention probably illegal, in my opinion. If you came here and you're ready to watch this stream, it will be starting soon according to who is live streaming it. I got my eyes peeled on it. We are waiting. Oh, dang. That is beautiful, though. That is very, very beautiful. That water, the nice sprinkle right there. That's dope. Yeah, light the chat up with them greens, especially when it starts up. When it starts up in the 2 minutes, light. I shouldn't even be able to see myself, or I shouldn't even be able to think clearly. Right? Light it up with green hearts. Definitely light it up with green hearts. I see it's getting close to being dark too, so it's getting very close to being dark. I'm watching it right now go down for myself. No, we're not gonna miss it. We're not missing it. I promise you that. Anita, we ain't missing it. I promise you. I'm paying attention. Look, I got two monitors for a reason. You know? I got two monitors for a reason. We will not miss this Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers visual. We're not missing it. I've stayed on just so we can watch it right here. We will not be missing it. That person is starting it as soon as it gets dark, I'm pretty sure. Yep, they are. I do feel like a little kid over here reset, like refreshing it over and over and over and over and over and over again. Refreshing. No, that 1 second. Did it start? Nope. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Rabbit, what'd you say, Rabbit? Rabbit said this is by far the most bizarre grift I've ever seen. I believe it would be wise to say allegedly a lot more, especially if something bad happens to Katie. Rabbit Hutch says. What bad's going to happen to Katie? I don't think nothing bad's going to happen to Katie. I mean, is there a wild vigilante out there that's saying that? We need to find the woman who saw them at the restaurant they ate at. She works there. Yeah, you're talking about the waitress. The waitress. Nothing yet. We're not missing anything. Starting that live feed soon. Janine, Regina, Nikki, what's going on? Shout out to y'all. I see you. T-REV, will you please suggest to Seth that if the dogs track Sebastian to the retention pond again, to have the dogs track Katie too? Need to see if she walked there also, or too. I got you. I'll definitely talk with them. Still not. Again, we got a live update 7 minutes ago. They said they will be starting soon with the Vigil feed. So again, they will be starting soon. And I'll play this while we're waiting. Let's hear from Michelle. Shout out to Michelle from Florida. What do you got to say to us, Michelle? We want to hear it.
Hi, this is Michelle from Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what really bothers me is I think it was the first or interview, or the second, where Katie says that she looked around everywhere, and we all know she would have had to gone to the kitchen, but she came out and she noticed all of Sebastian's shoes were there, and instantly she knew he was gone. I'd have hauled her butt down to the police station because she and Chris both say he doesn't go outside barefoot because of the, oh heck, I've been bit by them, those red ants or whatever they are.
Yeah, the red ant.
So he likes to go barefoot. How can the mother look at all the shoes and say, oh, they were all there, and instantly I know he was gone? That really bothers me. And also when Chris told Seth, Sebastian will never be found, I'd have hauled them down just for those two statements. How would they know that information? Right off the top of their heads. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you for keeping me busy while I'm looking at this page and refreshing it over and over again. So we watch this whole entire vigil into its entirety. I don't want to miss 5 seconds of it. I just don't. It's still not on for those who might be asking. I can't see the chat right this second, but again, I am refreshing it over and over again, and I'm about to play the next voicemail until I hear it. Thank you, Michelle from Florida. I do appreciate you, and you made some good points there about the barefoot and the shoes and hauling them down there for the statements of I think you made a great point there. Thank you, Michelle, for calling in. We appreciate that. Okay, I can't hear that. They're playing back to me.
Welcome to the Rev Gang family. What's up is Hey. Hey, Menord, I think you like a multiple super chats today. Definitely standing by Seth. Team Sebastian. Wait, my son wanted to ask you if aliens are real. No! And he's acting shy. We love you.
Thank you. I love you guys back. Shout out to you and your son. Thank you, 337. Still not live yet, guys.
Hi, T-REV and Smoke. This is Maggie from New York. I really believe that Katie put him outside the door as some kind of punishment, and he just took off. And I think he headed to the school, the white school, like Madeline was talking about on her YouTube. That makes a lot of sense. And then she saw somebody have him in a blue truck. He had a funny hat on, and the kids did too. The kids saw the kid with the funny hat in a blue truck. Have they checked out all the sex offenders up there in the area?
That's a good question.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Love you guys.
We love you back. Thank you. Still not on, y'all. They're running behind. Maybe it's gonna start at 8 now. I don't know. I'm literally looking at it get dark right now, though. And again, we're not missing it, Rap Game family. You already know that. What's going on, Gina? I see you in here. Gina in the building. Note to self. Thank you, Becky. I appreciate you. Elmer says, I'm watching on Terry Lynn, a familiar truck. You said, I'm watching on Terry Lynn. What are you talking about, Terry Lynn? What are we watching? What are we watching? Nope. Still don't see it.
Still don't see it. Mm-hmm. I sure did just do. Okay, here we go. We're here. You ready? We're here. It's on like Donkey Kong. Boom and boom. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Light the chat up with green. I'm gonna mute. Okay, I'm gonna mute for a minute.
If anybody doesn't have a great
It's pretty light out there. Isn't it pretty light? I'm sorry, but I'm about to boost this volume too. We want to hear everything. We're nosy.
Is this your purple chair? No, but it's too. Can you grab that often? I'll try to remind you. Alright. But I am kind of. I'm an internet browser with 1,500 tabs open. I don't know where the music's from. What's the matter with your thing? It's a figure. It's a figure.
The commissioner.
I'll get it.
Again, if you guys are just coming in now, this is the vigil here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, day 61, 2 months. It just started. Light the path for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Please drop those green hearts, light up the chat, please. For little Sebastian, as we're here on the day 61, again, 2 months since he's went missing.
Hey, hold on. Everybody sit down so we can take up the whole place. Watch yourself, dude.
No, I'm moving for him.
Over here.
Welcome, Renee. Carol, thank you.
Right.
Tina, thank you. Carrie, thank you. Wisconsin. Is that how you spell it?
Then it's COVID again.
Right. Oh no, this one. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's what I saw. She said, figured it very good. Yeah, we're just going on one side. We're just doing one side. Yeah, we're just going to do one row. All right, so we are going to be sliding down then. Oh, it's so back to walk up down to see everything. Hey.
You're welcome, Diana. The walk the path is about to start here. You're seeing them on there. We're live now. Thank God. And this is the commissioner that's live, by the way. People were asking. Where is Seth? I'm pretty sure he's here, Tracy. I know he's here. Seth is there. This is so sad.
We good down there? Everybody? Can somebody share Don's live stream? If we can get everybody just to face directly this way, we appreciate you so much.
Again, as you guys are coming in, drop those green hearts in chat. This is the Light the Path visual for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers here. It's 2 months as he's been missing. They are all gathered here on this bridge. They have the lights out there.
You know how to share your link, Don?
I'm not sure.
It's coming up as like a story.
Don't worry, we're sharing it for you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
They're good on your commission. That's okay. We'll figure it out later.
We got it. We got your back.
Do you know anything?
If you hit that, is it like the link to where? Oh no, slow connection too. So
I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You can share it to her later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, what? He muted. Yeah, they muted it. By the way, He muted again. I don't know why he keeps muting. Muted. Yeah, great turnout for sure. I don't know why they're muted. The man muted up. So silent with no sound. What is going on? I really do think he's accidentally muting. Like hitting a button on accident.
And we stand, Lord God, in solidarity tonight, Lord God, just lifting up your name and glorifying you, Lord God. Lord, your word says, I will bless the Lord at all times, and his praise shall continually be in our mouths, oh God. Lord, you know the pain, oh God, because your son, God, had to go through this for us, Lord. So we bless you tonight. We thank you tonight. We thank you, Lord God, for the city, Lord God. We thank you, Lord God, for the police department, Lord God. God, we ask for wisdom to them. God, we ask for compassion, Lord God. God, we ask that you give them ears to hear, Lord God, what the Spirit is saying to them, oh God, because your Holy Spirit is a guide. Lord, we need you tonight, Lord God. But we thank you, Lord. We thank you for every hand, oh God, that was responsible tonight, Lord God,
to bring this event together, Lord God. We thank you, dear Lord God, for the city, Lord God, lighting up this area for, Lord God, Sebastian, Lord. We thank you, God. We love you, Lord, and we bless your holy name. In Jesus' name we do pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
All right, let's get a good picture, everybody. Yeah, let's get a good aerial picture. There's a couple of them actually. Everybody look up at the drone. Woo! And I want you to see this. Yeah.
Or they're drinking coffee.
Green. And there's some drones behind us we can wave back to y'all. They're taking a good old picture. We love it, we love it, we love it. Thank you, everybody. You're welcome.
My daughter.
No, she wants me to.
Thank you. Yeah, we're good.
Well, there goes that live. It ended. Like it looks like they ended. You said, why isn't KP at it? I have no clue, but it definitely ended just now. It definitely just ended. 1 second. Yeah, it definitely ended. Shout out to them though for being out there and doing what they're doing. I see pictures right here too. If you guys just missed it, here's one here. Yeah, there, I see some pictures floating around in here from the actual vigil itself. Very blurry pictures, but that's when they were gathered around. Shout out to everybody who was in here. I appreciate you guys. I wanted to stay on just to make sure they covered it. You're welcome. You're welcome. And you know what? I was sad for sure. Yeah. Goodness gracious. Terry Lynn doing it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it was beautiful. I seen Seth too. You the man. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I wanted to make sure I stayed on and we covered that. You're welcome, Barbosa. Was it Seth out there by himself? I guess she wasn't there. They weren't there. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yes, that was it. That was definitely it. And you know what? Yeah, I feel you on that. I definitely feel you on that. I appreciate everybody who came by the stream. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Renee, welcome to the Rev Game family. I appreciate you. Carol, thank you. You said Seth and the PI used the words that make me think Sebastian walked out the morning he left on the News Nation interview. I pray KP and CP come clean. Thank you for the support to the channel. I appreciate you. And I have to go back and re-look at that interview with the way that you said that. I have to go back and watch it. I've watched it 2 or 3 times already, but I'm curious to what makes you think that. Tina, welcome to the Rev Game family. Thank you. Carrie, thank you. I pray that Seth gets to bring Sebastian there to finish or to fish soon. It's a beautiful place. Sebastian strong. Thank you, Carrie.
Britt says, thank you for taking my call, T-REV. Anytime, Britt. Anytime you feel like calling, I appreciate you. Michelle, thank you for the 1 month. Michelle, thank you for supporting the channel. Sue says, someone that lives there is on TikTok streaming it, and before I left, they said no sign of CP and KP. I heard the same exact thing. And the reports, you're welcome, NFT. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. You don't have to at all, but I really do appreciate you. Thank you, NFT. Sheba, thank you. Thank you. I can't say it enough. Alicia Lynn, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Azerbella, thank you. Azerbella, thank you. Beach Life, thank you for the 1 month. And Virgo, thank you for the 2 months. You know how we end these streams? I'm going to end it how I always end it. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. And keep up the faith for Sebastian. We're not done. We're not done by no means. And yes, people are asking me, am I going to be on my second channel tonight? And the answer to that is keep your notification bell on, because I damn sure am feeling it.
Cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me. Say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute. And I could use divine intervention.
Second channel.
So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me. Say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer.
God changed my life for the better, and now I'm feeling great. These demons always try to come around and take my place. So kneel beside my shadow space and say a prayer for me, cause sometimes I catch myself losing faith. Then I remember what my mission is. I'm here to make a difference. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. All they do is kill little kids, and you expect us to sit back and keep watching and listening? You better change this grim script and resist. We must rise together and not just exist. So lift your voice, break the chains, pray for strength amidst these pains. We must all come together when we pray.
Keep me in your head, cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me. And keep me in your thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute. And I could use divine intervention. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer for me.
As I go through the day, I continue to pray. But every day it's getting worse with these demons we face. Little Elijah view, only age 3. Voice caught in the shadows, far too deep. Whisper the prayers every night before I go to sleep. Dreams of dawn, where fears are gone, and heaven hears the pleas. I wish I could bring every single missing person back. I see these frustrated families and about to crack. In the night's cold grass, we light a match. I'ma keep being that person that always makes a path. The Rev gang's here to stay. I made a way, and we will keep being a voice no matter what they say.
Keep me in your head, cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me. And keep me in your thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute. And I could use divine intervention. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer for me.
Say a prayer for me. And we know what, we got to follow it up with this one.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. Dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life for sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
look, it's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a teen. And now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it, I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life for sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Voice for the Voiceless dropping this summer in June of 2024, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of messages in this album. A lot of messages in this album, and every song you hear here tonight is on there. And this is one of the favorites, I say, from a lot of people. And this is one of my favorites too. Only Time Will Tell. Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers. Will he be found? I don't know. Only Time Will Tell. I think so.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on the page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent, in the honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. Heart to heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend. In the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hope strength from my spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I sleep when it is.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light. In this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
That song is crazy. I love that song, by the way. That's actually might be one of my favorites, but this one too. All of them are on there.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got Rev gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me, to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to his knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a proof rain.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I'm speaking to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster when y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the
If I'm
deaths.
gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
It's like they don't want to listen to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. Man, they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No answers, no leads, they get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I'm about a song with a message. See, everything that I make from this day forward will always have a message in it. And if it doesn't have a message in it, then I was just messing around. And I don't want to do that. I feel like our time is delicate. And I feel like we have messages that need to be heard. And I know that music is a lot of things that people listen to these days. And I've always made music since, I was freestyling since I was 13, but I picked up the pen when I turned 18. So
when it comes to making music, I've experimented in different ways, but the outlet of being able to write down your thoughts and what you're thinking about different things is super powerful. Just like this next song. And this is one of my personal favorites because all of them are coming from the soul, right? But this one right here specifically, I let a lot out on it, right? But I also let the demons free that were stuck inside of me. And I don't mean like negative demons. I just mean those demons that come around and they haunt you. They constantly haunt you because you harbor it, right? You harbor over this one, piece of trauma that happened in your life, and you were never able to forgive the person on the other side, right? But I was able to forgive and move on.
Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Dear mama, you're all that I got. I know life was messed up and went left with my pops. I was out there running the block, drugs in my sock. After I got raped, I blamed you and my pops. I was mad at life, I hated myself. I thought if I could blame y'all, it would fix itself. But I was wrong, and I can admit that there is nothing worse than waking up every day not knowing your worth. Mama, no matter what you did to me, I just wanna say I love you. I'll make you proud with victory. I stand tall every day and look these kids in the face. Growing up like I did, that's why I wanna make a change. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be who I am. So this song is for you, mama. You gotta know that you're special. I miss you so much. If you need me, I'll come to your rescue. Mama, I remember just the other day, you would tuck me in the bed and tell me everything's okay. You would tell me nothing's ever gonna happen, but these people kept coming around. It was like the devil watching us collapsing. I just had to forget it, but just know you're forgiven. We get stuck in the system. Mom, get out that prison, cause you're better than that. I'll carry us on our back and pull us out of that trap. Dear mama, I love you.
I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Mama, I know you lived through the trauma, and I ain't trying to bring it up to start no drama. I just want you to know that I'ma glow in your memory, cause you were the best. I have your soul. Don't ever let no man tell you what the f to do. Don't ever let no man put his hands all over you. I don't wanna see you getting hurt anymore. You've been to hell and back, mom. It's time to open them doors. 2024, I'm here to turn the page. Voice for the voiceless, the year we make a change. Tired of the deaths in our country. People acting funny, switching over money. Materialism, people lack substance. Haters everywhere, the devil's getting comfy. Dear mama, spread your wings, you're free now. I love you, I will always forgive you, no matter the trouble.
Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama.
dear mama, yeah.
Love you, mama. You know this one, though. You know this one. Rev Gang Strong. You never told me this way, but it is. Rev Gang Strong is my shit. I love this one.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it came with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one making a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap Gang Strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I love that song. Damn, I love that. But you know what else I like? This is for all my true crimers out there. And you know what? This case gives me these vibes where I feel like I want to just turn on the beat, something like this right here, and just speak my mind, because I know we're all feeling some way like this when it pertains to the Sebastian Rogers case. I made this when I first covered the Kylie Rodney case. It was maybe actually towards the end, but
You gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victims to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP, did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigates, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. God sent me on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you want it coming up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town, you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation.
And that's sad.
That's sad. There's so many people that care.
Rep Game family, I'm out.
Rep Game family, I'm out.
He said, was that a diss? Damn right. It was what was on my head at that time. That's exactly what I felt. You know? I'm sick of the bullshit. I love you guys. I'll see you on the second channel. You never know. Maybe I'll record a live song, or maybe we do some, you know what. Love you guys. I will be talking to everybody in Discord. I'll see you there.